Barratt's, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent. Barrett, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent.
Cricket, it's Countdown Cricket, a brand new way for us to play this summer. To bowl, bat and field, to be confident and take our chances. This is our game.
Making new friends, challenging ourselves, and always having fun. This is our game. Dynamo's Cricket is our game.
At Barrett's, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent.
I get confident because my friends can sport me, like when you're about to hit the ball, you can get sport.
There are lots of children who can't access absolutely everything, and for this, there's no one at our school that wouldn't be able to do it. They were absolutely loving it on the way here. We had really happy kids actually, all of them really pleased to get together. They're making friends with children in different year groups with different interests. A lot of them are quite shy, quite reserved, and here it is a very different ballgame.
After first go cricket, I really scared to play, and now I'm calm. It's so amazing and stuff.
And you have your friends with you, don't you?
Yes, or 2 of my friends with me. If I don't have them, I will be lonely. Now I'm out this place. I'm really happy. Really, really, really happy. Yes.
Adrian brings together pretty much every aspect of a good coach that you could ask for. He's got a great relationship with children, he builds good relationships with teachers, and he works really hard to engage with his local clubs and street cricket sessions to make sure children know where they can go if they want to continue playing cricket.
The impact the children have had since Adrian's been coming, they absolutely love it. I often get asked at the beginning of the week, when's he in? He is the highlight of their week. They really, really look forward to the sessions and they find them so enjoyable and rewarding.
He turns boring things into really fun games, and you can also play it with your friends.
Have fun, that is the most important thing, isn't it? Agreed? I really love being a cricket coach. It's something that I get tremendous enjoyment out of. I look forward to every day at work and have a great time, and hopefully that radiates onto the children. I'd love to see more of the youngsters who are behind us here getting involved at club level and enjoying the game for many years to come.
We're extremely proud as a county and we're incredibly fortunate to have him. The fact that he gets such glowing feedback wherever he goes is an inspiration to us as a team. We're a very lucky county to have him delivering a programme like Chance to Shine.
I would describe Adrian as amazing.
Friendly.
Fun.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Inspiring.
He's the greatest teacher of all.
I think probably like a lot of people, I fell into it. I was working in town in a sales job, which was good in lots of ways, but didn't really suit me. I like being outside. I like working with kids as well.
We first met James when he came to us to fulfil the role of our mascot, Victor, at one of our school competitions. He made such an impression on the team that we explored with him the opportunity of becoming a coach. On a normal year, James will work in best part of 20 schools that will take him near to seeing sort of 900 children on a fairly regular basis.
Cricket is the vehicle that we use to give children the chance to learn and develop. So we're looking to improve their social skills, there's some leadership and communication involved with that. There's a whole array of other soft skills, if you like, that they're using.
I like James as a coach because he includes everybody. He makes it really fun by doing lots of fun games and helping us a lot.
It's been really useful on a professional level from my point of view to watch how James adapts the activities to make it suitable for the less able, but also to challenge those that are really sporty and are enjoying it.
In terms of how valuable James is to Ken, I mean, short of wanting to take him to a lab so that we can create a few more James Reeds to service all of the schools across the county, I mean, he's phenomenal.
So I think children who are maybe less traditionally sporty than some of the other kids can find their niche in cricket.
I missed the ball completely and they hit the slums who'd still say, good try, carry on, you can get it next round, and encouragements and stuff. He is the kindest coach I've ever known of.
James is a phenomenal candidate for the Coach of the Year award because of the pride and thought that he takes into his work in order to spread the power of cricket to the children that he works with.
I just want the kids to have had fun playing cricket. I don't mind whether they bowl with a straight arm, whether they stand in the right way or hold the bat in an interesting way. That's not what I'm here to do. As long as they say, yeah, cricket, that's good, that's all I want.
I love playing cricket and thanks for teaching us. I don't want the cricket to end. Thank you for being such a great cricket teacher.
strike for the next over, 27 for none. Vasconcelos 21. Gay has 6. Which I wanted to ask you before we started today, much of the pre-season hype, I suppose, about this group was the battle between Yorkshire and Lancashire. Northamptonshire saying, what's the camp saying about their aspirations? Because they're pretty close at this point.
Well, I think, and this is often the case with a county like Northamptonshire, I think they were quite happy to be, if you like, slightly under the radar. I spoke to a few people pre-season, and we did the usual, they were quite happy to be doing it. I detected a real sort of quiet confidence based, I think, very largely around the bowling. I think the feeling was that with Berg, with Rossington, with Berg, with Sanderson, Rossington as well, with Parnell, with Taylor, and of course then the likes of Buck, Jack White, they actually got a really good group of seam bowlers that they could rotate and use. Is Matt Quinn starting a fresh over around the wicket bowling to Emilio Gay, who plays that defensively down the pitch, and there's no run. So I think the feeling was that, that maybe people were slightly glossing over Northamptonshire, but Adam Rossington at last had a group of quality seam bowlers that he could rotate and use, which is what's happened. I think there was always a bit of a question mark about the batting, probably Vasconcelos apart, but Rob Keogh's having a good year. He's made a couple of hundreds, and the emergence of Safe Save has been a huge plus as a red ball player of real substance, winning it around the wicket bowls to Gay, who turns that very fine, and that's going to pick up 4 runs. It rattles away down. Leg was fairly wide. Down across the rope in front of the covers. That's 4 to Gay, who goes into double figures. He's 10, Northamptonshire 31 for no wicket. Yes, I mean that's been a big plus. Safe Save was saying, actually, chatting before the start, that he's been one of those players who's taken a little bit of time to emerge really in red ball cricket. He's now 375 runs, averaging just over 50, 53. Quinn again round the wicket goals to Gay, who's again defensively back down the pitch. Quinn to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. So that's been a big plus. And things have just come together. I think there's a real, they enjoy playing with each other. I think the mood and the atmosphere of the camp is very good. There's a real camaraderie around the place. David Ripley's a hugely experienced coach in county cricket now, 40 years pretty much. Those factors, I think, have come together to have a decent season. Quinn again bowls to Gay, he's up on his toes. As Matt commented, tall young man, about 6'3", just drops that one down one side, and there's no run. I think so there's a little bit of a question mark about the top order. Having had the season that we would have been hoping for, but others have chipped in. Proctor's made some useful contributions, as he often does. Here's Quinn round the wicket again, bowls short, and Gay ducks underneath that, goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. And I think, you talk about the battles against the top 2 sides in the group so far. Well, at Old Trafford, Northamptonshire took it into the last hour of the last day, just in the end thwarted by Matt Parkinson. And then Northamptonshire players, and if there are any Yorkshire supporters listening, they'll be apoplectic about this, but they feel they actually had the better of the game at Headingley. Appeal for LBW as Gay aims to play on the onside. I think he got an inside edge on it, which is why Matt Quinn in the end didn't go up. There was more interest behind the stumps than from in front of them.
It sounded quite woody, didn't it?
It did, yeah, it did. End of the over with Vasconcelos 21, Gay is 10, and Northamptonshire 31 for no wicket. Yeah, they felt they just about shaded it over the 4 days at Headingley. Were obviously hugely disappointed to lose by 1 run. First time Northamptonshire have ever lost a first-class match by 1 run in their history. But they're very much looking forward. Well, obviously, they don't get too far ahead of themselves. They've got this game to try and get something
spilled by Mayeye at a point off the bat of Emilio Gay, and that's the first big chance for Kent to put down in the field. 30-3 for none then, but otherwise Northamptonshire batting very securely. 23 for Ricardo Vasconcelos, at 10 for Emilio Gay. As I said, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to bat first, and doing very well so far. Big LBW appeal from Darren Stevens on this on Vasconcelos, the man at the non-striker's end, notwithstanding. Kent looking for their first
6. It was 4. Lost sight of it. It went first bounce just behind square. It's gone into the tarpaulins. To field a snap at it. It's Nathan Gilchrist down there, isn't it? Having to retrieve the ball from tarpaulins. It's 4 more to Vasconcelos, who's out of a mission this morning. 31 not out to him.
Just mistimed that actually, to just call the trajectory. It only just looped over the square leg umpire's head.
Right,
So
I lost it, but in the sun. But
he's gone for it, and there we are. Nathan Gilchrist has now been dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well.
Yeah.
So we're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well.
Yeah.
So deep square boundary and a mid wicket. We're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well.
Yeah.
So deep square boundary and a mid wicket. We're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well.
Yeah.
So deep square boundary and a mid wicket. We're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well.
Yeah.
So deep square boundary and a mid wicket. We're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
And the slip's come out as well. So deep square boundary and a mid wicket. We're now down to
dispatched to the square leg boundary.
and the slip's
dispatched to the square leg boundary. Dispatched to the square leg boundary. Dispatched to the square leg boundary.
BBC Radio Northampton, and leave it to you, Matt.
Wickets falling around the country, not here. Great news for Northamptonshire, not so good for Kent. 64 for none. Natalie on kentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you very much for your email. They are working on the sound of the live stream, and rest assured they are wiggling every wire and trying to work out how to get the sound reinstated. I gather it's very, very faint, but you can hear it to full effect on via the BBC Sport website and app on the BBC stream, which we're obviously continuing on, and updates coming for BBC stations as well. That's hit Vasconcelos up on the thigh pad as Stevens continues from the pavilion end. Pick of the bowlers once again, Darren Stevens, of the quartet used by Kent so far, but no wickets for them. Vasconcelos 34 from 46, Gay has 24 from 40. And go through one or two other scores. Will be an update for BBC Radio Kent that will bring Ivan Thomas on in a second. Not to bowl, you understand. And the ball's pushed into the onside by Vasconcelos. 34 he goes on to 36. They come back for a comfortable 2. I just got a ping there, and the ping indicates, not that my eggs are ready, but I gather the sound on the stream has been reinstated, all working. So thank you for your emails. It's actually very useful, I have to say. Never worry about doing that, particularly with the BBC stream for us. If anything goes down or wrong, we do need to know that whether you can hear us. There's not much point in us doing it if not. Just talking to ourselves. Ball pushed into the onside, O'Riordan Fields, and there's no runs. I hope you're hearing us loud and clear everywhere now on Kent's excellent stream, video stream, and on BBC as well. 66 for none. I'm Matt Cole. Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton with us as well, of course, for this game. And Darren Stevens to Vasconcelos. Loops up in the air for leading edge. Was that Gilchrist is after it? It's gone safe, and it's running towards the boundary. Mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 3, in fact, as Gilchrist struggles to get to the ball in time, and that is 3, but it looped up almost like a top edge that one. He's trying to turn it into the onside, and with the pull got there a little bit ahead of proceedings, and it's looped up, and but safe for Gilchrist. I'm going to try and engineer Ivan Thomas into a commentary position at the moment. This no one will get hurt, we hope. Defended by Gay back to pass the bowler. 69 for none. If we'll get the headset on Ivan very shortly, I'll be doing an update. And I think actually, Ivan, you've got to sit in the row behind. Is that all right? I'm sorry, I've repositioned him about 5 times here. We're trying to work out the COVID safety and all that sort of stuff. We need to make sure we keep Ivan safe. Stevens just bowling here. Gay pushes forward, no run, 69 for no wicket, making sure the microphone's placed right. And with any luck, actually, I'm about to do an update for BBC Radio Kent, so we might get you on just shortly afterwards, so that's all right, Ivan. So we won't interrupt, because, well, to be honest, I'll get a telling off, and that's I never like that. So end of the over. Just be a couple of minutes, and then you will have Ivan Thomas, we promise. 69 for none. Vasconcelos 39. Emilio Gay has 24. And not a good morning for Kent so far. Appeals, a drop catch, but no wickets. That update coming very shortly. For BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio. Good news for England as they have taken a wicket. But 291 for 4. It's not exactly glowing at the moment for them. A long day in the field for Zach Crawley and his England teammates. Here is that cricket update coming. Miguel Cummins to resume from the Nackington Road end. Not a great morning for Kent. A drop catch, a couple of appeals, but Northamptonshire, who won the toss, electing to bat 69 for none. Good ball from Miguel Cummins, but through to the wicketkeeper without a touch from batsman Ricardo Vasconcelos, who has 39 now. The Northamptonshire opener. The other one, Emilio Gay, 24, was dropped by Tawanda Mayeye at point off the bowling of Matt Quinn earlier on for just 10. But Kent really plumbing everything to try and get a wicket. They've used 4 bowlers already. Darren Stevens, the veteran all-rounder, the best of the quartet quartet so far, but no wickets for Kent. No wins for them so far this season either. Looking for a victory, perhaps in the sunshine over the 4 days here at Canterbury, but haven't taken a wicket in this first session, the first hour gone. Northants 69 for none. And commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and out just to the Test match as well. England have finally taken a wicket on the first morning against New Zealand, but the visitors at Lord's 2-9-1 for 4 in an imposing position in the first Test. So Cummins back to his mark, and I think we can now bring Ivan Thomas in. Oh, we've still got the travel news going, but we'll just talk over it. No, they've cut it off. Fantastic. Cummins to Vasconcelos, engineers that backward of point for a run, 70 for no wicket. Welcome, Ivan. How are you, firstly? Oh, I should put your microphone on, shouldn't I? I tell you what, if I had half a brain, I'd be dangerous. But it's all going to work out fine. I've got the microphone on you and just not plugged it in. Don't worry, I'm not in charge of the Kent live stream. That really would be a disaster. Is that you there, Ivan?
This is me.
Thank goodness for that. We're finally there. I'm going to make sure the microphone is placed right for you. Excellent stuff. Okay. Ivan Thomas, Kent fast bowler. Well, now plying his trade elsewhere, but we'll talk about that in a minute, I'm sure. Miguel Cummins to bowl to Emilio Gay. 2 slips and a gully for him, and goes through the wicketkeeper. Is there a faintest touch? No appeal from Cummins, I think it's fair to say. Ollie Robinson goes up in hope rather than expectation. Firstly, lovely to see you. You've joined us, a bit of a fair weather summariser for us. First over there's been sunshine, Ivan, but good to see you anyway.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very much a fan of cricket in the sun. As people know, this is about the only time I'll play.
We know that's not true. We've seen you in worse conditions than this. Cummins bowling to Emilio Gay. 24 not out. He is Northamptonshire 70 for none. And that's hooked away by Gay. A short ball from Cummins, backward a square. No chance for short leg. Absolutely no chance for Gilchrist either. It's gone for 4. Gay's taken him on. 28 for him, 74 for none. It's not been a great morning, has it, for Kent so far?
It's a tough one. Losing the toss and having to bowl in this, I think, is tricky. I think there's a right little bit of lateral movement, but that's all it looks like there is for the bowlers out there. Quite flat, it's hot. It's going to be a tough slog.
Yeah, already with 74 on the board. Kent looking for a first win of the season as well. It's not been great for them. Matt Walker, your old head coach, saying, well, not wanting to use excuses, saying they haven't played terribly well, but injuries to 4 bowlers at the moment. Billings and Crawley with the international setup. Heine Kuhn's injured as well. I'm sure you're aware of that. It's been difficult, hasn't it, for them so far this season?
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers sort of falling like that. I mean, I'm normally one of those numbers, so I know how much of a slog it is for the rest of the people trying to pick it up. But I think the names are coming back onto the team sheets. I think a few of the boys played a bit of twos cricket in the week, and I think it's only the first couple of games. There's a long season ahead. Yeah,
so Northants doing well. For our Northants listeners, of course, we know just 2 points off the top 2 going into this game, and have been impressive through this first group stage with Lancashire and Yorkshire at the top. Cummins again just back of a length. It's been dropped into the onside by Gay. I think they're going to make it through anyway, but just a fumble by Mieye, perhaps just keeping his eye on the batsman rather than the ball there. They come, and it's in the end of the over, 75 for none. We had a chat, of course, over the winter, but Kent fans, that's still available via the BBC Radio Kent
I'm sure everyone's heard that already.
So I should say everyone's. Yeah. What am I saying, Ivan? Of course. The extensive coverage we gave it, but you called it a day during the winter, and
it was never an easy decision. No. I think sort of the last 2 years of my career was really tough, having done my knee the day before our promotion game, and the fight back for 24 months come back there. I think I really struggled to keep my positivity up, but I worked really hard, and then to sort of hear the news I wasn't going to necessarily get a contract and then have to play the first game. I think it was at that point I knew maybe my love of the sport was gone.
Stevens then to Gay, just to turns that round to a backward square single, 76 for none. Vasconcelos 40, Gay has 30 now. And for listeners that don't know, I mean, you had a long time out with injuries, didn't you? Your career was peppered with them, I suppose.
Yeah, riddled, some people say. But I mean, I was very fortunate to sort of even get a contract the first time. I was right place, right time when I first got it, and probably took every opportunity I really had. I was just very unlucky with injury.
Yeah, and that knee injury, as you say, which you came back from for the Bob Willis Trophy, didn't you, at the end of last year, but defended in the onside, and there's no run. And I know I talked to you about it on the when we chatted on our Zoom, which we recorded. But that spell against Essex, I mean, is that one that's going to, because you took 4 wickets in a single spell, didn't you?
I'm still living off that for sure. Yeah, I think it was a really tough time, and the first session I really struggled mentally.
So Stevens bowls to Vasconcelos, and it's a bit of outside edgy, but along the ground to me, no run.
Yeah, I really struggled sort of wanting to be there, or feeling like I deserved to be there. Obviously, I was selected on purpose. I was meant to be there, but having already heard the news and knowing that it was probably going to be my last game, possibly, in that first innings, I really felt under the pump. And then it was, I spoke to DBD quite a lot that game, and thought, well, why not just charge and see what I can do, and it went my way.
Stevens to Vasconcelos. As they turned off his pads there. It was very late, you have to say. Down towards fine leg, and there's a single. 77 for none. Vasconcelos on to 41. Gay has 30.
This is a day for Darren here. I feel this.
Yeah.
Those flat tracks, and Darren just nibbles it around.
I mean, I think all the listeners, probably even Northampton listeners, know I'm going to ask you the Darren Stevens questions. What is it?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, because I would have replicated it. But I faced him in the nets, and you just think, man, I'm going to whack this bloke everywhere. I think that's the danger, is when you play a man on his reputation, but also he's so skillful.
Stevens to Gay, just, he's equal there. Nice little turn through square leg, actually. That'll be 2 runs there, and they go on to 79 for no wicket. It's craft, I suppose.
It is. He's so
he's almost described.
People say spin bowling is a real craft, but Darren takes that almost, that sort of wily side of the bowling into seam bowling, and the way he does it, he nips it in, nips it away. He can swing it both ways, and also, he's 45. No one wants to get out to him.
And this one's turned off the pads again by Gay and fielded. I'll say well, but kind of falling over there by Nathan Gilchrist in the onside, and there's no run. 79 for no wicket. I think it actually was Ben Smith when we were down at Northampton was talking about the craft of Stevens. That really stayed with me. The amount of obviously because of the way he looks, and he's 45 and he trundles in a bit like he's part of your Sunday 11, and everyone's used to that. Is there still, do you think, among professional cricketers, the thought of, I've got to get after this bloke? Mentally, there is
definitely, especially around people like Darren, where your number's up at some point. He's going to get you at some point. He's just so relentless that I think that it is like you'd much rather be down the other end. And all I can say is 4 more years for Darren, please. He's unbelievable.
Well, Dave Fulton has started the hashtag. I think when he was 40, play till he's 50. And now that it was funny, perhaps at 40, but I think people are thinking less funny now as he's leading Kent in both runs and wickets this summer so far. So Cummings to come down the hill from the Nackington Road end. Short ball, that's flown past the wicket keeper as well. Has he hit anything on the way? No, it's byes all the way through. This is the first time I think we've seen Cummings' real pace this summer. You know what it's like trying to fit into a seam attack, and I think Kent fans would have loved to see more from Miguel Cummings, and he looked explosive against Kent last summer, didn't he?
I really feel for him. I think coming into an early English season is really tough for someone that really relies on pace and bounce, and the tracks aren't for him as they've shown. Like Darren Stevens is the best bowler in these sort of conditions, and he's the opposite bowler of what Cummings is. So I think it's really harsh for people to discredit him for how he's done. Like you say, he did so well against us for Middlesex, and he had a really good season last year. And he seemed like a really good sign at the start of the year, and it's his conditions, they're not these. And yeah, I really do feel for him. He's really battled, and he's bowled a lot of overs for us, and I think it's not really done him justice for how good he is.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of his pace today, certainly in the bounce and life he can get out of a pitch. 2 slips in behind Vasconcelos, though, who's coped pretty well with everything that's been bowled at him so far. Driven into the offside, Miao fields, and there is no run. And just seen an email from someone you might know, actually. kentcricket@gmail.com. A gentleman called Simon Williamson, have you heard of him at all?
Yeah, oh, of course, he's the legend that is, yeah.
Former Kent Head groundsman, we should say. Just say, good to hear you, Ivan, he says. Hope you're well, mate. All the best from Scotland. There we go. Ivan will be with us during the day, so if you've got any questions for Ivan, he said he'll answer absolutely. No, didn't say that, but I'm sure he will. His comings devolved to Vasconcelos. I'll field the questions, don't worry. We'll get all the easy ones for you. Dropped into the offside by Vasconcelos, and he swoops on that in the offside, but single taken by Vasconcelos. I should ask you, for our Northants listeners as well, memories of playing against Northants. I've been remiss. I should have looked up your stats against them, but have you bowled against Ricardo Vasconcelos before?
Yeah, quite a bit, and I've played. We always used to play an early season sort of combined game in the twos, if you went once, and so I've played with him quite a bit as well, and man, he has come on. Like, not that he was not a good player at all, but he has scored so many runs in the last couple of years. It's unbelievable. Like, it's tough to get him out. Yeah, he's looking very secure, and he's younger than. I feel like he's been around for ages and sort of establishing himself, but. This one's gloved away, is it, on the pull for 4 runs. It's hit something, I think, as it went past. Yeah, it has. That's going to be 4 more runs. So he's bowling short here, Cummins, and he's not happy. Double teapot from him as it flies past Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, who's had little chance. He's bowling with bounce and pace, but it's not working either. 36 for Gay now, 88 for none. But yeah, Vasconcelos looks like a very compact batsman and very well organised. Yeah. Knows his game well, I think, now. I think it's one of those, like you say, his name's been around for quite a while, and I think early on he was quite young, and now he seems to just really knows game. I mean, he's quite short, so he probably looks younger than he is. I was going to say he's 23. Is that right? And every time I look at it, I think I must have it wrong, Andrew. But yeah, he's nodding. There we go. Oh, this one's gone down leg again, and that'll be 4 more runs, and that'll be byes this time. And the radar's just going down the leg, and Cummins looks sick with the world. Said he's bowling quickly, but the accuracy's not there. He's not worrying Gay at the moment. So we've had 13 off the over, twice 4 byes, 1 4 off the glove, and a single as well. And 92 for none. Adding insult to injury for Kent a little bit here, but they started really well, Northants, and we all know a bit about the quality going through their side as well. And like Andrew was saying early on, they got the promotion to the top division, and then of course it changed the Bob Willis Trophy back here, so they perhaps got a bit of point to prove to people. Yeah, I think so. I think we were really lucky. It's something that you always talk about, especially if you're in the Div 2, is that Div 1 cricket and being that side that goes up, and it's a huge rep thing to sort of say you're playing it or say you have played, and it's harsh to say they missed out on it because they deserved it, but yeah, I think they've a little bit of a point to prove, and they've been playing serious cricket at the start of this year. Yeah, some really exciting cricket, the results they've had. This one's outside the off stump, and better from Cummins through the wicket keeper though, and still looks a bit frustrated. What's going through Miguel Cummins' mind, if you could paraphrase for us at this point? I think it is that frustration of maybe not quite having the control you want, but bowling quick, and I think the way they've played at the moment, it does look like they've manipulated him a little bit. They really tucked into the loose ball. They know that's going to go for runs, and then leaving it quite well. It's tough. I mean, he's had a tough time coming playing here, bowling both sides of the wicket, both ends of this ground. Very two different places to play, and it's quite tough with that slope. It really doesn't look like there's a big slope until you get out there and you're bowling down the hill, and it is tough to control that, because if you start it on the stumps, it's ending up missing off stump, and then you try and come too straight, and like we saw, it sways down leg side, and it's a lot easier to play then. So I mean, he's walking away with his head down, so he'll be frustrated, I think. But it looks like he's bowling really quick in that short leg position. I think it's a really positive. It shows there's a wicket-taking option there, and he just needs to run and keep slamming it. But yeah, fingers crossed he keeps his head up. None for 28 for him so far, so it's been expensive. And Nathan Gilchrist to come on, and he's been ushered into the side probably quicker, I think it's fair to say, than Kent would have expected this summer. The youngster signed from Somerset a couple of seasons ago, but it look like he's got something about him. You'll have been in a dressing room with him as well. Yeah, he's a great young lad, actually. He's a really hard worker. Lots of potential. Seen him a lot last year in the nets, and then he made his debut in the Bob Willis last year, and it looks like he's bowled quick. Got real good talent. Yeah, coming up from the pavilion end now to Vasconcelos, full length delivery. It's checked back past the bowler, back past mid-off. On the chase is Beldrum, and they'll come back for 2.
And I'm keenly aware that Northants fans were talking about how good the Kent players are, but we are aware that your side, a 94 for none here, has started really well. These two batsmen, Emilio Gay had a bit of a difficult time, I suppose, opening in county cricket. We've certainly found that in the county championship is never easy, but he's gutsed it out to 36 from 51. Vasconcelos is 44 from 59. 94 for none as Gilchrist bowls to Vasconcelos now. Just drops that into the offside, and there's no run. And I suppose, and you've done the same thing as Nathan Gilchrist. You're sometimes on the periphery, trying to work your way into the side. And
absolutely, it's a tough place to be, especially as a youngster. You're striving so hard to want to play, and then you're given the opportunity, and sometimes you almost try too hard. But I think he's someone that, there's a long career in him. He was wanted at a lot of places, and he chose here. And this could be a really good place for him.
Gilchrist to Vasconcelos, no ball there, so 2 more to the total, 96 for none. Obviously, Kent have tried to bring through young players and have signed players from other counties as well. Do you get the feeling, obviously Nathan Gilchrist has signed for Kent? I know he was, as you say, much sought after, and one of the best of a young crop at Somerset as well. Is there a feeling from those players coming in that Kent is an opportunity for them in terms of getting first team cricket? Hold that thought as Gilchrist bowls to Vasconcelos here, and turns it off his pads. Very paddy it was. I think it's going to be leg byes, although it's gone. No, it's going to be... No, came off enough bat. There we are. 97 for none, is it now? Or have they already counted that run? They have 96 for none. But I'm just thinking with people like Matt Milnes, Harry Podmore, Nathan Gilchrist, is that their thought, that there's an easier opportunity or a more straightforward path perhaps for first team cricket?
I think maybe possibly in the last couple of years we've had a few older senior guys leaving, like Mark Davis. I'm sort of talking over the last 8-9 years. Mark Davis, Charlie Shrek, these sort of people who were...
Gilchrist to Gay there. Yorker length, blocked out, no run.
These guys who were always first team cricket, and it sort of didn't really matter on performance, they were always going to play because they had so much experience. And after that sort of transition happened, we were a lot younger squad, a lot more inexperienced. There was always going to be opportunities, and these new guys coming in have probably seen Kent as a great place to sort of develop, and they're going to get an opportunity. But I think it's not necessarily a straight shoe-in over the last 2-3 years. People have had to earn their spot. Like you look at Grant Stewart, who's really earned it when he's played.
Gilchrist to Gay, defends that into the offside, no run.
He came, he trialled, and that's probably one of the toughest positions he's got. And he bowled for 2 years in the nets and earned his right to be here. And it's not something you just turn up and you're going to get a go. And you look at our bowlers. We've Matt Milnes, who came. Was sort of Northants were keen for him, Notts were keen for him, and then he's come here and he's started playing England Lions. He's really deserved a spot. Harry Podmore, who's got some of the best stats in county cricket. Like these guys haven't just turned up because it's an easy place to play.
Is Gilchrist then to Gate, defended, and there's no run. Yeah, perhaps I put that in the wrong way. Not perhaps that it's an easier route, but found their opportunities blocked certainly at Notts and at Somerset, perhaps, and at Middlesex as well for Harry Podmore.
some bigger senior sort of names around those clubs, and I wouldn't say we're a smaller club than that, but we're still quite a massive club. It's just I think we're a developing side, and we had that amazing year in 2018 where youngsters really held their own. And we had Matt Henry who took 10 wickets every game, which always helps, but we had performances in and around that really showed that there's talent and development there.
Northants 97 for none here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton. It's Matt Cole and Rad's taking a break, but we've got Ivan Thomas on the Kent quick bowler. We call you quick. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? You're certainly at your best. You certainly were.
Insulted otherwise.
We're not going to call you a slow bowler, that's for sure.
Depends. What do you call Darren?
Many things. An enigma, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Definitely medium pace, but it's going to be Matt Quinn from the far end. Started off and didn't have much luck, actually. I think he's bowled better, perhaps, than none for 30, but Northants won't worry too much about that. 97 for none. He's going to come around the wicket. Is he? Yes, I think he is. To Vasconcelos, the left-hander.
It's a nice option coming from this end. Just always keeps those stumps in play, but can also nip down the hill.
Matt Quinn on loan from Essex, of course, and you'll be in sides that have played against him. I thought he was a good acquisition for the side across the bridge. As defended back up the pitch, no run. Vasconcelos is on 45-36 gain, 97 for none here at Canterbury, and always looked good to me, Matt Quinn, when he played against Kent, put it that way.
Yeah, he's always performed. And again, another team that we always played a combined game with at the start of the year, so the boys will know him quite well. And yeah, someone who can bowl quick, and he's got the potential of taking big clumps of wickets at times as well.
Certainly, the depth that Essex have is Kent's game in that way. He wants to keep playing games. He played for them actually against Kent in a couple of T20s in last week. Worked off his hit by Vasconcelos down towards Hamid Kadri, who's on a sub. Down at fine leg and single taken. 46 for Vasconcelos, 36 for Gay. Both of them we're looking towards that half century and beyond. And firstly towards the 100 partnership for the opening wicket. So Quinn going back to his mark. A tricky start to the season for Kent, no doubt about it. T20s coming up, of course. We'll briefly chat to Ivan about that. Must remember, got you for the whole day. Don't have to get everything in on this first spell. But, here's Quinn round the wicket to Emilio Gay. 36 runs he has. Lovely straight drive. That's punched back past the bowler along the ground. 4 runs. What a super shot that is. And a lovely drive from the far end. Very similar to that, but I think that's better if anything. And 100 up. And this Kent crowd applauding warmly as well.
Lovely ripple.
It's first time this season. And unbeaten partnership for the opening wicket. Vasconcelos 46, Gay 40. What a way to bring that up as well.
It really looks like a track that pace on is what the batters want here. It's ball coming onto the bat, it's quite flat, it's nice. Anything, Darren showed, anything a bit too slow, it's going to be tougher to play.
Going round the wicket then to Gay, just lets that run onto the bat, run off it down towards backward point. Miguel Fields and single taken. 103 for none. Yeah, so these sides going towards the T20 blast, of course, to start. And you played some blast cricket, did you, as well?
Yeah,
pretty exciting stuff.
It's the best. It's the crowd sort of gets into, especially a Friday night. I've played at the Oval, and I'm pretty sure the majority of the crowd weren't there for the cricket. And it's good fun. A lot of abuse, especially Essex away. I've had some interesting chat there from the stands.
Yeah. I mean, chat's a lovely euphemism for it, isn't it? At Chelmsford.
Use is probably the word.
His Quinn round the wicket to Vasconcelos and defends that, and there's no run. But just often wonder with T20s, do you get time to think at all as a player? Is it that rapid? It feels like it from the commentary box.
It almost feels on the days that are going well, you've got all the time in the world, and then suddenly you get hit for a 6 and then you're being rushed around, and it's quite tough to sort of settle yourself down and just think, I've got to take a moment, especially when you see the clock ticking down on the screen telling you how long you've got for your innings left. And yeah, it's a really intense thing, but I think it's those sort of games that you play for.
It's Quinn round the wicket too. Vasconcelos, end of the over. Dot ball, 103 for none, Northamptonshire. Won the toss if you're just joining us this morning, and have batted well in the sunshine since Kent struggling for a wicket here. Northants very much their session so far, obviously, at 103 for none. And we'll miss the Ivan Thomas knuckleball, of course, won't we? Which is your...
My go-to.
Yeah. Was that a find, did you tell us on that interview during the winter? I mean, in something you tried rather than you were expecting perhaps to bowl?
We played a couple of back-to-back twos games in, would have been 2015, I think. I was playing quite a bit of 4-day cricket for the ones, and we all went up to Gloucester, and Deebs and Blakey were playing, and I just decided to bowl it in the game, and I covered the ball, and after the game Deebs was like, you've got to play, you've got to bring that out, and then I made my debut 2 days later against Essex here, and yeah, I was very lucky that I got a couple of poles. And
Gilchrist to Gay, and there's no run.
I think I got Ryder LBW as my first pole, and I thought 2020 cricket was the easiest game in the world. I learned very fast after that. It's not.
Got rid of Jesse Ryder. I can imagine it seeming pretty easy from there, yeah. But,
yeah. I think we played the Oval the day later, and I got hit for the biggest 6, the first ball, and Mitch Clayton came up to me.
Gilchrist to Gay. just mishits that one into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Mitch Kane came up to me and went, "Welcome to this is 2020 cricket," or something like that. It was like, yeah, brutal.
Yeah, it's big ground, that one as well. You do well to get hit for a big six there.
Yeah, top tier, straight
really,
back.
was it?
I think it was straight back,
Lord.
folks, straight back over my head into the pavilion. And I remember thinking, I've misjudged 2020, I think.
That's no disgrace to be hit for a six by Ben Folkes, though, is it?
No,
really?
well, I got him next
batsman.
ball. Not that I remember.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's bringing the punchline now.
Yeah.
It's Gilchrist. Oh, it's a good Yorker from him, but well dug out as well by Emilio Gay. And there's no run, 103 for naught. But yeah, certainly those occasions, there are spectacles. I mean, the Oval particularly, it's not, I suppose, 25,000 odd fans in there. And
yeah, it's incredible. The noise, the atmosphere, it's just, it really gets you pumped. Even if times are tough there, you sort of look around the crowd and you think, oh man, I'm so lucky to be here.
Gilchrist then to Gay, as defended once again. Holds the pose, Emilio Gay, young cricketer. Making his way in the game, but 41 from 60. He's done really well this morning. Well, looks like a good batting track, it has to be said. Vasconcelos 46 as well. We're seeing some shine off the new ball. 20 overs on it so far. What sort of state is a ball in on a track like this at this point?
It shouldn't be too bad. You'll have a nice little shine on it now, and the swing will be genuine now, so it'll be pretty good.
It's Gilchrist to Gay, gets forward there, swats that away through mid-wicket, but doesn't get all of it. Tucked up a little bit by Gilchrist, actually, so we didn't get the full arm swing on it, Quinfields, but comes back for 2, 105 for none, 43 for him.
When you've got someone bowling like Cummins who's quick and he's hitting the deck hard and bowling short balls, it might be slightly more roughed up than you'd want at 20 overs, but I think with Darren, I mean, he looks after the ball extremely well, and that's why he's so good, I think, as well. Partly that is looks after that ball and then does all sorts with it.
Gilchrist bowling across the left-handed. Gay goes forward to that one, pushes it back past the bowler. Good timing, won't get 4 this time, but comes back for 2. Daniel Bell Drummond fielding. And they'll come at 107 for none. End of the over, is it? I think it is. Going into an update for BBC Radio Kent. We'll get Andrew Rand back on shortly. Just a word for Daniel Bell Drummond as well. He's captain while Sam Billings is away, and again this time the England Test team has taken Billings away, and a couple of people, Peter, on the emails talking about that. I'm assuming Sam's away, and we didn't talk to Taradas about it, but we know he's away with the England Test team. But if you're not named in the first 11, quite often you'll be lent back to your county. But I'm assuming because of the bubbles, perhaps he's not allowed back in. But Daniel Bell Drummond, it always strikes me he's a very calm, considered sort of bloke. You've played under his captaincy before, have you?
Yeah, I've played under his captaincy and lived with him for 4 years. So
there you go. You know more than most. Yeah.
Yeah, he's extremely level-headed. He's got a very good cricket brain on him, and he's someone that you love to play under. He's got a lot of time to talk to you, and he thinks very clearly, even in the tough times, it feels. And he goes through it. He puts the pressure on himself more than you, and it's really it's a great bloke to sort of have. And I mean, he's club vice captain now, and he's really deserved that.
It's Quinn round the wicket then to Vasconcelos, who drives this one, stopped by Denley in the covers. And there is no run. What's Joe signalling there? It was a good stop. Did he want some applause? Who knows? But it's a dot ball anyway. 107 for none. More or less lives his cricket, doesn't he, from what we gather from Daniel? I mean, he's a... I think we're going to go into an update here, but... he's a proper cricket badger, I think, as they call them these days, is he? Watches a lot of cricket elsewhere.
Oh, yeah. You'll find him on the sofa watching all the highlights and everything after.
As Quinn round the wicket to Vasconcelos, turns it into the onside, the left-hander, and they'll take a single there, side-armed into the wicket-keeper. And there is there's a single run, sorry, 45 for Gay, 47 Vasconcelos, both on the brink of half-centuries here. I think probably while we have the opportunity, we'll say goodbye to you for the moment.
Well, pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
No, absolutely. We'll talk to you later as well. Andrew Rand will come back after this half-past update. I mean, always assuming that I can work out the technology to do that. Ivan, thank you very much for that. Ivan Thomas, former Kent fast bowler, with us today on the commentary. Do get your questions and comments in on kentcricket@gmail.com as Ivan goes to bandy words with Kent bowling coach Simon Cook Andrew Rad will be joining us once again very shortly. But it's all Northamptonshire this morning. He'll be very pleased with that, I'm sure. As his teammates will drive from Emilio Gay into the offside. He's going for 4 wide open spaces. Beautiful placement, beautiful shot. And that is 4 runs, 112 for none. I thought we were going to do an update, but I'm sure we will in due course here on BBC Radio Kent. But welcome back, Andrew. And,
You're the forgotten man, Matt. They've forgotten you.
I thought perhaps we were going to have a musical accompaniment to it, but I'd imagine at the end of this track they'll come back to us.
I imagine they probably will.
But
they still have done all right, haven't they? They've played well, comfortably. Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership of the season, previously 81.
Yeah,
a while back as well.
It's Quinn to Gay, punched into the onside. No, one doesn't quite time that one, but saw off a difficult period early on, it felt to me, Emilio Gay.
Yeah, I think it was absolutely right, and that Miguel Cummins was looking to rough him up a little bit and try him with a few short balls, and he scored one direct hit, but he's battled through. He's got a good temperament. He's still relatively new in the game. He's made one previous half-century in first-class cricket, but no, I've been impressed with the way he's gone about his work this morning.
Round the wicket comes Quinn to Gay. That bouncer's not going to trouble him, well over his head. One from Cummings just unsettled him a little bit. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. Thanks, Matt, in the studio there.
It's always good when you see somebody take a chance, and
yes,
David Ripley had gone with Vasconcelos and Curran as his first-choice opening pair. Didn't work out, so Ben Curran's had a bit of a struggle, so Emilio Gay's got his chance here, and straight away he's made the most of it. First century opening partnership of the season.
So Quinn bowls to Gay, just pushes that into the offside, just gently, and that's a single, and that's 50, Emilio Gay. 50 not outs from this imposing opening stand, a century plus from Northamptonshire here. Pushes confidently in the onside, and there's a handshake with his batting partner Ricardo Vasconcelos, and a wave to the balcony as well with his bat at the Les Ames stand where his teammates are mustered. 113 for none, Northamptonshire. 50 from 66 balls, Emilio Gay. 9 fours within that, as we've been saying on the commentary, has toughed it out from a difficult early period here with the new ball, and gone on to his half-century.
It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist, who's bowled 2 overs for 9 so far. I'll pull out if you need to update BBC Radio Kent when the track's over. Emilio Gay facing this ball from Gilchrist, who's massively onto the front foot, plays it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Joe Denley. Good to see him back on the park, and there's no run there. It's Emilio Gay, only his second half-century in first-class cricket, came off 66 balls with 9 fours. Made an unbeaten 77 to see Northamptonshire through to victory against Glamorgan in the Bob Willis Trophy last season. But as Matt was saying, relatively new in the first-class game. Here's Gilchrist in again, bowls to him, and he clips that one away nicely. A confident stroke down to long leg, and he gets a single, but it was just a stroke of authority. So he's a tall young man, very dedicated to his craft, and particularly wants to make it in red ball cricket. Well, going the right way about it at the moment. 51 to him now, and Northamptonshire up to 114 for no wicket. Vasconcelos now facing on 47, and Gilchrist bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Good ball from Gilchrist. Seamed away and bounced a little bit. Still a little bit of hardness in the new ball, and it goes through to Ollie Robinson. I'll hand back to you, Matt.
Oh, they could do with a wicket, Alan. They really could. Northamptonshire 114 for none. Won the toss, the visitors here at Canterbury this morning, and have gone from strength to strength. Emilio Gay, their young opener, has just gone to 50, 51 not out. Ricardo Vasconcelos at the other end, who looked more secure early on, is 47 from 69 balls. And Kent have tried and failed to take a wicket. 4 more for Vasconcelos. Beautiful shot through the offside, applauded by his teammates at the far end here. He's on to 50 now. 51 from 70 balls with 8 fours. fours as Kent strive and fail to take a wicket. They've had chances, appeals. One was dropped by Mayeye. It was Gay on 10 at that point off the bowling of Matt Quinn, but it's been Northamptonshire holding sway in the sunshine and what looks like a very good batting wicket here. But Northampton certainly taking advantage against winless Kent, hoping upon hope this can be the first victory of the season for them at the moment. And certainly this first session, it's all Northamptonshire. 118 for none then in the sunshine at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that one through to the wicketkeeper. Good ball from Gilchrist again, actually, through to the wicketkeeper there. Talking about young players who are trying to take their chance, I suppose.
Yeah,
he's come in through injuries and hoping, took 4 wickets up at Headingley against Leeds in a single innings there. So he's hoping, but at the moment it's certainly Emilio Gay who's the star of the two, or the star of the piece, 51 not out. And this one's driven from a Yorker length delivery into the offside by Vasconcelos. Out to the offside boundary, and they'll take a single there. End of the over. Vasconcelos just nudges ahead of his teammate on 52. Emilio Gay has 51, 119 for none here. And Aradas, they'll be very pleased with their morning's work.
They will. There's a message through from Rodney Marshall, who's one of our regular supporters and listening to the stream back at Northampton, and saying that with these two, Gay's 21, Vasconcelos is 23. That's years old. He said that those two could see us into retirement. Well, you may well be right, Rodney. But Vasconcelos, yeah, only 23. It was interesting what he was talking with Ivan about that, and he does seem to have been around a while, because started his first-class cricket with Boland in South Africa before coming over to Northamptonshire. Richard Levy it was actually who said, "You've got to sign this young man," which Northamptonshire did. And he's now in the second year of a 5-year contract. He was given a 5-year at the end of 2019. Not too many 5-year contracts knocking around, I don't think. He's facing now as Matt Quinn prepares to bowl from the Nackington Road end, the far end, into his 8th over, round the wicket, bowl short to Vasconcelos, who ducks underneath that. It goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. Round about 20 minutes to go until lunch. And well, Adam Rossington winning the toss, and he said the 5th time he's won the toss in the last 6 matches, and on 4 of those occasions, in 4 successive matches, he chose to bowl first, but opting to bat this time. And these two have done the team proud so far. There's Vasconcelos on 52 facing this ball from Quinn, and he's in behind it, plays it up to extra cover where it's fielded by Joe Denley, and there's no run. 2 slips in place, and then a bit of protection for the bowlers now. They've got a backward point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then a deep backward square on the boundary and a long leg on the boundary. So 3 men out and 4 in the ring, looking to save the single. As Quinn turns again, bowls to Vasconcelos down the leg side. Vasconcelos aiming to turn it away down to a fine leg, which has been a productive area for Northamptonshire this morning. But it doesn't make contact, and is taken by Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. It's Charlie Thurston who has come down for this match, made a big 100 for the seconds last week, but I think they were really looking obviously at replacing Ben Curran, and Emilio Gay is an opening batsman. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who just pushes that into the covers. Joe Denley has to make ground round to his right to field, and so there's an easy single. It went straight away. Vasconcelos up to 53 and Northamptonshire to 120 for no wicket. We're into the 24th over of the innings, so as Ivan and Matt were discussing a few moments ago, still a little bit of shine and hardness in this new ball. Darren Stevens outstanding this morning, as we come to expect really. It was absolutely on the money right the way through. Could have picked up a couple of wickets easily. Quinnan again round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who rather languidly steers that down away through backward point, and it's to Mayeye coming round the boundary to field, and they pick up another couple of runs, 2 more to Gay, who moves level with Vasconcelos on 53, And Northamptonshire up to 122 for no wicket, and Gay certainly seemed to have a lot of time to play that ball. It's a product of Bedford School. A few very good cricketers have come out of Bedford in recent years, and scored a lot of runs in age group club cricket, second 11 cricket, so he's earned his stripes, as it were. And here's Quinn again, bowls round the wicket, and that balloons over Emilio Gay's head, who ducks underneath. It goes through to Ollie Robinson. End of the over, both batsmen on 53, and Northamptonshire 122 for no wicket. We've had 24 overs, and well, for Kent, I just wonder, what about spin options?
Marcus O'Riordan will be the frontline spinner. Joe Denley obviously turns his arm over, so does Jack Leaning. But
I think Jack Leaning actually bowled quite nicely up at Northampton, didn't he? He bowled quite a few overs up there. But I mean, Stevens this morning, 8 overs, 0 for 22, could easily put a 2 in the W column there, couldn't you? He was troubled both batsmen and could easily have nicked one of them out. But you feel, particularly from Emilio Gay's point of view, it's all part of the learning process, isn't it? If you can negotiate a testing spell from one of the masters of his craft, you're not doing too badly.
No, great test for him this morning, and just came through with flying colours really. And Cummins rattled him a little bit with a short ball in the early in Cummins' first spell as well. But he's done well so far. 53 from 70. His high scores 77. His Emilio Gay's Gilchrist bowls to Vasconcelos on the front foot there. It's gone past despairing dive of Daniel Bell Drummond wide of mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. He's given him the charge a little bit there, Vasconcelos, and Gilchrist will have to find a way to combat that. There's another young cricketer making his way in the game. 4 more runs, 57 he has, Vasconcelos.
He's fed up with being overtaken, because he was about 20-25 runs ahead of Emilio Gay early on, and Gay ended up getting to 50 first.
Let him come past him. That's probably what it is it? Yeah. It's just a second first-class 50th for me.
It is, yes. There's 77 not out against Glamorgan last year.
The non-strikers then. This one's cut away by Vasconcelos. This could be 4. Moyea won't reach it, scorching away over the outfield. Lovely shot, all timing from the pace of Gilchrist, and that's gone for 4 more, and he's on to 61. And those 2 shots, very nice indeed.
It's beautiful placement as well, because he spotted there's a big gap there between, obviously you got a man sweeping on the cover boundary, and then the man at third man, and he just steered it absolute perfection between the two. It was a clever bit of batting, and again, he seemed to have quite a lot of time.
Some hard yards for Kent in the field already today. 134 none, Northamptonshire, defended by Vasconcelos. I didn't finish Peter's point on kingcricket@gmail.com, just mentioned it briefly with Ivan Thomas, but he mentioned it about how on earth does keeping Sam Billings hanging around at Lord's help anyone. He says to get any match time, which he badly needs, and both England and Kent can't use him except to field and carry drinks. He should have been released to play for Kent. Kentish man there is Peter. Thank you very much for that.
I quite agree. I speak as a Northamptonshire supporter, but I absolutely agree. It just makes absolutely no sense at all.
I mean, I was thinking Bubbles, but then he didn't have to do any sort of quarantining to go and play for England. So there's a drive by Vasconcelos backward at square, and that'll go 4 runs. Not sure it quite where he intended. It perhaps a little bit forward of square, but to be honest, it's all the way on the ground, and again it's cut through the field. And, who am I to decry that from Vasconcelos? He's on to 65 now, 3 fours off this over.
I think you're right, he was looking extra cover, wasn't he? And it just came off. It wasn't an edge, it was just sort of the outer portion of the bat. It didn't quite time it. But again, it had the desired effect, as I suspect the more deliberate one did earlier in the over, of just bisecting the 2 fielders out there.
Yeah, 12 off 4 deliveries now. And Gilchrist, who started really well, 1 or 2 jack-in-the-box deliveries, but he's learning a bit here. Vasconcelos looking very secure and turns this to the onside. Plays it perhaps a little bit late, but thumps it towards mid-on. It's fielded by Cummins there, and there's no run. Philip on the emails as well. Philip Gamage. Good morning for Northamptonshire. Tomorrow night, Wolverton Town Cricket Club. Junior training at 6 p.m. Everyone welcome. I feel a bit like a notice board here.
Yeah.
But no, that's no problem at all. Wolverton Town first against Bledlow Village in the Cherwood League Division 2.
Oh, it's the big one.
Seconds away at Bletchington Nondescripts. as Bletchingdon Norman script. I think it says, actually, I beg your pardon if I'm getting that wrong, Philip, but ball turned down towards long leg, single taking, 135 for none. Vasconcelos keeps the strike, 66 for him, Gay on 53. It's quite an extensive fixture list there, Philip. I hope you won't mind if I won't read the whole thing out, but great to hear from you, Philip.
Yes, as there are 15 divisions in the Northamptonshire League, we may be setting a precedent. There's about 100 and, I think there's 150, some 657 teams playing in the Northamptonshire League.
Oh, marvellous.
Across 15 divisions. So if we might not have a lot of time for the matching question if we go through all of them. But
a sunny weekend in Prospect as well.
Yeah,
fantastic for club cricketers as well.
It was terrific. Last weekend I was we were commentating on the match down at Hove, which was a terrific contest. And Saturday was probably the best day of the match, to be honest. And we're sort of keeping an eye on my club. Now my son was getting on playing for my club side. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's just nice for them actually not to be having to worry about the rain and snow and hail and anything else. Here's Matt Quinn starting his 9th over, round the wicket from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Vasconcelos in behind that, plays it back down the pitch off the front foot and fielded by Quinn in his follow-on. Rather with you, Matt, I think Matt Quinn's bowled better than his figures would suggest. He's plugged away. It's an extraordinary spell by Miguel Cummins at the start, which was very, very quick, but the radar was just a wee bit off. I'm sure Ollie Robinson will have a few bruises from the amount of diving he had to do. Here's Quinlan again, bowls round the wicket, bowls short, and Vasconcelos, I was going to say ducks underneath it, but he doesn't really need to duck underneath it. He's not the tallest.
Now, if you look at the relative stature of the two players,
yes,
as you say, there's coming down from 6'5".
Yeah, there's about a foot between them. I would think. Yeah, he's Dave, as he's known, of course, with Northamptonshire players very early on deciding that Ricardo Sorador Vasconcelos was a bit of a mouthful, so he's Dave. It's all and sundry. 2 slips in place, and here's Quinn bowling round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who is out. And we're just saying about how Matt Quinn has plugged away well, and he's got his reward there, bowled around about off stump, just bounced a little bit left. Vasconcelos, he got an outside edge and a routine catch for Ollie Robinson, and it's a breakthrough for Kent. And Vasconcelos goes, caught Robinson, bowled Quinn for 66, and Northamptonshire are 135 for 1.
Yeah, good innings from Vasconcelos, but Quinn will be mighty pleased, and those was a shout of relief, I think, from Kent as much as anything else to finally get a wicket. No doubt it's Northamptonshire's session by some distance, but he goes. Good length delivery, just getting that outside edge and caught behind. And warm applause for him as he goes back to the dressing room at the far end of the ground. Well, the hospitality areas, which are masquerading as dressing rooms for this, the COVID protocols anyway. But good innings and a great start for Northants. And notwithstanding, he would love to have got himself a century. As he was saying, he was perhaps due a score.
Yeah, he's not the sort of player who's going to fret. But you just sensed he was getting a little bit frustrated, having had such a terrific start to the season. At one point, him and the likes of one or two others, including Tom Haynes, we were talking about possibly 1,000 runs before the end of May, and a combination of the weather and as I say, one or two sort of slightly odd dismissals have just pegged him back a little bit, and I'm sure he'll be pleased with the way he played. I'm sure, as you say, he'll be disappointed that he hasn't gone on to get a really big one, a 3-figure score. He's got a very good conversion rate when it comes to 50 to 100, and also when he gets past 100. I think all but one of his 7 first-class hundreds, he's gone and got over 140. So once he does get in, he can get a big one. But he's not Kent's priority now, because he's back in the pavilion. Well bowled, Matt Quinn. So I think that's really a little bit of justice, because I think he's bowled well here this morning. 1 for 45 now in his 9th over, and he's been replaced by Luke Proctor. So one left-hander replaces another. 3 at the top of Northamptonshire's order, and in fact, assuming Rob Keogh bats 4 and Saif Zabe 5, there'll be 4 in the first 5 left-handers, and an extra slip going in for the new batsman Luke Proctor, with Cox at first, leaning at second And O'Riordan at third as Quinn goes round the wicket to Luke Proctor, who's right across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Luke Proctor's batting not generally a thing of beauty, but mightily effective. Just ask Lancashire. He's dug in against his former county up at Old Trafford, batted 6 hours 6 minutes for 93. And in a bit of form as well, made an important second innings half-century for Northamptonshire in that run chase against Sussex at Hove on Sunday. Here's Quinn again, bowled very short. Really had to dig that in almost at his toes, and it ballooned over Luke Proctor's head. And it's taken by Ollie Robinson, who's had an interesting morning behind the stumps. Yeah. He's had a certain amount of flinging himself around to do, and he's done it by and large pretty well. But a couple of balls from Miguel Cummins gave him absolutely no chance and went away for 4 byes, which keepers obviously hate, and rightly so. That 135 run opening partnership, far and away Northamptonshire's best of the season. Quinnan again bowls to Proctor, who's off the mark, just steers that wide of third slip. They complete 1, think about 2, but O'Riordan's quickly to the ball, and they settle for the single. And that's a successful over for Matt Quinn. 9 overs, 1 for 46 for him. Luke Proctor has made 1. Emilio Gay is 53, and Northamptonshire 136 for 1. And good applause for Matt Quinn from this crowd of, say, around about 1,000 people, well scattered around the ground. Seem to be probably a few more of them over the far side of the ground, but that may be to do with proximity to the beer tent, which is very well signposted with a couple of flags.
It is indeed. You're right. You wouldn't miss it from any vantage point in the ground. That's for sure.
I love these flats as well over to the left. Aren't they magnificent? It's like a sort of look of a sort of Mediterranean resort hotel, doesn't it? It's very, very, very smart.
I think they've been sympathetically done. I think
they look excellent.
The regeneration of the ground over there.
They look very, very smart indeed.
If only any of us could afford one, but there we are. Or we're old enough. Of course, we're not nearly, because you have to be over a certain age there.
I must be there, surely.
No, not at all. But yeah, lovely vantage point, fantastic. Freeman House on the left-hand side as we look towards the old Dover Road. Gilchrist then bowling outside the off stump, and it's left by Proctor through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
Named after Titch Freeman,
Indeed,
I assume.
yes, absolutely. So, don't have to name something else after Darren Stevens. We've had all sorts of suggestions over the years, but Gilchrist then takes the ball back from Daniel Beldrum. That breakthrough for Kent. You know what they'll be chirping.
1 brings 2.
Yeah, 1 brings 2. 2 more before lunch, maybe not. 5 minutes to go. Through to the wicket-keeper. Proctor looks as if he's going to play that. Takes the bat away late, but through to the wicket-keeper.
Bang Bang, that's the other one, isn't it?
That's all right, yes. Had a lot of that from David Fulton. He introduced that into the commentary. It was all about Bang Bang for a couple of games.
Yes, I think Rob Keogh used the expression twice in the interview I did with him last Sunday. Really? after the win over Sussex. So it's there's a lot of it about.
Amazing how these phrases just get drawn in, isn't it? England, by the way, have taken 3 more wickets before lunch against New Zealand, so they're now 304 for 7, which is looking a lot more healthy,
isn't it just?
Than it was at the beginning of the day. Devon Conway's still there now, incredible. Gilchrist left by Proctor. Could leave that on length more or less. It's good bounce at that far end through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. He has 174 not out. I keep looking back. It is his debut, his Test debut, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
He's played one-day internationals and T20 internationals there, but yeah.
I think it's the highest score by a debutant at Lords, I believe. Now I think he's gone past that record.
That's
yesterday,
something, isn't it? Considering the great and the good that have gone through the doors of that great institution. Through to the wicketkeeper again, left by Proctor outside the off stump, and there's no run.
It's interesting talking about this sort of start for Northamptonshire. One thing that is noticeable, and I only mention it because it actually appears on the scoreboard here, which is very useful, is the run rate. Northamptonshire have been going at 5 and over this morning. 136 for 1. This is the 27th. So they're going at just a shade over 5s.
Yeah, I didn't notice that from earlier doing the round the grounds. Is they're steaming along in terms of rate. So Proctor gets himself forward there. Do you say it's not necessarily the most attractive style there? A little bit of a shuffle forward, but right behind it, no run.
David Ripps is making the point that he's one of those players that often doesn't make the headlines, but he's the ultimate, and you call him a utility player, and it sounds somehow disparaging, and it's not meant to be, but I use it in the sort of literal use of the meaning of the word, that he's actually very handy, he's very useful.
So Gilchrist lift outside the off stump. Decent leave, that one through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So 50 against Sussex last time out, and that's at Hove, and then a 93 against Lancashire at Old Trafford earlier in the piece. End of the over. Gilchrist with a maiden, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28, but it's been Northamptonshire's session. The only slight blot on the copybook is losing Vasconcelos in the previous over to Matt Quinn for 66, but they're 1-3-6 for 1 as Kent search for wickets. Northampton, you were saying, going at 5 and over. Radha's great start.
I'll let you take you through the lunch back, because I just got to better go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Well, thank you to Andrew Radd and to Ivan Thomas in this first session. Welcome to all our listeners. Thanks very much for your emails and tweets so far. kentcricket@gmail.com. You can tweet Radders at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D. As Quinn comes around the wicket too. Oh, it's an edge from Gay, but all the way on the ground through sort of third full slip area. Probably wouldn't have carried to a slip either, but Quinn again full, looking a little bit sick as he goes back to his mark. Gay has 54, Proctor has 1. Andrew, that's about an hour ago, apologies for that, Andrew. Loud and clear here in Japan. Great to have your company again, Andrew. And Gambo as well was talking to us about the problems with the stream earlier, but all loud and clear now, I'm glad to hear. So thank you for your company in this first session. As Quinn bowling to Proctor, they put an extra slip for Proctor at the start of his innings. He has 1 from 10 balls so far, 1-3-7 for 1. Marcus O'Riordan added to Cox and Leaning. Great friends, those first and second slip, as well as sharing in that record partnership against Sussex last season when both of them got double centuries. It was a long time ago, I know, for some Kent supporters, the successes of the last campaign relatively to this one. Quinn round the wicket to Proctor. That's a lovely shot. He just flicked that off his pads. Almost no sound off the bat, and that's 4 runs. He goes on to 5, 141 for 1. It does look like a cracking batting strip, this one, must be said. But Northants have taken full advantage of winning the toss and batting first. They've done well this morning. It has been difficult for Kent out there. Yeah, keep your emails coming in during the day. We'll love to hear them. kentcricket@gmail.com. 1 o'clock, we're past the yard arm now, as it were. Pushed back up the strip by Proctor's next ball on the front foot against Matt Quinn. 2 balls to come off the session. A few other live scores to bring you very quickly around the grounds. It's New Zealand 314 for 7 now. Sussex 63 for 3 coming towards lunch at Headingley against Yorkshire. Worcestershire 62 for 5 against Durham at New Road. As Quinn bowls to Proctor. Flick of the wrists over the top of that one again, but fielded by Gilchrist at mid-wicket, at square leg, and there's no run. Not 69 for 3. Coming towards lunch at Chelmsford. Warwickshire 82 for 2 against Derbyshire at the County Ground Derby. Lancashire 74 for 4 against Glamorgan at Cardiff, finding things difficult. Somerset 76 for 5, similarly against Hampshire at Taunton. And Leicestershire 89 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Grace Road. So you can tell from that Northants outscoring everybody around the country in this first session against Kent. This will be the final ball of it. Matt Quinn to bowl over the wicket. A bouncer to Proctor, which he leaves through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. And will they get another over in here? Do they start slightly late? Nope, they're coming off for lunch. And that is the end of the session here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, with Northamptonshire 141 for 1. Emilio Gay has 54 rather not out from 71 balls. Luke Proctor has 5 from 14, the 1 wicket to fall this morning after Northampton won the toss and elected to bat first. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 66. That at 135 for 1, their first 100 opening partnership of the season at Northants. Kent come in with some thinking to do, I'm sure. 141 for 1 then Northants at the end of this first session of the first day of the match, with Matt Cole, Andrew Rad and Ivan Thomas on commentary. We'll continue after the luncheon interval, and I hope you'll be with us as well, whether you're watching on the Kent stream accompanied by this commentary or listening via the BBC Sport website and app. You are very welcome. Thanks for your company this morning. Update to come from BBC Radio Kent listeners, and then we'll be with you smartish after lunch, around about 20 to 2.
Cricket, it's Countdown Cricket, a brand new way for us to play this summer. To bowl, bat and field, to be confident and take our chances. This is our game.
Making new friends, challenging ourselves, and always having fun. This is our game. Dynamo's cricket is our game.
At Barretts, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barretts, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent.
I get confident because my friends can sport me, like when you're about to hit the ball, you can get sport.
There are lots of children who can't access absolutely everything, and for this, there's no one at our school that wouldn't be able to do it. They were absolutely loving it on the way here. We had really happy kids actually, all of them really pleased to get together. They're making friends with children in different year groups with different interests. A lot of them are quite shy, quite reserved, and here it is a very different ball game.
After I first go cricket, I really scared to play, and now I'm calm. After it's so amazing and stuff.
And you have your friends with you, don't you?
Yes, or two of my friends with me. If I don't have them, I will be lonely. Now I'm at this place, I'm really happy. Really happy. Yes.
Adrian brings together pretty much every aspect of a good coach that you could ask for. He's got a great relationship with children, he builds good relationships with teachers, and he works really hard to engage with his local clubs and street cricket sessions to make sure children know where they can go if they want to continue playing cricket.
The impact the children have had since Adrian's been coming, they absolutely love it. I often get asked at the beginning of the week, when's he in? He is the highlight of their week. They really, really look forward to the sessions and they find them so enjoyable and rewarding.
He turns boring things into really fun games, and you can also play it with your friends.
Have fun, that is the most important thing, isn't it? Agreed? I really love being a cricket coach. It's something that I get tremendous enjoyment out of. I look forward to every day at work and have a great time, and hopefully that radiates onto the children. I'd love to see more of the youngsters who are behind us here getting involved at club level and enjoying the game for many years to come.
We're extremely proud as a county, and we're incredibly fortunate to have him. The fact that he gets such glowing feedback wherever he goes is an inspiration to us as a team. We're a very lucky county to have him delivering a programme like Chance to Shine.
I would describe Adrian as amazing.
Friendly. Fun. Amazing.
Fantastic.
Inspiring.
He's the greatest teacher of all.
I think probably like a lot of people, I fell into it. I was working in town in a sales job, which was good in lots of ways, but didn't really suit me. I like being outside. I like working with kids as well.
We first met James when he came to us to fulfil the role of our mascot, Victor, at one of our school competitions. He made such an impression on the team that we explored with him the opportunity of becoming a coach. On a normal year, James will work in best part of 20 schools that will take him near to seeing sort of 900 children on a fairly regular basis.
Cricket is the vehicle that we use to give children the chance to learn and develop. So we're looking to improve their social skills, there's some leadership and communication involved with that. There's a whole array of other soft skills, if you like, that they're using.
I like James as a coach because he includes everybody.
He makes it really fun by doing lots of fun games and helping us a lot.
It's been really useful on a professional level from my point of view to watch how James adapts the activities to make it suitable for the less able, but also to challenge those that are really sporty and are enjoying it.
In terms of how valuable James is to Kent, I mean, short of wanting to take him to a lab so that we can create a few more James Reeds to service all of the schools across the county, I mean, he's phenomenal.
So I think children who are maybe less traditionally sporty than some of the other kids can find their niche in cricket.
I missed the ball completely and they hit the scums who'd still say, good try, carry on, you can get it next round, and encouragements and stuff. He is the kindest coach I've ever known of.
James is a phenomenal candidate for the Coach of the Year award because of the pride and thought that he takes into his work in order to spread the power of cricket to the children he works with.
I just want the kids to have had fun playing cricket. I don't mind whether they bowl with a straight arm, whether they stand in the right way or hold the bat in an interesting way. That's not what I'm here to do. As long as they say, yeah, cricket, that's good, that's all I want.
I love playing cricket and thanks for teaching us. I don't want the cricket to end. Thank you for being such a great cricket teacher.
Well, welcome back. Session 2, day 1, Kent against Northamptonshire. Northants coming, it's been their morning, 141 for 1. They'll come back out with Emilio Gay on 54. Luke Proctor has 5. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the 1 wicket to fall in the morning. Caught by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 66. Kent searching for wickets. Northants won the toss if you're just joining us, and batted first here in the sunshine at Canterbury. I'm Matt Cole with Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton. I'm very glad to say that Ivan Thomas, Kent quick bowler, is with us as well. Difficult morning for Kent, Ivan. You've been in the dressing room at these times? Not many times, obviously, with Kent on only taking 1 wicket in the morning. But what does the captain say to you at this point, and what do you expect as a bowler? How do you recharge yourself looking for more wickets?
I think it's tough. Like you said, I think we've been searching a little bit for those poles, and that's sort of what you want to do in that first session of the first day. Is you really want to take 3 or 4 if you can, put yourself in a good place in the game. But having only taken 1, I think now it sort of consolidates stuff. You see Darren coming on here, and he's going to be the perfect sort of bowler to just try and dry stuff up. And you're going to look for them on this sort of pitch to make a mistake. It's about hitting your areas and just being really boring now.
It won't surprise you to know that Darren Stevens is the most economical of the Kent bowlers so far. And Emilio Gay pushes forward a little bit outside of the bat, runs to Tuanda Mayeye, backward point. So starts with none for 22 off 8 overs and 1 maiden. A couple of big lusty appeals in the first session from Vasconcelos, which went between bat and pad. In fact, another one which wrapped him on the pad, and Stevens was almost brought to his knees appealing for the 2 of those. But Vasconcelos has since gone, but the 1 wicket to fall. Northants are doing very well indeed. What looks like a pretty good batting strip. Defended by Gay into the offside. Just give you the field. So it's 2 slips alongside Ollie Robinson. Mayeye, as we said, at point. An extra cover mid-on, mid-off. There's mid-wicket Marcus O'Riordan there. Just forward of square, Nathan Gilchrist. You can tell that because he's standing alongside the square leg umpire.
Yeah, I think this sort of fielding setting shows you exactly how we're going to bowl here and exactly what's needed to happen, how flat this deck is.
Stevens wraps down the thigh pad, bit of bounce there. In what way? Explain what you mean.
Only 2 slips of Darren, who's only 8 overs in. That's quite a fresh Darren Stevens, so he'd be looking to nick people off. He'd want 3 slips in as much as possible. Having 2 catches in front of the wicket, I think, shows quite a lot that it's going to be flat and they're going to look to drive.
Gay certainly has during his innings. Actually, just clips that one off his pads, low to Gilchrist at square leg, and there's no run. So you're not wanting to be defensive at this point, obviously.
No, I think it's still a good attacking field. I think that close mid wicket with Marcus there, I think that's a wicket taking position. Having your extra cover in as well, sort of, is just showing that there's runs to be had and it's not going to nibble too much.
Stevens then bowls to Gay, gets on right on the front foot, does wrap him on the pad. There's an appeal 30 from second slip. I don't know about you, Ivan, but whenever I see the appeal starting at second slip, I tend to think that might not be the most convincing shout.
Well, I always started my appeals at final leg, so...
Good man. Always doing that for the team there. But yeah, that's Stevens not involved in that one. You can usually tell when Darren Stevens thinks he's got someone. He's not backward in coming forward with his appeals either. Bowlers just aren't, are they? Full-length delivery, back foot up in the air. Gay rather balletically drives that up to mid-on and to Miguel Cummins, who fields. No wickets for Cummins this morning. Just the one for Matt Quinn, in fact. Vasconcelos going. Decent delivery as well. That one just nicking off to the wicket-keeper, Ollie Robinson, off the bowling of Quinn. Stevens none for 22 for 9 overs 2 maidens. I was saying actually just before that, rather gratifyingly for me as a commentator, I felt that Quinn had bowled better perhaps than his figures suggested this morning. I thought he'd, what would you say, hit good areas, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's it. He's been aggressive, which is really good to see, especially at the back end of that session. A lot of bumpers there, really bringing the game, not letting them settle in. I think that's really important on this wicket, is that a batter can really get set. So you can see himself to 15, then he's going to be in on this track. So forcing him on that back foot and not allowing him to just sit on the front dog is really important here. And Quinn looks like he's bowled like that. He's bowled quick, a few short stuff, but also when he's pitched up, it's been a good area. I think there's not been enough on that top of off sort of line, and I think that may have been a little bit of a thing throughout this season for Kent so far.
Quinn bowling to Proctor. Looks like he's beaten him that one. He's played at that. Good lift as well off a length from Quinn through the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. And Danny Bell-Drummond turning to, certainly, probably unarguably, the best two of his attack from this morning, and the ones that started this morning as well. Captain tend to do that, do you think, to put on the most successful bowlers from the
You want to start with a lot of pressure on the batsman. You don't want to allow them to sort of a few loose balls, especially after when they might be not seen it quite as clearly as they were.
Proctor around the wicket to him. That's a great delivery. He's at the edge. They're celebrating. Umpire's not putting the finger up. And, well, Matt Quinn has hands on hips.
Tough on that.
Yeah.
Some in there.
Umpire Ramage at the far end is unmoved, I think it's fair to say, metaphorically and physically. But, yeah, he'd gone through his full celebration. I think it's fair to say, just running through the replay there. He's all the way down the pitch, is Matt Quinn, turning.
The classic celeb appeal there, I think. I mean, I'm giving that from here.
From the appeal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. As you'll know, if you've listened to us in the past, you may not know if you're just joining us. Northants fans will know, but we're not down the barrel here of the pitch. We're in a temporary commentary position down at third man to Luke Proctor, so hard to judge for us. Just looking at the replay, obviously we can't tell a nick either from the replay as it comes through. But you'll have your own opinions on that. There we go. You're talking a celebrity appeal. Are you saying perhaps it's a little bit theatrical? Is what you're saying?
I just think if you go out with a lot of confidence, if you don't look at the umpire, then you don't know it's not out. So you can continue giving it the big one.
There's definitely sides that appeal better than others, I would suggest.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with Lancashire, I have to say. They appeal with round the wicket to Proctor. Turned to the onside. Good heavy ball from Quinn, actually.
Surrey have always been quite a good appealing side.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's. I say that without any side. I mean, it is an art to a degree, I suppose. It's part of the gamesmanship.
It's definitely something you talk about in pre-season. It sounds ridiculous, but having a bit of an atmosphere out there, and even if the decision doesn't go your way, it's in the bat's head then thinking they think it's close, and was it closer than it was, and have they made a mistake, and then you're second guessing yourself already as a batter.
It feels intimidating, I suppose, to some degrees, doesn't it, when it's a sturdy appeal. But Quinn to Proctor, for whatever reason, that caught behind wasn't given. It's flicked down towards Darren Stevens at fine leg, and they'll take a single. And it's a first run after lunch, that one. 1:42 for 1 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton with Matt Colan. Former Kent Quick, Ivan Thomas with you at the moment. Andrew Radradders will be with us after 2 o'clock as well. But lovely sunshine here, and the crowd I know will be enjoying this, although it's all Kent supporters, so they'll be enjoying it a lot more if they take a couple more wickets. But just the opportunity to get out and watch first-class cricket in person, in the sunshine. Again, Quinn hitting the bat hard. There's no run to be taken. Riordan Fields at mid-wicket, end of the over. It's a maiden from Matt Quinn at 1 for 51, and that big appeal as well, turned down by umpire Ramage at the far end. And I mean, I'm not going to ask you to name names here, but I'm curious. Umpires that you felt perhaps were more susceptible to a good appeal, or are they pretty much won?
I don't want to dob anyone in.
Please don't name names. Actually, I don't want to lead you into that, or come out the other side with the lawyers.
I'm not playing anymore, so you know. But Keezy always used to pick his umpire.
Right.
And Darren has all the umpires stay in his house and get some free rounds of golf. So whether he's a good bowler or not, I'm not sure, but he knows how to play the game.
Stevens to Vasconcelos flicked down to fine leg. I didn't realise it's going to be Darren Stevens' lawyers we're going to be hearing for. That's 4 runs, 146 for 1. That's the voice of Ivan Thomas you heard there, libeling him terribly. But 9 for Proctor, 54 for Gay. And well, he's not a happy man now, Darren Stevens.
It's an interesting one
grumpy.
With the umpires that you can play on your reputation a lot, especially if you ever went from playing first team cricket down to league cricket, just down to club cricket. I got given so many more than I deserved.
Here's Stevens too. That's good. So there's all the trade secrets coming out in here. Blocked into the onside, and there's no run. You were playing Saturday, weren't you? I heard saw in the Kent Cricket Roundup.
Yeah,
right?
playing is a strong term for what
wickets.
happened to me. Yeah, a couple of poles. Again, they were very much, one would hit him on the pad and I'd have a word, say, whoa, that next one's going to be close then, and then up goes the finger on the next one.
Talking batsman out. It's all part of the game. It's Stevens again, left by Proctor outside the off stump, and there's no run. Was it Bexley-Beckenham?
Yeah.
I was going to say that's a proper derby, isn't it, for you boys?
Yeah, back to back. It's good. Yeah, Bexley's probably the club that I've hated since I was 14.
Oh right, crikey, we go that far.
I used to. Adam Riley and Adam Ball used to be. I hated that. They'd be faces on my dartboard when I was a kid, for sure.
Stevens then bowls to Proctor, blocks it out, no run, and then of course Kent teammates.
Then of course Kent teammates. It turns out they're the nicest blokes, and I got on with extremely well. But I tried for years to dislike them.
You did your best.
I did my best, but they won me round.
But still a big game, I suppose, for both teams, though, isn't it?
Yeah, huge, especially Beckenham, who are always high up in the league, and I think they won it the 2 years running.
Here's Stevens then to bowl to Proctor, left outside the off stump. For those who aren't conversant perhaps with Kent geography, and there'll be Northants listeners that scratching their heads perhaps, but I suppose northwest Kent, suburbs of London. It's,
that's it.
Bexley and Beckenham, but right next to each other, those two clubs. Pretty close geographically, put it that way. Proper geographical derby. KentCricket@gmail.com for all your emails, by the way. Do get in touch, love to hear from you. Stevens wraps him on the pad. Bit of a late appeal from Stevens. Wicketkeeper up first. Got quite well forward there, Proctor. Not the tallest man, though. Hard to call from here, I think it's fair to say, from long on.
Yeah, I think so.
But not the most convincing appeal if we're talking about peels. But yeah, KentCricket@gmail.com. Love to have your company. Do pick Ivan's brains. Ivan Thomas with us at the moment, or at BBC Kent Sport, at Old Man Rad with a double D, R-A-D-D. Of course, he's being tremendously self-deprecating, Andrew, because he's a very young man. He's sporting his festival wristband today. You're very much used to that. He's attached it to his cricket pass. There we go. It's very sensible too. So it's going to be Quinn to continue from the Nackington Road end, coming down this slight slope. There's a camber two ways at Canterbury. If you're not conversant with the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, it slopes away from the left-handed Gay as well, who defends it, no run.
In the last, couple of years, from my memory of playing, I think we have always struggled against left-handers, and it's one of those things statistically you always looked at and you had in the back of your head that maybe we struggled against left-handers. So whether that's something that's happening this year or something we're struggling with at the moment, it may be the slope, it may be something, but we tend to, as half our games are here, tend to have struggled against left-handers throughout the year. So get a couple of the poles of the lefties out, and then the game might change a little bit there.
That's interesting. As Quinn's come round the wicket to Gay, bouncer actually hurries him into a duck there. It's a decent bumper, that one, through the wicket-keeper, no run. Northants 146 for 1, by the way. Gay 54, Proctor 9 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton. You see, as a complete layman, I'd be thinking, well, could Quinn use the slope right to left here to take the ball away from the left-hander bowling over the wicket, or is it more difficult to control because of that?
No, I think he can. I think it very much depends on the bowler. Like Podmore loves coming that way, and he gets great angle across, and that's probably where he's really dangerous, nipping it down the hill.
As Quinn bowls to Gay once more, defends it, no run.
But then there'll be someone like Grant Stewart who swings it, who might want to try and bring it back up the slope and nip it away, and I think coming over sort of brings out the LBW a sort of option from you, whereas coming round still brings that into contention, especially with the slope. It's never really going to go down leg side unless you bowl a bad ball. So it really depends on how you're looking to get the batter out, and at the moment Quinn coming round looks really good. That short ball's going into sort of that right armpit, and he's got him in some interesting positions with that short ball.
Yes, Matt Quinn, 1 for 51, the one wicket taker for Kent so far. Northants Day, having won the toss and elected a bat first. Back up the strip again from Amelia Gay. He's been very patient. 54 from 82 now, with Proctor on 9. And we're looking around some of the scores of the other games. Northampton out batting everyone, and Andrew was pointing out this morning, Ivan, that the run rate, it's still at 4.5, and they've been fairly, comparatively slow after lunch. They've been rattling along here. Suggests, I'll bring you in just a second actually, Quinn's coming around the wicket to Emilio Gay once more, and it just drops it in the onside. They take a quick run as well. O'Riordan comes in for mid-wicket, but always the intention. Good backing up from Proctor. 1-4-7-4-1. So yeah, rattling along suggests it's a pretty good strip for batting on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like we said earlier, the areas we've bowled maybe not quite straight enough for this pitch. You want to sort of forcing them to play straight down the wicket here. There's been a few sort of leg side, square of the wicket, which races away here and down the hill. So yeah, maybe not quite the best bowling, but also the conditions are in the favour of the batting team.
So Quinn coming down the slope from the Nackington Road end to Proctor. Just check drive into the offside. Doesn't put too much force behind it. Denley Fields in the covers, and there is no run. 1-4-7-1 at the end of the over. Run rate, yeah, still around about 4.5. Steve's been in touch. kencricket@gmail.com. Great to have your company. Northampton supporter, I'm assuming, from your email. So it's very disappointing that we have a double header of county second 11 T20 matches at Wantage Road against Worcestershire. Second 11 tomorrow. Still being played behind closed doors, bearing in mind how many turn up for second 11 matches. Often seen some cracking games in T20, the T20 second 11 tournament. Thanks for that, Steve. I think understandably the county's being very careful about all the protocols at the moment in terms of mixing players with supporters as well. We're still in... I'm not sure they're bubbles here, but certainly in areas of the ground that we have to keep to at the moment to keep the players and the media and supporters separate. This one's defending the offside and no run, but understand your disappointment, Steve. It's it's a great pleasure and a privilege for us to watch cricket across the summer. We know how much supporters miss it when you're not able to get here and haven't been able to over the past 18 months. And thank goodness we got some fair weather now for people to come out and watch the wonderful summer game. Here's Stevens to who's just got the edge there. Gazy pushes forward, but it's gone safe, backward a square. Miayo Fields, I mentioned they do come through for 2, but Stevens still still using his craft there. Just for a moment, Gay didn't know where that had gone.
Yeah, I think that this is somewhere Steve is going to be really good at, and it could be a huge part of this game, as he is almost every game. But it's just going to be that boring side. If they're scoring quick from the other end, there could be the loose shot they play at this end, just thinking that they can put their hand through anything. And Steve-O, that's where he strikes. Is probably it's most of the time, but when you're not ready for it and you think you're comfortable, Steve-O's probably his most threatening.
Shining the ball on his thigh of his whites now. Trundles in, bowls to Gay, forward defensive, no run. It's up to Miguel Cummins. Just the 2 slips in behind Emilio Gay now. Not sure if he's a cricketer who would have come across. He's quite in the early stages of his career now, Emilio Gay, isn't he? Just played a handful of first-class games.
Yeah, new name to me.
It's just his 8th first-class game here. Not Canterbury, in total, I mean. This is through the wicketkeeper left. Coming back at him slightly, Gay, but leaves it with confidence. It's his second first-class 50. Tall opening batsman. Bowls a bit as well.
What does he bowl?
Bowls a bit of medium pace, I think. I'm right in saying. Andrew's going to tell me off in a second. Yeah, a bit of medium pace. I think actually his wicket came against Kent this season. Here's Stevens bowling Gay outside the off stump. I'm going to check my scorecards now. Yes, indeed, he got Jack Leaning. There we are in the first innings of the season. Caught behind for 79. So yeah, was a bit of right medium. Left-hander though. A lot of the great players bowl right, bat left, I find. And a lot of really terrible ones as well. But here's Stevens through to wicketkeeper, grubs along the ground. And definitely keep low, and that one's on the end of the fingers for Ollie Robinson, and you can tell he's in pain there. wicketkeepers don't like to. He's a bit like batsmen, aren't they? Don't like to show pain very much normally, do they?
I feel like they show more than there
You
is
think?
sometimes.
Oh, they're
they
a
like
bit of histrionics.
Like the attention, wicket keepers. It's always them. It's always about them.
I suppose. I mean, there's usually a lot of noise around wicket keepers, aren't there? So they do have to. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Ivan Thomas says he's putting that one on. We shouldn't worry about it. But
they've not bowled. You see, they don't know what real pain is. Getting one in the ditch isn't too bad.
I mean, it is I've said this a number of times, but it is a tremendously unnatural thing to be doing bowling, isn't it? As a repetitive, repetitive action. Yeah, and obviously you know it's taken toll on you from your career in professional cricket, but
it makes the day pass though. I can't imagine being an opening batter and having to field a full day and then having to go and bat.
It's Quinn then to Proctor, runs it down through the vacant third man area, and Mia's after it. He's sprinting, he won't get there. And it'll go for 4, and Proctor moves on to 13, and Northamptonshire have 150 up, then 153 for 1. They're bossing the day. It's Proctor's third 4, and 153 for 1. Great work so far from Northamptonshire, albeit on a good batting wicket. They've made Kent pay in this one. I mean, that's one. I suppose what you're saying, the balance between batting and bowling is one of the fascinating things about cricket, isn't it? Because I mean, if you're an opening batsman, say you nick off first ball, you could be doing nothing until your second innings. It's here's Quinn. Has Proctor's flicked it off his pads, or has it just clipped the pad on its way down the leg side? No, it's taken some bat. Proctor consecutive 4s then. He moves on to 17 and 157 for 1.
Yeah, we've had some dark days in the 2s. Again, I don't want to call him out, but Fabian, who I'm sure is going to be here in the next couple of days.
He is indeed, yes. Yeah, we'll have his pleasure of his company tomorrow.
Yeah, we played a second team game at Polo Farm, and I think he got first baller. Then we followed on, he got another first baller and didn't bowl. And I remember him packing his car up, and I was driving off very quietly, and I'm thinking, it's not a good day at the office, that one.
It's a long time to be left with your thoughts, isn't it? Almost, if you're not having a good couple of days. This defended by Proctor into the onside, no run, no Reardon Fields, and obviously now you have to be, I mean, mentally you have to. We know it takes toll on cricketers as it does with other sports as well, but you have to be mentally very strong in those situations too.
I think he'd got a double 100 the game before as well, so it's a roller coaster, that is for sure.
The great leveller cricket, isn't it? We're talking to Zach Crawley early in this season, and actually as he came into the first game, and as Quinn bowls, this is run down through third man again by Proctor. He's found that gap very deliberately, takes 2, 159 for 1. Just about to an update for BBC Radio Kemp. But I was saying, doesn't it make your head spin, because you've got this double 100 for England, and then you've been out to the subcontinent, and he said, yeah, but cricket has a way of keeping you very level-headed. He said, double century against Pakistan, then can't hit a ball against India is basically how he described it. So
that sounds quite modest, which is surprising for Zach.
I've always found him very self-conscious. So there we go. You know him better than I do. There's the face he shows the press. So 159 for 1. 2 balls to go this over from Matt Quinn. He's gone for 10 already. Proctor has picked him through third man a couple of times during this over. 2 slips behind, and a couple of steps down the pitch. Defends that to back to the bowler, and there's no run. They could do with a wicket. I've been saying that all day. Northamptonshire won the toss here at Canterbury, batted first, and have made hay in the sunshine, to coin a phrase. They're 159 for 1. The 1 wicket to fall for Kent in the first session. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who already had 66, with the Northampton on 135 for none at that stage, caught behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn, who's bowling right at the moment. His figures 1 for 62 at the moment don't really reflect how good he's been. Darren Stevens at the other end, probably the pick of Kent's bowlers, but it's been Northants' day here. Kent still looking for their first victory in the county championship. It's going to be a long way back if the first session and a bit of this are anything to go by so far. On a good batting strip in the sunshine, Northamptonshire 160 for 1, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Staying dry, plenty of sunshine, says Will Roffey on our news bulletins on BBC Radio Kent. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. If not great for Kent. Bit of a sanitisation break here, a drinks break. These have got quicker and quicker, Ivan. I remember all the way back to last year when we first had these sanitisation breaks and they called it, the hand sanitizer came out, the hand gel or whatever. It took a good 4 or 5 minutes, it seems, and now it's 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a real odd
man
one
on and off
to play with, actually. I mean, I think the first game we played, we didn't have one in the whole of the first session because we just forgot, because we were just back into the old way of doing it.
Yeah.
And then you remember to do it, and then you might be at fine leg and you've got to run all the way up, and yeah, it seems quite smooth now.
You've got it as a well-oiled machine. Stevens now bowling to Proctor. Down defends it. He's taking a step down the pitch as well, and there's no run. And I think so. Players, you don't have to. You were doing a sort of elaborate, what was it, ankle-to-ankle celebration or touching boots last, which looks like some sort of elaborate Irish dancing when you were doing it, celebrating.
Something you've got to practice first,
yeah.
Otherwise there's injuries left, right and centre.
I was going to say,
studs down the shins.
I'd be over in no time. Here's Stevens bowling to Proctor, turned off his pads to square leg, and there's no run. Stevens just having a little look at the batsman before he turns round back to his mark. Is he a chatter to batsman, Darren Stevens? He quite often gives them a look when he doesn't like something or thinks he's got them close. But
he's a smiler.
Right.
He's that smile of, I know how I'm going to get you here, which is intimidating from Darren. Not because he's going to hit you in the head, but because he's going to hit you in the front pad, probably.
Stevens then bowling to Proctor. Defends that, and there's no run into the offside once again. I can understand that. So it is more of a look and a smile than a,
Yeah, it's like I've noticed something that you may not realise here. And it's like, oh no. Oh no, I'm nicking the next one.
Unnerving.
Yeah.
Certainly. He takes the ball once more, but it's definitely Northants holding sway today for all the compliments for Darren Stevens' career so far. Oh, it's come back at him a mile through to wicket-keeper Robinson. I suppose some of that movement is when it's gone past the stumps, but still showing he's moving the ball around.
Yeah, gone with a slope a bit, that one, which is good as well. And the sound of the slips, that must have been tight.
Yeah, there was a yelp from Messrs Cox and Leaning, sharing that massive partnership against Sussex. So we found out over the close season they are close off the field as well.
They
are. Two of them.
Yeah, they are big gamers.
Yeah, this is Stevens bowling to Proctor, turned off his pads. That'll be a single down to long leg. In fact, Jack Leaning, I think we spoke to him. Fortunately, from what he said, fairly early in the winter, he said, "Oh, thanks for sparing time." He said, "Oh, it's good to get off Call of Duty for half an hour."
Yeah,
because apparently he's worse than Jordan Cox. The two of them play together, but
yeah, I think him, Billings, Coxey, they are on like these. So they got the headphones on with the mics, and they're proper, all separate screens, all in the same room, sort of thing. Very social.
Very social. I suppose it is social. During a lockdown, it is social, isn't it? I suppose as sociable as you could be. Stevens then over the wicket to Emilio Gay, defends it, and that'll be the end of the over. I think Gay batted really well, 57 from 90. Proctor unfussy, as Andrew Radd more or less described him this morning. Perhaps not the best looking batsman in the world, but there he is, 21 from 37, and his side at 161 for 1. Ricardo Vasconcelos went for 66 earlier in the day. I will hand you over to the good attentions of Andrew Radd and Ivan Thomas for the next few minutes with Northants 161 for 1. I think we're about to do the microphone fandango, so a few words from Ivan Thomas while we do. That's probably the best thing to do, isn't it, Ivan? You've got your captain's hat on here.
Here it goes. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one here. Struggling a little bit to not leak runs as Quinn comes in and bowls round the wicket. Good length, probably on top and middle there, just blocked away into mid-wicket. Yeah, DVD needs to find something from somewhere here, just to sort of dry it up a little bit, whether it's fielding positions or a change of bowling, maybe a little bit of spin to try to get through some overs and put a bit of pressure back on Northants.
You passed the audition, Ivan. Excellent. Good stuff.
A whole ball on my own.
That's right. While we were just sorting out the microphones, which we've now done, and that goes off and lie down somewhere in a darkened room. Have an attendant to mop his fevered brow. And what a glorious afternoon this is. Couple of slips in place. It's, members of the Northamptonshire coaching staff having a wander around the boundary, looking for an ice cream van that I don't think is there. Here's Quinn in again, bowls, and that just wraps Proctor high up on the thigh pad, drops down on the offside, and there's no run. 161 for 1 Northamptonshire, Proctor on 21, Gay on 57. Ivan, I wonder in particular for Northamptonshire listeners, just talk a little bit about the geography of this ground and bowling here at Canterbury, because we just come back from 4 days down at Hove where the slope is very obvious. You've got a 14-foot drop, as you know, from one side of the ground to the other.
Yeah,
but it's actually a hill, downhill. We'll just watch this ball from Matt Quinn. He's bowling round the wicket again to Proctor. He's just squared up that one. It comes off a leading edge safely enough along the ground, and it goes up to mid-off where it's fielded by Bell Drummond, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of setup to Sussex, except it's sideways. The wicket runs sideways down the hill. You also have a little bit of slope that's less obvious to the eye, bowling from the top end, where Quinn is bowling from now. So as you're bowling from the end Quinn's charging in from, everything's falling away from the slope. So you tend to head towards, as a right hand, you tend towards their leg side, or as the left-hander Proctor's in here, you tend to sort of slip away to his offside. So,
and that's short from Matt Quinn, and Proctor ducks underneath it, and there's no run.
So you're always battling against the slope, which is quite tough to sort of be consistent from that end. And the guys who have always been high in the column, someone like Darren Stevens, are the people who tend to bowl everywhere very, very well. Where you tend to pick an end here is where you want to bowl.
Right, yeah.
From this end, you sort of helps with that natural away shape of most right-hand bowlers as you're going with the slopes. That's why Darren last over was sort of swinging it into left-hand, and it helps him there.
Here's Quinn in again. Bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And I think from the top end again, where Quinn's bowling, there's a slope coming down the hill as well as across, which is tough. Again, you're not battling just sideways, but you're battling against either charging down the hill and sort of getting carried away, or charging up the hill into the wind and sort of battling. So it's two very different disciplines from each end, and you've got to almost pick as a captain: am I going to attack from this end and defend from this end, and how are we going to play this?
Quinn in again, bowls to Proctor, who's on the front foot this time, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by Quinn on the bounce and his follow through, and another tidy over from him. Maiden over, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 63. But Northamptonshire still going along nicely at 161 for 1. So actually, yes, there's almost like two conflicting slopes on the ground. It must take a while to get used to bowling here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the ones that in training you've really got to go from both ends throughout the week.
Yeah.
And you've really got to practice and just sort of find where your natural length is, because it changes from end to end, and sort of understand where a too straight is. Too straight from one end is going to be too wide from another end.
Yes.
So, and again, left to right handers coming round and over, you've really got to know your game here. And it probably helps playing half your games here.
Here's Darren Stevens starting another over, who's played a lot of games everywhere outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay just runs that down to second slip, and there's no run. I have to say, since lunch, Ivan, it strikes me that Kent have dried this up quite well. We've had, what, 25 minutes rather, since lunch, and Northamptonshire have scored, what, just 20 runs, and the scoring rate that was up at 5.2 just before lunch is now down to 4.5. Stevens in again, and bowls to Emilio Gay, who's again just slightly turned round by that one. It just plays it back down the pitch, and Stevens stops it in his follow through, already into his 13th over.
I'm sure that's something that they've spoken about at lunch, about just sort of drying it up here, and that's sort of where the wicket's going to come from on this pitch. It's sort of forcing them to make a mistake, as it's looking flat, it's looking like a front foot bully track, and that's sort of where it's going to happen, is someone pushing at one that they really shouldn't.
Here's Stevens in again, bowls from this pavilion end, and this time Emilio Gay solidly in behind that, plays it up again to the bowler himself, who fields, and there's no run. Yes, Emilio Gay. First, have you seen him? You're saying you've obviously were involved with some of these second team games when Northamptonshire and Kent have had a combined match. Have you had a chance to see much of Emilio Gay?
I've not played in those games for the last 4 or so years, so
right.
I've not seen a lot of him.
That ball finds him again on the front foot and playing up on the onside of the pitch.
Looks like he shapes up really well though, and sort of knows his game.
Yeah, he's obviously hasn't played an awful lot of championship cricket so far, but he's very keen to make it in red ball cricket. He doesn't feel he's particularly a white ball player. He thinks he wants to play Test cricket. Basically, that's his ambition. Well, yeah, it's a decent ambition to have, I think. Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Gave, flicks that one down the leg sides, dived away to his right by Ollie Robinson, doesn't manage to gather in the gloves, but there was no bat on it, and no damage done, no run. No, and I was actually before lunch that I think they've got a net in the garden, and the rumour had it that he was buying as Christmas presents the old sidearm, throwing arm, so that different members of the family could come and give him a bit of a back garden. Have you gone down that route at all, Ivan?
Oh, I don't have a garden big enough.
It's Stevens in again, bowls to Gave, just runs that down in the general direction of second slip.
The last person I know who's got a wicket in their back garden is Zach Crawley, and he's now playing Test cricket.
Well, I was
so
going to say, he hasn't done too badly for him. No, absolutely. So end of the over, another maiden for Stevens. Greeted with a warm ripple from the adoring Kent faithful. 13 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 29 for Darren Stevens, and Northamptonshire 161 for 1. One problem with having a county with a long name is that it doesn't actually all fit on the scoreboard. So at the moment it's not actually Northamptonshire, it's Northamptonshire. I don't want anybody else completing that. Proctor is 21, Gay is 57, 161 for 1. Man out, if you're just joining us, is Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was caught behind by Ollie Robinson off Matt Quinn this morning for 66. And Darren Robinson just coming off the field for a towel down or a change of boot or something, as Quinn starts fresh over with a short ball blowing round the wicket again to Proctor, who ducks underneath it.
Darren is very much a sort of mid-game shower.
Right.
Mid-game shower gets him a wicket, I think.
Well, he must have spent an awful lot of time under the shower this year. 19 championship wickets, and I have to say the spell that he bowled up at Northampton on I think it was the second or third morning was an absolute masterclass. He again could easily have had 3 or 4 wickets. Quinn again round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who's playing that back down the pitch, just runs up to mid-on, and there's no run. Bit of breeze this afternoon. Now it's coming, just trying to work out which way the breeze is coming. It's probably going to help. It's coming pretty much from our right to left, isn't it, I think?
Let's look at.
I'm looking at the very large flags at the far side of the ground that are advertising the bar.
That's the normal way it comes. Yeah. It tends, if it goes the other way, you got a big rainstorm, end of the world coming.
Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Proctor. That's a really good take by Ollie Robinson, diving away to his right. Could easily have been byes there. There's that one that strayed away down the leg side. So a really good bit of keeping by Ollie Robinson, who takes the applause from Jordan Cox standing next to him at first slip and gives a gracious acknowledgement of the applause. But that was an excellent bit of keeping. Yes, it was a bit like during the when Kent played at Northampton, and Matt and I were sharing commentary at the start of the season, and usually again that the weather comes from a particular side of the ground at Wantage Road. It's Quinn in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Proctor just lets it go through to Robinson, and there's no run. And usually it comes from over the town, over the express lift town next to Franklin's Gardens, the rugby ground. And on this occasion it came in from the east, from the other side of the ground. And I was saying to Matt, having been watching cricket at Northampton for nearly 50 years, I don't think I've ever seen it come from that direction. And the difference was it snowed. when the precipitation arrived, it was snow, so that probably explains it. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Proctor again, shapes to play it down the leg side. Quinn just losing his line a wee bit in the last few deliveries. That's gone down the leg side. Again, a good take from Robinson, good footwork.
That's a clear sign of the sort of slope there, is that he's really battling against falling away from his line of delivery and trying to force it across, and it's just going up the hill and just down the leg side. And it's just one of the problems with this ground. And it's not just the bowling that's tough here, it's also the batting. It's always getting balance at the crease, and easier on a flat deck, like we said today.
Here's Quinn in again, bowls, and that's driven away nicely through the covers by Luke Proctor, who's running out towards the boundary, but he's going to get a couple of runs. It's chased back towards the fence by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and they come through for a couple. So 2 more to Proctor, who goes up to 23, and Northamptonshire to 163 for 1 at the end of the over. Proctor is 23, Gay's 57. He seems to have been stuck on 57 for a while. And Matt Quinn now 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 65. And I suppose, Ivan, that's one of the joys of county cricket. It's you go around the circuit, you play on so many different grounds, you have to adapt, you have to know. That's why I asked you the question about the slow, because it's different here to almost anywhere else in the country. And it's just one of the fascinating little threads about becoming a county cricketer and a first-class cricketer in this country, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think the real change between the test playing grounds and the grounds that are sort of your smaller county grounds, someone like Leicester and Derby and I suppose Kent here, is that it's 2 different games, and the different bowlers really excel on those different pitches. Like you see, imagine Cummins would be crying out to play on somewhere like Lancashire's ground,
yes,
or the Oval, somewhere that's really got pace and bounce, whereas the sort of smaller county grounds, a little grassy, a little slower, don't really suit his style of bowling. So maybe that's why he excelled so well at Lords, and he did really well for Middlesex, and he's found it a little tougher this season.
Well, we're going to see spin for the first time today. Marcus O'Riordan coming in to bowl his off spin from this pavilion end, bowling round the wicket. Give you the field in a minute. It starts off with a full toss that's clubbed away through mid-wicket, and Emilio Gay is going to get a single, but he'll feel he probably missed out a bit there. He had pretty much the whole of the onside to hit it into.
That's one of those classic ones that he suddenly gets a pole off a full toss, chest high, first ball.
Goes and paddles it down to deep square, but he didn't. He got a single. 58 to Gay and 164 for 1. And O'Riordan already back at his mark, bowling to Proctor, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. The field, there's a slip, backward point, short extra covers are on the drive, and then an extra cover just a wee bit wider. Mid-off, fairly deep, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square on the boundary, and a man on the 45 saving 1 on the onside. And Proctor this time just playing it off the outer portion of the bat, down towards backward point, and they're able to come through for a single. 1 more to Proctor, 24 to him. And Northamptonshire up to 165 for 1. I haven't seen a lot of Marcus O'Riordan. Big spinner of the ball, or?
You can do. There's potential to spin. Probably not so much on a pitch like this.
There's O'Riordan in again. Good bowls at a decent pace, and that's driven back to the bowler, who stops well off his own bowling, parries it away.
He's a wily bowler. He'll work a batter out, and he'll change a pace is really good. And like we just seen, he's a great fielder off his own bowling.
Yeah, it's a good stop. Save runs for sure. As O'Riordan again round the wicket, bowls to Gaze on the back foot this time. Just drops it down almost into the crease next to him. And Ollie Robinson comes round from behind the stumps to field. So it's taken us, into 20 past 2 on the first day to see some spin. And that ball's worked away into the onside by Emilio Gay, just behind square. Alan Ramage skips out of the way. And they come through for an easy single. 1 more to Gay, and he pinches the bowling as well. 59 to him, 24 to Proctor. And Northamptonshire 166 for 1. Talking about those second team games, and also the query that we had about the why spectators aren't allowed into second 11 matches. I think the reason, and I think it was Steve who sent the message through, the reason, as I understand it, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, is that under the rules as they are at the moment, counties would have to staff a second team game exactly as the same as they would have to steward a first team game. And obviously here we've got about 1,000 people in. It may well be that you only have the proverbial 3 men and a dog in for a second team match, but the counties would still have to staff it at the same level, and that's why it simply isn't.
That makes a lot of sense.
It simply isn't a goer. So that, I think, is the explanation. But as I say, I'm sure if I've got that wrong, somebody will tell me. But as I say, we did query it because it was one that was raised before. And then imagine how frustrating it is if you want to go and watch the seconds. I know a lot of people in all counties very much enjoy watching second team cricket and running the rule over some of the new players and the academy players coming through, and they can go down the pub now they're allowed to and say I saw such and such and have a chat about it. But hopefully it won't be too much longer before that will change. We'll have a change of bowling at the far end, at the Nackington Road end, and it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist coming back into the attack to bowl his 6th over. 5 overs no wicket for 28 this morning, and he's going to be bowling to Emilio Gay with 2 slips in, and Gay immediately just runs it wide of second slip for 4. Clever stroke by Emilio Gay. I think that was a deliberate steer. See what Ivan thinks about it. It's 4 onto the total anyway. 63 to Gay, and Northamptonshire 170 for 1.
Yeah, it looked like he guided that through, went through third slip, so risky option there with 2 slips in, but yeah, he's got it very fine, just past third man for 4.
It looked like a guide rather than an edge to me anyway.
Yeah,
so we're
controlled.
not completely behind the line here, but yeah, as you say, a slightly risky option, but in the end, safe enough, and he picks up 4 runs for it. There is a third man. There's also a deep backward point and 2 slips in place as Gilchrist comes again over the wicket, bowls to Gay, just plays that behind square towards backward point. They've come through for 1 quickly. They're coming through for 2, and it's Maye's throw, and it's a very good throw. And Ollie Robinson takes it well and demolishes the stumps, but Emilio Gay quick behind the stumps, and they're quick between the wickets rather, and they're able to come through for 2 runs. 2 more to Gay, 65 to him, 172 for 1. Very much looking forward to seeing Tawanda Maye bat. I haven't seen him bat before. I think this is only his second first-class match, but comes with a big reputation.
Yeah, I've heard some great things from the lads. I think, again, another player who had a lot of interest from around the country, and the sort of youngster you really want in your side, and a lot of potential.
Well, he's just coming in now from the backward point boundary into an orthodox backward point as Gilchrist bowls to Gay, and he is in business straight away as Gay plays it down to backward point. And there's no run. Grant Stewart is doing a sterling job in his fetching high-vis tabard, wandering around with the drinks bottles.
I think the field at the moment shows quite clearly how flat this track is again, with a third man and a fine leg and a deep square. Shows its singles are quite... Oof.
Well, that's a good ball from Nathan. Where's that come from? From Nathan Gilchrist. All of a sudden, bowled an absolute jaffer that I would imagine just left the left-hander and certainly bounced. And yeah, Emilio Gay's making a gesture to show to the rest of the ground that it did indeed move away. But that was a beautiful delivery from Gilchrist out of nothing.
He could have waited until I hadn't just said the track was really flat and not doing anything.
He heard you making a liar of you.
Yeah.
It was a good ball from Gilchrist. Here's the follow-up, and it's again a short of a length ball. And Gay, who's a tall young man, is on the back foot and just plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run there. Yes, it's certainly giving the bowlers a little bit of protection. I have to say, it was one thing I was very impressed with. Ivan, down at Hove in the previous match that Northamptonshire played, with so many young seamers that Sussex have got at the moment. I thought Ben Brown protected them well. Here's Gilchrist in again, bowls down the leg side, and Emilio Gay frustrated because he thought if I can just get something on it, I'm going to get 4, but he didn't get anything on it. It went into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, and that's the end of Gilchrist's over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34, 172 for 1. And I think we're going to see some more spin from Marcus O'Riordan as the microphone fandango continues. And Matt Cole will be moving in place of Ivan Thomas. Great to chat, Ivan, and look forward to doing so again a wee bit later. Certainly for the masterclass on the geography of this St Lawrence ground, which I say in particular, I think Northamptonshire supporters will be very interested to hear about.
Yeah, I think Kent supporters, well, I'm sure Kent supporters as well, because it's the mysteries of how the players deal with it. We can see what's out there, but day to day, having to, I was going to use that phrase, execute your skills.
Oh, very nice.
There we go.
Maybe I'll make a note of that and use that for later. It's very good.
I'm going into coaching any second now. As O'Riordan is round the wicket then to Proctor, pushing forward on this one. It runs slowly to Jack Leaning at mid-wicket.
I can tell you further to what we were saying about the whole second 11 thing. We were discussing
Yes.
I've had a note from the Northamptonshire comms team, which I'll share with you in a moment.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd overheard what you were saying before. And, this one's just dabbing forward, Proctor, and just a little bit behind his pads there, I thought, actually. Just an inside edge, but he didn't look too alarmed.
Well, unusually, I think I got it right. That is the reason. They were saying, I'll come back to it after reading.
Yes, round the wicket. Proctor moves forward, lets it go through to Ollie Robinson.
He was saying, for example, that Lancashire's second 11 game, they had spectators in for. They had one at Old Trafford, didn't they? They had 36 stewards for 25 spectators.
Crikey. Okay, this is O'Riordan, full toss, dealt with by Proctor, loose ball and behind square for 4. On the leg side, just paddles it round there really. And he moves on to 32, or have they already got that one? 176 for 1 anyway, 28 for Proctor, 65 game.
He got away with that full toss first ball, but not with that one. But Northamptonshire was saying that the intention is to stream both of the T20 second 11 games from the ground tomorrow, so it will be available to watch if you want to watch that one.
So Reardon's round the wicket then to Proctor. Again, flick of the wrist, shout from the wicket keeper, who loved that delivery, Ollie Robinson, but it ends up square of the wicket with a fielding from Matt Quinn. So they need that amount of stewarding. Is that to keep spectators away from?
It is. It's all to do with the with the rules as they are at the moment.
Sure. This is a Reardon flatter delivery, quicker as well. Gay tries to get on the front foot, pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. 177 for 1. I mean, it sounds almost draconian when I'm saying it. You need to keep spectators away from the players. You wouldn't expect people to interfere with the play, but it's to make sure, isn't it, that this game keeps going. This game of cricket, professional cricket.
That's absolutely right, and that I think is the reason. It may well be, of course, that as the hopefully that the roadmap is unfolded a bit further, and we're able to do other things. Maybe that will change, but that's why we are in the situation at the moment. And as I say, that's I was pretty sure that we had asked that question before, and but that I think is the explanation. It's simply that. Because it's a professional game and it's played under the auspices of the county and under the auspices of ECB, then it would have to be stewarded the same as a first-class match. Here's Nathan Gilchrist starting a fresh over from the far end, the Nackington Road end, and immediately Luke Proctor just running it down wide of the slip cordon, guiding it down there to third man, and picks up another single, goes up to 30. And Northamptonshire to 178 for 1. Like I say, Reardon fielding down in front of us. There's a few laps going on from this afternoon among the Northamptonshire coaching staff. I think that's John Sadler, the assistant coach, and physio. Barry Houdrian is having a wander round. I think they're about the third lap of the afternoon. Here's Gilchrist in again, bowls to Gay down the leg side. And Gay doesn't make contact, goes through to Ollie Robinson.
Explains why they're down on one knee there, absolutely knackered.
Well, I thought they were, presuming they must be doing it to get the steps up. Must mention actually, Barry Goodrian has been with Northamptonshire for nearly 20 years, announcing, I think earlier this week, that this will be his last season with the club. He's going to be moving elsewhere in the country with the family, so it will be a sad loss. And this ball driven by Emilio Gay without any timing goes up to Bell Drummond at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, he's been a real fixture around the club for, I think it's 19 years he's done. So he's always going to see out this season, and then they'll be moving out of the area. I'm sure he won't be a stranger, and hopefully we'll still be able to see him. But super chap, very good at his job, very approachable, and he'll be much missed. Here's Gilchrist in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, short of a length, and Gay plays that well, just uses his height, turns it down to fine leg, and he's going to pick up 4 runs, signalled by umpire Ian Ramage to the scorers who are sitting down to our left, and takes Gay up to 69 and Northamptonshire to 182 for 1.
Oh, so update just coming, so I shall butt in here.
Yes, go on.
A couple of questions about the St Lawrence Ground tree on Twitter. Well, I'll get to those in just a second. There's good news and bad news about that.
Oh, right.
That's what they call a teaser in radio, isn't it? Tell you more after this break. But here is Gilchrist then bowling to Gay. Straight drive.
Oh, what a beautiful stroke.
Elbow high, all timing, back past the bowler. Gilchrist, well, didn't have time to react. It's flown past him along the floor. 4 runs, 50 partnership up, and Emilio Gay's got 20 of those with a very attractive 4.
It's about the 3rd boundary he's taken through that area, and they look very, very good.
Lovely, lovely shot. Beautiful sunshine here, Erica. What a day to watch cricket. Only not going particularly well for Kent, so the supporters that are here have watched Northamptonshire rack up at the moment 186 for 1. The visitors won the toss here and elected to bat. That looks like a very good decision, and they've made all sorts of ground from it as well. Emilio Gay, 74 not out, the young opening batsman, closing in on his career high score. Luke Proctor has 30, 1 wicket to fall. Ricardo Vasconcelos looked excellent this morning on his way to 100, but was caught behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 66. Kent have tried everything, 5 bowlers used so far, but on a batting-friendly pitch here, it's Northamptonshire making hay in the sunshine. I promise that's the last time I'm going to use that pun. 187 for 1 Northants. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, it's a sort of pun. It's a turn of phrase. I've used it enough. Proctor 30, Gay 74, end of the over.
I think it's with the third boundary he's hit through there, and
Yeah.
when he uses his height, and as you say, just gets the elbow high and hits through it, he looks a high quality player, doesn't he? And here's Marcus O'Riordan. He's going to start a fresh over, bowling round the wicket to the aforementioned Emilio Gay, who this starts a bit of trying to be a little bit cute, gave himself room, tried to run it down past slip, didn't time it, went on the bounce to slip. I think there are probably other ways of playing that delivery that he might reflect on, I think, is a better options. Round the wicket comes O'Riordan again, and this time Gay is forward defensive, drops it down on the onside. So what's the good news and bad news? What are you going to give us first?
Well, historically, so Andrew sadly says, I haven't been to visit the St Lawrence ground for about 30 years. Looks lovely today, but when did the tree go, he says.
Is O'Riordan in again, bowls to Emilio Gay. That's a good ball, and it just held its line, and Gay's just turned round, squared up a little bit by that when it went off a leading edge out into the offside. Not in the air, thankfully, for Emilio Gay. There is a man in there at short extra cover on the drive. Comes down the pitch this time and smashes that over long on for 6. First 6 of the match. And Emilio Gay coming early there, came down the pitch, hit through it. And I was just looking to see if it was going to just about cross the rope, which it probably went over by about a yard and a half. And it takes Emilio Gay to 80, and that's his highest score in first-class cricket, beating his unbeaten 77 against Glamorgan last year. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, ball needless to say, just finds the small opening down there between the Colin Cowdery stand and the Frank Woolley stand, and he's had to chase that into the car park to get the ball back. Heaven knows what state it's in now. Marcus O'Riordan's just giving it a good old polish.
Running repairs.
Yeah, 193 for 1. O'Riordan and again bowls to Gay, who's forward defensive, pushes it back down the pitch, fielded by O'Riordan, and there's no run. The whole nation is now on tenterhooks about the tree. But let's say Marcus O'Riordan gets to his overs quickly so we can talk about it at the end of the over. Is O'Riordan in again, bowls to Gay. Just turns that one away in front of square, and they pick up an easy single, and he nicks the bowling as well. 1 more to Gay, 81 to him, 30 to Proctor, and Northamptonshire 194 for 1.
Yeah, Drew and Andrew asking about the tree. Drew saying, what's the position with the tree that used to be on the ground? Well, the old tree has gone. It was struck by lightning in the early 2000s. It wasn't well at the time. We were told by one of our other emailers, who was Christine, who was on the committee at the time. So it was removed from the ground. It's not been there since, I think, 2000. Is that right? But certainly early 2000s. There is a new lime tree, which is to the left
oh yes, I can see it.
Of Floodlight Pylon 2, which doesn't sound quite as romantic as an old lime tree, does it? But it's in fine leaf at the moment, so a new one's been planted, but outside the playing area, which I think is a slight shame, but I also understand why.
Yes,
it was quaint, but you probably wouldn't do it by design if you did it again. So I think that's the idea. The lime tree now is actually providing some lovely shade for the spectators just by the between the flats and the floodlights.
Beautiful.
There, so, looking very green, as it always does from here. Is Gilchrist to Gay. Doesn't quite time that. He was trying that shot again, wasn't he? That straight drive, and that's hit him on the toe, I think.
Yes.
Bat and toe. He knows all about that. especially at Gilchrist's pace, that's not going to be pleasant, I'd imagine.
No, definitely not. No, I don't think there are any. I'm trying to think if there's any other first-class venue now that does have a tree in the playing area. I don't think there probably is now.
No, I don't.
I think of 1 or 2 club grounds. There's one I used to play on that had a telegraph pole well inside the playing area. But that was fun.
Always good for fielders to run into as well. Oh, has he got him now? No, it's slanted across. Again, plays forward through the wicket keeper. There was a little movement of excitement by Ollie Robinson, almost to claim a catch, but nothing on it. Good ball from Gilchrist, though, nonetheless. But 194 for 1. That's in the context of this day for which has been all Northants so far. So yeah, that's the situation. There is a new tree on the ground. The Frank Woolley stand is still here. Andrew to our right, as Rad has just alluded to. This one bounces well over the stumps or the stump line. It's outside the off stump, going across the left-hander. Over the wicket is Nathan Gilchrist, the right armour. So yeah, the Woolley stand, absolutely. To the right, much as you probably saw it 30 years ago, actually. That hasn't changed. It's a sturdy brick-built structure. To our right. Don't think any fans in it, supporters in it today.
No,
just to the right there are. I think it's one of the structures they're keeping, because it's sort of semi-enclosed, they're keeping people out of at the moment. Pulled away by Gay. Didn't look like he timed it originally, but he's muscled it enough so that it's almost reached the rope. Tumbling stop by Cummins. No, won't make it. Well, I would reiterate, I don't think he quite timed it, Gay, but that shows what a strong batsman he is, because he's muscled that out to the mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 runs.
And it's probably just as well that they weren't relying on the runs, because he slipped at the far end as well, and which happened to poor Tom Taylor during one of the matches. He slipped over and was run out by about 5 yards.
That shows the strength of Emilio Gay. 198 for one that...
Well bowled.
Yeah, lovely Yorker. What a great reply from Nathan Gilchrist, and stopped at his toes by Emilio Gay. He's already had a painful blow on the right toe from one of the Yorkers this over.
I remember my first visit to this ground, I'm pretty sure, was 1987 when Northamptonshire played Kent in the semi-finals of the Benson Hedges Cup, and I think I was sitting down quite close to the tree, if I remember rightly.
And Gilchrist to Gay, playing forward on that one again, not as convincingly with that straight drive as one earlier. And that'll be a dot ball, 198 for 1 at the end of the over. Someone is bound to say, I know you're going to start talking about batsmen who've cleared the tree. We're not going to do that today because you've done it so often that even our very patient listeners and emailers, the most patient ones, have started emailing and going, is it that time again, basically? But it's no. But there's the new lime tree outside the playing surface, so even if someone does hit it over the top of it, it won't be quite the feat it was before.
Yeah, well, that was I remember the game in '87. Although I was working for BBC Radio Northampton, then for some reason we weren't covering it, at least not sort of with commentary. And here's O'Riordan starting a fresh over, nurdled away down the leg side by Luke Proctor, running away towards the boundary at the Nackington Road end. Long chase down there. That's a really good chase as well from Miguel Cummins, but they still come back for 3. Looking to see if there's any signal from Ian Gould. No, there isn't. I thought he got some bat on it, but indeed he had. It ran away very fine, but it's 3 more to Luke Proctor. And Northamptonshire bringing up the 200. So first bonus points secured in the 45th over. O'Riordan and again bowls to go. Drives beautifully. That's a lovely on drive. Away through mid-wicket and chased down here by Daniel Bell Drummond in front of us. That was a lovely shot from Emilio Gay. Really timed it perfectly. Picked his spot and ran away to the boundary. It's another boundary. 89 to Gay. 205 for 1. So Northamptonshire with a batting point on the board before 3 o'clock, which I think they'd be well before 3 o'clock, in fact, 20 to 3, which I think they'd be fairly happy about. Gay up to 89. O'Riordan again round the wicket, driven back to the bowler. And as Ivan Thomas was saying when I was on with him a little time ago, Marcus O'Riordan, terrific fielder off his own bowling. And a good stop there because he hit that hard. Here's O'Riordan, again bowls to Gay, who's trying to force that away off the back foot and just loses his shape. Finishes up taking a hand off the bat and it runs away into the offside. Just needs to get his head down from Northamptonshire's point of view. There's O'Riordan, and again bowls, and that's stroked nicely up to the man at short extra. But straight to him, and there's no run. One thing you will say, Emilio Gay, obviously be mindful of the fact that he's not that far away from 3 figures. He's got a good man in at the other end with bags of experience, Luke Proctor. Here's O'Riordan, and that's well bowled, and that just about did enough to beat the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. It's well taken by Ollie Robinson, who has the bails off in a flash. The back foot was planted, so no appeal, but nice little success there for O'Riordan to end the over. He's gone for 22 in 4. Proctor is 33, Gay is 89, and Northamptonshire 205 for 1. But that was a wonderful game of cricket, which was settled by a match-winning 126 not out, I think, from Alan Lamb. And he and Duncan Wilde putting on, needed something like 9 and over for the last 10. And in those days, I mean, these days you think, well, it's just about doable in the days of 2020. Then it seemed impossible to most of us. But Duncan Wilde didn't face a lot of the bowling, but he ran a lot of Alan Lamb's runs and was turning 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. And fresh over.
Gilchrist to Proctor, leaves it outside the off stump, again going across the left-hander through to the wicket-keeper. 2 slips in, a point. Oh, I've missed the man at deep third man, Marcus O'Riordan. Extra cover is Joe Denley, mid-on and mid-off as a man. Miguel Cummins is sweeping the leg side boundary of the left-handed Proctor, and a fine leg as well. Devon Conway has completed his double century, by the way, and has just been removed by England. There we go. I'm just waiting to bring you that news through that over, but it's a leg glance. That'll be 4 runs, and Northampton to 209 for 1 here. And Luke Proctor goes on to 37, almost imperceptibly going through his runs. He just, and I see what you mean. He's not one of those, you wouldn't say, well, this has been a beautiful, attractive,
sumptuous Luke Proctor innings, no, but he's just mightily effective, and
it's a bit Joe Root-like, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's just scoring runs,
and for reasons that Ivan explained really well. There's just no margin for error there, is there? If it's just on leg stump, you just got to get anything on it, and it just runs away down the hill.
So Gilchrist, another full length to the bowls that Yorker length really well, Gilchrist. It's hard enough to do, isn't it? Not much margin for error, but treated with respect by Proctor and pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. So New Zealand are actually all out for 378, and Devon Conway made exactly 200 of those. He was run out just after making 200, which is better than the other way.
Yes.
So 378. I have to say, earlier in the day, that England would have taken that with both hands gladly, wouldn't they? So
without
New Zealand out. Finalists in the World Test Championship, of course. Gilchrist, it's a drive by Proctor, which ends up as a single behind square. So 210 for 1, Proctor onto 38. Try to run through a couple of other scores as I have them here. This is before the end of the over. A couple of balls to go. So in this group, Sussex 115 for 4 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Now, do Northampton want Yorkshire to lose that one? They probably do.
Probably do, yes.
Yeah, Sussex down with Kent, 5th and 6th. Lovely shot from Emilio Kay. That's beautiful. It's such a wide open space. There's no point in any fielders moving, let alone the batsman. A full length delivery again from Gilchrist. I said he's bowled that Yorker really well. Gay has picked that off his toes and has just driven it along the ground. With good wrist movement as well, out for 4 through mid-wicket. What a shot, 93.
That was. We've been praising the boundaries he's hit away through mid-off or straight, but that was as good as any of them. That was a beautiful stroke.
It really was.
Lovely balance.
Yeah,
balance at the crease.
Absolutely does. Here's Gilchrist once more to Emilio Gay. Another drive. It goes up to Darren Stevens at mid-on, and there's no run. Stevens holds it back to the wicket-keeper, and Gay, I think, caught that out the corner of his eye, as it were, and the ball coming back towards the wicket-keeper takes evasive action, but he's fine. He's on 93 not out. He is mighty fine, you might say. 38 for Proctor, 214 for 1 Northampton. So other scores, Worcestershire 111 for 7 against Durham. Northampton comfortably outscoring everybody else in the country today. So Worcestershire 111 for 7 against Durham at New Road. Nottinghamshire 111 for 3 against Essex at Chelmsford. Warwickshire 129 for 4 at the County Ground derby against Derbyshire, and Lancashire 1-2-2 for 7 against Glamorgan. Again, that's not bad. I wouldn't have said for Northamptonshire,
no,
having to overtake the top two. So 7 down for 122 to Cardiff against Glamorgan. Somerset 1-4-9 for 7. Bit of a fight back against Hampshire. Big game, that one between the two. Leicestershire 1-4-7 for 2 against Gloucestershire.
O'Riordan starts a fresh over by bowling short to Luke Proctor, who cracks that away to backward point, but there's no run. Yes, as Northamptonshire could certainly do with Sussex turning over Yorkshire. Be very handy. Here's O'Riordan, and again bowls to Proctor, who sweeps nicely and is going to get 4. Timed that well, and again it was an element of premeditation you feel about that. He was in position for the stroke and rolled the wrists on it nicely, and it goes down for 4 towards the serried ranks of public conveniences at the far end of the ground. There's about 10 of those grey cubicles. Proctor goes up to 42 and Northamptonshire to 218 for 1, and Bell Drummond just having a chat with Marcus O'Riordan about his field. At the moment he's got a slip backward point. The man on the drive, sort of silly mid-off, then an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket in fairly tight. Deep backward square on the boundary, and a man just round the corner on sort of 45 degrees, saving 1 who had no chance because that went well comfortably fine of him. And now it's Miguel Cummins. He's being sent down onto the boundary. No, he's not. He doesn't know where he's going. There's a certain amount of waving of arms going around. The man coming in off the boundary at deep square. No, he came into the ring and now he's being dropped back again. It's about halfway back and then deep backward square on the boundaries. O'Riordan comes in bowls, and that's driven back to the bowler by Luke Proctor. And there's no run, so they've got it sorted now. You've got man in tight at mid-wicket, then another mid-wicket, only about 10 yards in front of square, halfway back. Here's O'Riordan, and again bowls, and Proctor's forward, plays it back down the pitch for O'Riordan to field, and then a man down on the boundary at deep backward square. The thing I do remember about that game in '87 was Alan Lamb scoring what he thought was the winning run, running off the field, and then realising it wasn't the winning run. O'Riordan in again, bowls to Proctor, who's playing that back down the pitch. And legend has it that he'd already had the first swig of champagne and had to be dispatched out again by Steve Coverdale, Northampton's chief executive, and told to go back and finish the game. Short bowls O'Riordan, and again off the back foot, Proctor cracks it into the covers. But there's no run. End of the over with Proctor on 42, gain 93, Northamptonshire 218 for 1. Partnership now worth 83 between these two. They've been together, 23 overs, something like that, so reasonable strike rate. 1 man out, Ricardo Vasconcelos, caught behind off Matt Quinn this morning for 66. 135 opening partnership, but you can't help thinking, Matt, that Vasconcelos is going to feel that he missed out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's a lot of runs on the board, but he said he felt like he was due a score, and this does look like, certainly the way he was batting earlier on, that he was very much set for a big one today, but out for 66. 1 success for Kent today. And at this point, well, certainly both sessions have belonged to Northants. It's been Northants' day all over.
A bit of Cummins.
So Cummins to return. Expensive so far, another 28 off his 5, and we said perhaps that Matt Quinn's figures look more expensive than he is, whereas Cummins has really found it hard to get his radar. He's been bowling quick on this surface with a lot of bounce, but he will bowl to Gay now. Was he edged that? No. Just shaped as he had. He definitely played it up on his toes there, Gay, through the wicketkeeper. That was a definite yelp, wasn't it, from Ollie Robinson?
Yeah, he's just got to take his time here, and obviously the scoreboard's there. You can see he's 7 runs short of what would be a maiden first-class 100. We've Saif Zaib's already got one this year, and I'm sure would dearly love to follow him to the landmark, but he's got to keep his concentration, and with Anderson Cummins, the ball's going to be flying around your ears. It's easy to get suckered into the sort of the adrenaline of the moment, isn't it, with a bowler like this on?
So Cummins then bowls to Gay. That's was a more honest shot, but certainly very self-contained on the back foot, defensive, no run. Yeah, it's well, you can only imagine that. You know, he's not been this way before in first-class cricket, and there are going to be all sorts of things going through his mind. He's an attractive attacking batsman at his best, isn't he? So he may be thinking, let's get this over with. Couple of big blows off the fast bowler, and I'm there, path to glory. But that's where you earn your corn, I suppose, isn't it? Turning those 50s into hundreds. As an opening batsman, that's worked off his pads nicely. He's gone back into his crease, and to square leg to Nathan Gilchrist for a single.
And it's the awful realisation that if he does get 100, then he has to be interviewed by me at the close of play. And what an awful prospect for a young man.
Do you go a bit Paxman on him? Is that the way?
I shall grill him mercilessly.
What about that drop on 10? You should open with that. All very well, young man.
Yes. No, I think there's every chance he might be, one way or another, he might be joining me at pylon 4 at some point after close of play.
His Cummins then to bowl to Proctor, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I really love the whole idea that you see around this ground of various facilities and things being named after the greats of Kent cricket, and even the Freeman you were saying about, the Freeman House. But pylons 1, 2, 3, and 4 is a bit prosaic. Couldn't they find somebody to name then after the? I think you mentioned, was it before lunch, the Darren Stevens pylon or something?
Well, yes, absolutely. Perhaps they should all be named up. They should be the Darren Stevens floodlights. I don't know. How many can we see? At least a 5, as it were. I'm trying to work this into some sort of lyrical marketing slogan. This is cut away from Proctor, not given much room by Cummins. It ends up with me. Yeah, backward of point. I'll let Liam. It's really Liam's job to do that, isn't it? Behind us, Liam Knight. It's your job, isn't it? I'm going to do your work for you. But is there something in that? Do you think the Stevens pylons? And you can see a 5 from wherever you sit. It's a bit clunky, isn't it? He's like, well, there we go.
People have paid thousands to come up with these sort of ideas, Matt. Don't.
Not with those ideas. I was going to say maybe a handful of change. Here's going outside the off stump through the wicket keeper. And that's the end of the over. 219 for 1. We've also had this debate before, and Kent supporters will probably be moaning at home that I've even brought it up, but what we might name after Darren Stevens. But you're right, when you talk about the lime tree and Freeman House and the Woolly Stand, pylon 2 doesn't sound quite as good.
No. I think it's
they've all got their own characters.
Well, we are going to see. I think we're going to have another change of bowling. It looks as though. Like I say, Reardon is off at least for now, and it's going to be Jack Leaning who's coming into the attack. Leaning, who bowled, I thought, particularly well. He had a little role at Northampton in the first game between these two sides, and I seem to remember actually bowled quite nicely. I'm trying to remember if he got a wicket. I've just got the notes here. He did. He bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43, and he dismissed Ricardo Vasconcelos for 154. Well, here he is bowling his off-spin round the wicket, and he's bowling to Emilio Gay, who once again slips as he just runs that down well wide of slip down towards backward point. Comes through for a single, but in setting off, once again he slips and he's examining his footwear. And I can think of 1 or 2 coaches I used to be coached by if you slipped when you were batting because you were wearing rubbers. Dear oh dear. 95 to Gay. Here's Leaning in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Luke Proctor has nothing to do with that. Goes into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, and Proctor stays on 42, Gay on 95. 220 for 1 Northamptonshire after Adam Rossington won the toss first thing. Leaning in again, bowls, and just dropped down on the onside by Proctor, and they come through for a single, and Emilio Gay just had to step on the gas a little bit, but he did, and they get there okay. So 1 more to Proctor, 43 to him, and 221 for 1 Northamptonshire. Just slipped the only close catcher, but there's also a man in there at silly mid-off on the drive, outside the off-stump, Leaning, bowling that one, and again, Gay just wants it go past outside the off-stump. Doesn't need to play it and doesn't. 5 runs short of what would be his maiden first-class 100. Here's leaning in again. Bowls good length ball, but doesn't breach Gay's forward defensive stroke. Yes, leaning. I think he had him caught. It was a bit of a soft end to what would have been a long innings, if I remember right. He was just caught on that. I think he was caught on the drive, wasn't he? For memory serves. He's leaning in again. Bowls quicker ball, fires that one through outside the off stump, but Emilio Gay doesn't play at it. Goes into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. End of the over with Gay on 95, Proctor on 43. Northamptonshire 221 for 1. These two put on 86 for the second wicket after coming together at the fall of Ricardo Vasconcelos, caught behind by Robinson off Matt Quinn for 66. That was 135 for 1 in the 26th over. But since then, these two, a few alarms and excursions, in particular against Darren Stevens, but otherwise these two have played pretty well. And it's going to be Cummins starting a fresh over, his 7th. Comes in and bowls, and that's cut away by Proctor. He's going to get just the one as it goes down to third man, fielded by Matt Quinn, who sends in his return, and there's just the one to Proctor, who goes up to 44, and Northamptonshire to 222 for 1, so double Nelson. Will that do the trick for Kent? Matt Quinn easily distinguishable by the fact that he hasn't got a number on his back. He's the only one who doesn't. On loan, of course, from Essex at the moment, and the only wicket taker for Kent so far today. Here's Emilio Gay facing this ball from Miguel Cummins and drops it down on the onside. Think about a single, not there. As it's smartly fielded there by Jack Leaning, coming in from mid-wicket. Nerves are going to be there. It's going to be fluttering in the stomach of Emilio Gay, without a doubt, 21 years old. Previous highest first-class score was 77 not out against Glamorgan to see Northamptonshire through to what was their only victory in the Bob Willis Trophy last season. That was at Northampton. And back into his stance. Just the one slip now as Cummins runs towards us from the Lackington Road end. Bowls, and that's run away down to third man. It's one more run to Emilio Gay once again. Matt Quinn comes off the boundary, sends in a good return to Ollie Robinson, but another single to Gay, 96 to him now. And Northamptonshire up to 225 for 1. Saying about Emilio Gay being one of a number of good players coming out of Bedford School. Yeah, made his second 11 debut for Northamptonshire in 2018, and his first class debut the following season outside the off stump. Proctor lets that go through, and it goes into the slaps into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, still generating good pace. Miguel Cummins, the problem today has just been his direction. He's been a little bit wayward, and I say 6 overs for 33, but there were a couple of balls that Ollie Robinson really had absolutely no chance of taking that went for 4 byes, and keeper will feel, I'm sure, a tad disgruntled about that. Here's Cummins in again, bowls to Proctor, just works that away behind square on the onside, and it's Gilchrist who comes in off the boundary to field. One more run to Luke Proctor, 45 to him, 226 for 1. Emilio Gay back on strike, and Ian Gould gazing at the Colin Cowdery stand for some reason. Knows somebody in there, maybe.
You're dreaming of the Carvery.
Ah, yes, well, aren't we all? What a very wonderful thought. Here's Cummins in again, bowls to Gay on 96. He drives, but only as far as Bell Drummond at mid-off, and there's no run. One ball to go in this over. 141 balls Emilio Gay's faced, so he's got on with it. He's played with excellent purpose, played some memorable strokes, 6 and 15 fours to his credit so far. And I'll hand it over to you, Matt, to...
Tantalising. I hope, Radders, you'll get to commentate on Emilio Gay's 100. Perhaps he'll defend this one. Cummins to... He does indeed. Dot ball. Northamptonshire 226 for 1, having won the toss here at Canterbury against winless Kent. They batted really, really well, particularly young Emilio Gay, 96 not out, his highest first-class career score, and of course now just a boundary away from his maiden first-class century. 45 from Luke Proctor, who's ably abetted him early on. Ricardo Vasconcelos looked on course for a big score. He was out for 66, edging Matt Quinn behind to Ollie Robinson. So Kent have toiled long and hard on a sunny day here and found nothing to their liking really out of this pitch. Northampton holding sway here. Kent could do with a flurry of wickets to get themselves back into day one if they're going to have any thoughts perhaps of a first victory of the season in this fixture. 226 for 1 Northamptonshire then in the sunshine at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Jack Leaning starting a fresh over and bowling round the wicket to Luke Proctor, who works that away down to long leg, where it's fielded by Miguel Cummins. One more to Proctor, 46 to him, 227 for 1. And Emilio Gay back on strike on 96. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 saving 1. As Leaning comes in, bowls to him, and he's studiously defensively plays it back down the pitch, where it's fielded by the bowler himself. Leaning, and there's no run. Ian Gould pointing out something to someone. Here's Leaning in again, bowls to Gay, who on drives, but only as far as Bell Drummond, who makes good ground in from a fairly deepish mid-on. And if they'd thought about a single, Bell Drummond's alertness meaning they couldn't get it. Leaning back at the end of his mark, bowls again to Emilio Gay, who's forward, pushes it out on the offside. Again, there's no run. Fielded by Joe Denley. And they're at extra cover on the drive. Is Leaning in again, bowls to goes down the pitch, driven back to the bowler, well fielded by Jack Leaning on the bounce. And Leaning making as though to throw the ball back into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. And Gay had come a little way down, but he held on to the ball, and now mid-off is dropping back to about, 10 yards in off the boundary. And here's Leaning in again, bowls to Gay, who's forward defensive, plays it out on the offside. And that's the end of another over, with Proctor on 46, Gay on 96, and Northamptonshire 227 for 1.
It's going well so far, isn't it? What a day this has been for Northampton, still scoring at 4.5 and over.
Yeah, we just had that little spell, didn't they, after lunch, when I thought Kent did really well and just dried up the scoring rate, because they were at, 5.2, I think we noticed just before lunch. But Stevens in particular, needless to say, proving hard to score off. But yeah, they've just kept it going. They know if they can bat through today at this scoring rate, they're going to have a big total on the board. Potentially they're going to be close to, if not actually there, with maximum batting points, which is obviously a consideration. Well, here's Cummins, who's about to start another over.
It's a bowl to Proctor, 4 shy of his 50. And as soon as Emilio Gay comes on strike, Andrew Rabb will be commentating to take him through to his 100. And I was thinking, well, that would be an ignominy, wouldn't it, if he scored a 4 as I went into my update and we had to skirt over. Well, yeah, he's done all right. But Kent aren't doing very well, Kent listeners. Them's the breaks. That's live sport for you. So, Cummins at the Nackington Road end, looking for something to disquiet Luke Proctor, who's looked pretty much unflappable. Bowls him here, and he has rolled the wrists around that one and taken a single out to a square leg. Plays that particularly well, doesn't he, around his front pad.
Just works it around, doesn't he? It's good old pro shot. Proctor to 47, 228 for 1. Thanks, Matt. Well, I hope I can get him through to the 100, which is always a special moment for any young player. Reach a maiden century in first-class cricket, but he's not there yet. He's on 96. And he's facing this ball from Miguel Cummins, and he's in behind that one, playing it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I do feel, Matt, that the presence of Proctor at the other end is, as they would have said in 1066 and all that, a good thing, because it just brings a lot of nous and professionalism to bear on the situation. What could be a very nervy situation for a young player. I'm sure it is a nervy situation for a young player, but we've got a lot of experience at the other end. It's notable Adam Rossington do the same with Safe Zabe. Here's Cummings in again. Bowles, and Gay is playing forward into the covers where it's fielded by Joe Denley. Glorious afternoon here at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. Glorious sunshine. Just a little bit of the old mare's tails, the fair weather cloud, and a little bit of breeze as well. So I'd imagine if you're sitting out, it's very, very pleasant indeed. We're just under cover here, but able to feel the breeze. It comes across the ground. Cummings in again. Bowls to Gay outside the off stump. Gay lets it go through to Ollie Robinson and no run. Grant Stewart doing a roaring trade with his drinks bottles down there. We can chat with Matt Quinn. Grant Stewart sadly not able to play in this match, but donning the 12th man's tabard instead. High vis. Charlie Thurston's been doing the drinks duties for Northamptonshire today, although I know Jack White is here. He certainly was first thing this morning. Here's Cummings in again. Bowls to Emilio Gay. Works that away down towards the long leg boundary, but he's only going to get a single. As fielded down there in front of the Colin Cowdery stand, but he has pinched the bowling, so 97 to Gay. And at the end of that over, Northamptonshire 229 for 1, 97 Gay, 47 Proctor. And the partnership now up to 94. So these two have done a good job.
Yeah, it's been good to watch for everyone but Kent supporters. To say, though, cricket fans will love this anyway. Yeah, young man making his way in the game. Emilio Gay, 97 from 151. Tantalisingly 3 runs away from his maiden first-class century now.
And it's going to be Jack Leaning starting a fresh over. Bowls to Emilio Gay, who drives. It's going down towards the third-man boundary, and it's half stopped down there by Miguel Cummins, but they come back for 2, and it's just a little bit of... It wasn't Cummins, beg your pardon. It was Mayeye, wasn't it? It was down there on the offside. Yes, Cummins is down there at backward square. So 2 more runs to Emilio Gay, 99 to him. It was just getting a little bit loose, but safe enough. Gay on 99, facing Jack Leaning, and plays that defensively out on the offside. It would have reached Joe Denley in there on the drive had Ollie Robinson not scurried around from behind the stumps to do the fielding instead. Slip in place. Now 6-7 men in a ring around Emilio Gay to try and stop the single. Leaning in again. Bowls to Gay, and that bounces and turns. And what a brute of a ball to get on 99. That was a corking delivery from Jack Leaning. The odd one from him and from Marcus O'Riordan has bounced and turned a little bit, which I'm sure will have interested Simon Kerrigan. Here's Leaning. In again, Bowls to Gay on 99, forward defensive, plays it back down the pitch. Leaning fields, and there's no run. Kent understandably putting the pressure on this young man, 21 years old, on 99. Faces Jack Leaning, drives away and goes on the bounce to slip. It's fielded by Darren Stevens, or stopped by Darren Stevens, I should say. Just deflected it away to his left. Then retrieved it himself, Leaning in again. Bowls to Gay, who works that away, and that's it. It's gone behind square on the onside. Northamptonshire players already out on the dressing room balcony to applaud Emilio Gay, 21 years old. That's his maiden century in first-class cricket, 101 not out of 157 balls, 1-6, 15 fours. He acknowledges the applause from his teammates and from the spectators around the ground, and gets congratulations from his batting partner, Luke Proctor. And Saif Zabe, having got his maiden first-class century just a couple of weeks ago against Sussex, he's followed to the landmark by Emilio Gay. He's 101 not out, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over 233 for one, and that thanks very much indeed for giving me the chance to talk him through to it.
Not
Appreciate it.
Richly deserved from Emilio Gay there. What an innings it's been. Said he had problems at the start. Well, you do in county championship cricket, don't you, against a new ball, but he has muscled his way through those. Played some really fabulous shots in this innings as well. And Cummins it'll be then to bowl to Proctor. Keeps a bit low there. Just jam his hand against the handle there to react there. It's gone a bit toe end. Very splicey sound almost, but 47 for Proctor. He's near a landmark of his own, but Emilio Gay then 100 for him.
And you see, you take your chances, don't you? He's giving, you know, I think a lot of us had felt that, you know, maybe they just needed to pull Ben Curran out of the firing line. Did so in this match. Gay comes in, gets 100.
A way to try and establish yourself. Cummins left outside the off stump, and there's no run. Northamptonshire 2-3-3 for one. Fabulous day for them. I'm going to do my good news, bad news thing again. I feel like I'm a feature.
Oh, go on then. You have to have a jingle
I'm
done.
working a feature here, yes. Anyone can do a jingle for me, would be fantastic. But the good news for Kent supporters is that Zach Crawley is batting at the moment for England. The bad news, obviously, for England is that Zach Crawley is batting for England because it means they're a wicket down. They don't mind having Zach at the crease, but they've lost a man already. Dom Sibley's gone. LBW to Jameson for a duck. Ball pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 3-7-8 all out New Zealand. England then 7-1 at the moment. Though, of course, Zach Crawley batting for England can never be a bad thing, can it? I have to go back to the party line.
No.
But you take my point. They would rather have kept their opening pair intact for a little bit longer.
Took a good catch as well, I think. Zach Crawley, I was reading some of the stuff at lunchtime. They were saying that he took a very good catch this morning. So
that's good news, because he had a couple of misses in the field yesterday, I gather.
Yes.
It was, I didn't see all the day's play by any means, just bits and bobs. But Cummins to Proctor, trying to turn the ball on the onside. It just dies on him and up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So yeah.
If you want pointless stat of the day, which I know
I do.
Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. Loves a good gratuitous stat. Emilio Gay becomes the 131st player to score a first-class century for Northamptonshire, and it is the 1,188th first-class 100 made for Northamptonshire.
That's a proper stat. It's Proctor again on the slight walk to Cummins, just a step forward, very solidly behind it. No run. 47 years.
It just is something, isn't it? Though I mean, you know, those of us that love a factoid, but you know, there only ever have been 131 people who have had the sensation of scoring a first-class century for Northamptonshire. So it's a fairly elite bunch, and Emilio Gay becomes the latest to join them.
He does indeed. And I'm looking forward to many more as well. Cummins to Proctor again. It's just worked off the pads there, down to fine leg, single, end of the over. 2-3-4 for one. Proctor has 48, takes the strike. Emilio Gay won't care about that at the moment. 101 he is at the non-strikers end to start the following over, which may well be from Jack Leaning. As you were saying, he varies his pace nicely, Jack Leaning, I think.
Oh, he does.
And got that one to really leap outside the off stump as well. He'll be looking for that delivery.
But it is interesting if the odd one is just starting to grip a little bit. And as I say, I'm sure Northamptonshire have Kerrigan in the side. But for now, that's all well in the future. He's leaning in again. Bowls to Luke Proctor, looking for back-to-back half-centuries. Plays that ball into the onside, and it's fielded by O'Riordan at mid-wicket.
Yeah, they'll be thinking about bowling last, perhaps, and what it might be doing if it breaks up a little bit.
And Jack Leaning just getting into his delivery stride, and I think something might have blown into his eye, a bit of grit or something, and he stopped in mid-leap. Goes back to his bowling mark, comes in again, round the wicket to Proctor, who again is just dropping that down on the onside. You just wonder, Ben Curran's a terrific team man, and I'm sure will be delighted for Emilio Gay, but you only be human if you think, well, I suppose as you say, them's the breaks. That's driven away by Luke Proctor for a single. There's plenty of protection down there. There's man sweeping on the cover boundary. And he fields, one more to Proctor, and that's a 100 partnership between these two, so the landmarks coming thick and fast, and even division of labour because Gay's made 48 of those runs and Proctor's made 49. Proctor is on 49, of course, 2-3-5 for one. Emilio Gay back on strike on 101, and that's outside the off stump. He lets it go through, and now I suppose the thing for Emilio Gay, having got 100, is to realise that that's not the end of the job, and he's going to bat Northamptonshire into a really strong position, needs to hang around. Short from leaning, and that's chopped away to backward point by Emilio Gay with no timing really. That's fielded by to under Mayeye, who of course had that very difficult drop chance when Gay had made 10 at backward point much earlier this morning. He's leaning in again. Wide, he's caught behind, and having just said that Emilio Gay needed to take second guard, well, he didn't. He drove at a wide one. He got an edge, and that's nice to see. Congratulations there from Daniel Bell Drummond, but Gay is on his way back, caught behind by Ollie Robinson. He goes for 101. Jack Leaning strikes, and Northamptonshire 235 for 2. Well played, Emilio Gay. Well bowled, Jack Leaning.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree wholeheartedly with all those points. But yeah, Emilio Gay goes. It'll be a day that he'll remember for a long, long time to come. I'm sure the rest of his life as he lifts his bat and his head's down a little bit. But I think there'll be disappointment now not taking this on to a bigger score. But perhaps when he has a few minutes to reflect, he'll realise what a landmark that is in his young career. And as Radaz was saying, how well he's grabbed that opportunity to open the innings with Ben Curran being dropped out of the side. He goes 2-3-5 for 2. He's played an enormous part in what's been a great day so far for Northamptonshire. For Kent and Jack Leaning, just to hope perhaps that they might be able to take a flurry of wickets here to get themselves back in this day. But it's Emilio Gay's day so far, 2-3-5 for 2.
Yeah, the stats of the innings: faced 160 balls, hit 1-6 and 15 fours. I suppose you're only human, aren't you? If you just the adrenaline rush of getting a maiden first class 100, and you know what you have to do, and you know that you should be, taking a second guard and getting on there and working your way towards the second 100. But it's just, I suppose, inevitable that concentration's just going to lapse a little bit, and that's what happened there. But Jack Leaning, as I say, made the batsman think a wee bit in his first couple of overs, and he picks up a wicket. 4 overs, 1 for 8 now. Why didn't they bowl him early? I'd be saying around the ground. But he's done a job for his side. He's broken the partnership, 2-3-5 for 2. And the new batsman is Rob Keogh, who's also been in decent form this year.
Is it 2 tons for him so far?
2
this year?
tons, yeah, that's right.
And Cummins bowling then to Proctor. Leaps up to sort of chest high, but very unfussy. Just angles it down a third man. That's 50 for him. Almost in the way he's batted this entire innings. There's a little ripple of applause, and it's very unfussy and unspectacular. Again, working it down just off his chest, angling it down towards third man. Takes the single, and Proctor goes on to 50 from 89 balls. Was that 7 fours I saw on the stats? And he is 50 exactly. Northamptonshire 2-3-6-4-2. And Keogh will face his first ball now. And put it past him to take this on to a bigger score here, Luke Proctor. I'm really impressed by him. The way he's firstly accompanied Emilio Gay through his innings, but also the way he's accumulated himself. So here's Cummins to Keogh. He tries to work it on the onside. Doesn't really work out. Drops near his feet, and then he springs in from mid-wicket. Just going out to square leg now. 2 slips. Point. Extra cover. Mid-on, mid-off. Denley is sort of hovering between square leg and mid-wicket. He's just having a chat at the moment to Ingould. And he goes back to mid-wicket, and Matt Gwynn just down below us at deep fine leg, deep third man as well, Marcus O'Riordan. And here is Cummins to bowl to Keogh. Defends that into the offside, and there's no run. about 8 overs to go until tea, just over 8, so about half an hour. Perhaps we'll get Ivan Thomas on after half past for our little run into the tea interval. I feel like he's a fast bowler. We have to use him in
short
concerted bursts.
I've been asked a question about Northamptonshire's youngest first-class century maker.
Here's Cummins to Keogh. Knowing you'll have the answer. Back foot defensive, no run, 2-3-6 for 2.
Well, I have, and it's just slightly reassuring when you think that your first thought that came to memory was actually correct. Rodney was asking, has just been on to me, asking who was Northamptonshire's youngest first-class centurion. It was Hamer Fraser Bagnall, who made a century against Sussex in 1922 when he was 18 years and 188 days old. So Emilio Gay's not the youngest, but one of the youngest. I remember it well, of course.
I was going to say nothing of the sort. But your memory for facts and figures, absolutely superlative. Here's Cummins then to Keogh, just prods that into the offside. They take a quick run. Mia's there, sidearms it. Good take from Robinson. It hasn't hit the stumps, and they come through the single anyway. 2-3-7 for 2. Just been told that Kent women have beaten Middlesex women 50 over game in the London Championship.
Very early start, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah, was it 9:30?
9:30 to start, yeah.
So win by 8 wickets to extend the Neville and Tunbridge Wells to extend their unbeaten streak in 2021. They've not been beaten. They've been all the way through their 2020 series and now the one-day series as well, and have won every game that's not been affected by the weather. So congratulations to them. Megan Sturge 31, Grace Scrivens 2 for 7. Someone's going to point out at some point that Kent men haven't won a game yet so far this season, and Kent women haven't lost one, but there we are. That's the mirror image, but congratulations to them. We're not going to make any side on that at all. Another good win here. They are struggling a bit. 2-3-7 for 2, end of the over. And Proctor has 50, Keyhouse 1. Keogh has 1 rather, leaning 1 for 8. Cummins none for 39, leaning unsurprisingly continuing.
And I think just making linking a little bit the performances this year of Emilio Gay and Safe Zabe, who both made their maiden first class centuries this year. And I think, whatever happens in the season, you always find that I think supporters always think, well, okay, if a couple of young players have made that sort of breakthrough, then whatever happens, it's been a decent year, and I would imagine that would be. I'm sure there's a huge amount of cricket still to be played, and any number of things could happen as far as the outcome for the team is concerned. But that's a good positive step. His leaning starting a fresh over round the wicket, bowls to Keogh. And just drops that down on the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, Rob Keogh 459 runs this year at 51. And an unbeaten 60 to finish the previous game at Hove. Leaning in again, bowls to him, forward defensive, back up the pitch. Leaning fields, and there's no run. Out of contract at the end of this season, so one would hope, given his performance, that Northamptonshire will be looking to offer him something. And Keogh on drives this time up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Jordan Cox, who started in the slip cordon this morning. Is now at mid-on. Darren Stevens has established squatters' rights at slip. Is leaning in again, round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, cracks that away nicely through the covers, and that's 4. Well, Keogh carrying on where he left off elsewhere in the south of England on Sunday, when he played really nicely to help Safe Zabe finish the game off, and that's his first boundary of the day. Stepping back and punching it away through extra cover. 5 to Keogh, and Northamptonshire up to 241 for 2.
Zach Crawley has gone for 2. England are in trouble against New Zealand. 18 for 2. Crawley caught behind off the bowling of Tim Southey for 2.
Here's leaning in again, bowls to Keogh right across his stumps, plays that up to man in there on the drive at short mid-wicket, Joe Denley. And there's no run, just a slip with the close catches. As leaning's in again, bowls, and this time Keogh off the back foot, plays it again back down the pitch for Leaning to field on the bounce, and that's the end of another tidy over from Jack Leaning. 5 overs, 1 for 12. with Proctor on 50. Keogh is 5, and Northamptonshire 241 for 2. The batsman out today, Ricardo Vasconcelos, caught Robinson, bowled Quinn for 66. That was 135 for 1. And Emilio Gay caught Robinson, bowled Leaning for 101. That was 235 for 2. And Emilio Gay's maiden first-class 100.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done indeed. But I think it's fair to say, and not a day Kent needed after what's been a pretty poor start to the county championship. Still yet to win in 7 games, and then they come here and the lovely sunshine, lose the toss again. I think I'm right in saying they've lost every one in the county championships this summer. I shall go back and check in a minute, but certainly it won't be more than one. Stevens is to return at the Nackins Road end. In emergency, break glass. Turn to Stevens. Actually, that rather diminishes his role, doesn't it? They use him all the time rather than as an emergency. But
so testament to him, really, isn't it? He's your go-to player with bat and ball this year. It's terrific.
Yeah, it's a good point. Here's the man they're turning to now to try and get himself a second wicket in this session as he bowls to Proctor. That's a great delivery. That has moved again from Stevens on the leg side and taken by Ollie Robinson. That's my idea this evening, that banana round the stumps, but decent ball. 2-4-1 for 2. Proctor has 50, Keogh has 5. And got more. You're being matched stat for stat by Liam from the Kent club at the moment. Here's from Kent Cricket, ball being turned into the onside.
Stat off.
It's a stat off. We also think the opening pair of Megan Sturge, age 16, and Jemima Spence, age 14, is the youngest ever opening partnership for Kent in club history. They put on 70 together as they beat Middlesex, so that's quite something. I didn't know which way up I was at 14, let alone batting for your county. Fantastic job from both of them. Between them 30, which is younger than me. I know, even younger than me. People are very surprised to hear that. Here's Stevens now bowling to Keogh. He leaves it outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But yeah, nice to have something to shout about from.
That's wonderful, isn't
from
it?
A
16 and 14.
Yeah, opening against Middlesex today. So, these days there is fortunately for young women cricketers, there's a proper pathway, isn't there, with the next representative side for Kent, many of them going to the South East Stars, and then hopefully on to England Honours as well. Young women cricketers. Back foot drive by Keogh. Can't get much force on it, and it's fielded by Bell Drummond at mid-on. There's no run. 2-4-2 for 2. It's been that season, Radders. You know, we have to cling on to all the successes we can. and the Horses, as they're known, are a very successful women's team, and carrying on in fine fashion today at the Neville. Is Stevens then to Keogh, leaving that, just got everything out of the way with I won't say with a panic, but making sure he got his elbows out of the way as well. But no cricket for Kent's men at the Neville this season for obvious reasons. I'm sure people will understand COVID protocols and financial reasons too, I'm sure. Stevens bowls to Keogh, just pushing the offside, no run. Well, the good news is that Kent have taken a wicket. The bad news is Northamptonshire already have 242 on the board. So the second wicket to go, Jack Leaning taking century maker Emilio Gay for 101. The young Northamptonshire batsman, the opener, going caught behind off the bowling of Jack Leaning, the other part-time spinner. Earlier, Matt Quinn got rid of Ricardo Vasconcelos, but not before he'd made 66. So Northampton, who won the toss and elected to bat first here to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, have done very, very well indeed, needless to say. Kent still winless. This was not the first day they needed, albeit in the sunshine in front of nearly 1,000 spectators. They'll be pleased with the sunshine and watching some cricket. They would not like their side to take more wickets, though. Northamptonshire 2-4-2 for 2 here here at Canterbury. And bad news for another Kent player, batsman Zach Crawley, out for England. They are 23 for 2. Crawley made just 2 runs in reply to New Zealand's 378. Devon Conway on New Zealand and Test debut, making exactly 200. Commentary of Kent against Northamptonshire continuing, by the way, via the BBC Sport website and app.
There's Jack Leaning starting a fresh over, bowling to Rob Keogh, forces that away, but picks out the man an extra cover. That's Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run. Keogh on 5, Proctor on 52, 243 for 2.
Shall I make way for a bit of Ivan Thomas before tea?
Why not? He's leaning in again, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off. Jordan Cox fields, and there's no run there.
There's every reason for it and no reason we can think of it. So I'll leave you with Andrew Radd and former Kent pace bowler Ivan Thomas.
And here's leaning in again, bowling to Keogh, and plays it defensively this time up to extra cover. Again, it's fielded by Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run. Leaning already back at the end of his mark with a slip in place, bowls to Keogh on drives pleasantly, and he's going to get a single as it's stopped but not gathered in cleanly by Joe Denley. Fairly close in there at mid-wicket, so one more to Keogh, who goes up to 6, and Northamptonshire to 244 for 2. Nicely timed shot by Keogh, probably a yard either side of Denley, and it would have been 4. As it is, Joe Denley was able to take most of the pace off the ball, but just not gather it in cleanly until they came through for the single. And now for Proctor, having seen just the odd one bounce and turn a little bit, they've got 2 slips in place. Leaning round the wicket, wide outside the off stump to Luke Proctor, who treats that one with a certain amount of disdain. Goes through outside the off stump, and that's the end of Leaning's over. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14, so he's done an excellent job. Including the wicket of Emilio Gay, 52 to Proctor, 6 to Keogh, and Northamptonshire 244 for 2. And Ivan, I just wonder, we've just seen the odd ball from Jack Leaning. We just saw the odd one as well from Marcus O'Riordan turn and bounce a little bit. Is it usual for just the odd one to do a little bit on the first day?
No, not particularly. Jack's quite tall, so he does get a little bit of bounce, and he can rip it, which is quite good. I think people underestimate how good a bowler he is.
It's Stevens starting a fresh over. Nobody can underestimate how good a bowler he is, and immediately beats Rob Keogh outside the off stump with 2 slips in place, 2 slips and a gully for Stevens, having this little burst before tea. Seems a good move from Daniel Bell-Drummond to bring Darren Stevens into the attack. Relatively new batsman in, just so we can nip another one out before tea.
Yeah, I think it's always a good move bringing Steve-O into the attack.
He's been successful for most of this season. Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh.
There's not too many people you would want to face just trying to see yourself through the tee, especially as a fresh batter. So, yeah, good move from Deebs there for sure.
Yeah, he's going to be at you all the time, isn't he, Darren Stevens? He's not going to give you a moment's respite.
I think he's bowling from a good end here, but Steve, I swear, year to year, he changes which end he likes the most.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting. When I played a lot, it was the bottom end, but the last few years, he's bowled a lot from the top.
Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, stands up tall, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run there, fielded by Nathan Gilchrist. Well, as we've been saying, he's been the go-to performer with the ball for Kent this season. 19 wickets, comfortably more than anybody else in this championship campaign. Wicket list today, but could easily have picked up 1 or 2. He's into his 15th over, and he bowls that ball to Keogh, and he again just plays it defensively up to mid-off. Thoughts on the interval, of course, which will be with us in, where are we now? I was looking at the overs remaining. We've got about, 4 overs to go until tea, so.
Yeah, rare to hear Darren Steve-O wicketless.
Yes.
Yeah. But he's one of those ones that you know there's going to be poles in him at some point, so trying to manipulate him as much as possible and get what you can from him for the Northants guys.
Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, just plays that up to man in there on the drive at sort of short mid-wicket. That's Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run. Thoughts on Emilio Gay, Ivan? You say you hadn't seen him before, but first class 100,
yeah,
first one. And
very good.
Played nicely, didn't he?
Played really nicely. Manipulated the fast bowlers really well. Saw Darren out really, really well, and then good to the spin. Like, just very compact and just knew his game.
Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, who just lets that go past outside the off stump. Doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Goes through to Ollie Robinson, and that's the end of a maiden over from Darren Stevens. 15 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 30 for him. So profligate, 2 and over. Disgraceful.
I think you'd be pretty happy as a Northants coach sitting on the balcony letting Darren bowl all day going at 2s and just knowing, you know, he's still going to have to bowl into the 3rd session and possibly into tomorrow, and that's going to be a sore body, and that's someone who, I don't know, at 45 he can still bowl all day, but he's going to tire maybe slightly quicker than someone like Gilchrist, and you sort of hope that with no poles next to his name, that's sort of going to deflate him a little bit, and maybe you can work him a little bit more and get him up to 3s as the game go on. So they seem to have played him extremely well today.
Well, I'm sure they'll have done their homework, because he bowled beautifully against Northamptonshire up at Wantage Road back in April. Those conditions very, very different then. Jack Leaning into the attack again, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Luke Proctor not to be tempted. Just lets it go through to Ollie Robinson. Proctor made 50 in the previous game, up at down at Hove, I should say. And that ball finds Proctor forward, playing to backward point, where to under Mayeye fields, and there's no run. He made 51 off 149 balls. He's in a long time down at Hove, but it was quite a tricky little situation that he found himself in, as Leaning bowls to him and he sweeps. And he's going to get a single as it goes down there to Matt Quinn in front of the scoreboard at long leg. One more to Proctor, goes to 53, and Northamptonshire to 245 for 2. Yes, there was chasing 218 to win. 4th innings pitch turning a bit, and they'd lost a couple of wickets, and he just felt he needed to dig in at the close of the 3rd day. Rob Keogh on strike now and plays that up to extra cover, and there's no run. In fact, he and Keogh just took Northamptonshire through to the close at 130 odd for 2, and then the hard work I think had been pretty much done then. Here's Leaning in again, bowls to Keogh, who square drives, doesn't quite time it, but it's a good bit of fielding as well at backward point by Jordan Cox.
And I think it's important about you say about the hard work there. It's just what they've done today is they've getting bowlers into their 3rd and 4th spells, and you know, people cash in down the order then.
A couple of good pros, these two, and that's worked into the onside by Rob Keogh. It goes out to a man coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, and they come through for a single. One more to Keogh, 7 to him, 246 for 2, and that's the end of the over. Leaning 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16, 246 for 2. Proctor is 53, Keogh 7. And yeah, Rob Keogh, he's always had the reputation of perhaps not being the best starter, being a little bit of a nervy starter. Yeah, I'm sure you must have played against Rob. He's been around for donkey's years.
Played a lot with him as well. Yeah,
of course, yes. Yeah, in those games. Yeah,
well-campaigned cricketer.
Yeah, well, he's one of those. We say about this, Ivan, that you know, Rob Keogh's made 11 first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire, and you look on the all-time list, and you know he's up there with some players who supporters would revere as greats of the county's history, and you know, Rob Keogh's made 11 first-class hundreds, and they've been spread over a time. I mean, he got a double 100 8 years ago down at Southampton, and he's got a pretty solid record.
Yeah, can bat for sure.
He's having a good year this year, having just over 50 coming into this match. Here's Stevens again, bowls to him, and he stands up straight, punches that up. Just past extra cover, but there's a man behind him there. That's Miguel Cummins, and there's no run. He's able to come round from his position at fairly wide-ish mid-off. One club man, of course. Rob Keogh has been with Northamptonshire right the way through from academy and age group sides. Dunstable boy, though. Neighbouring Bedfordshire. And Stevenson again bowls to Keogh and plays it up to extra cover.
I wonder how many players these days are just one club men.
Not many, Ivan. I shouldn't think you could count them on the fingers of not too many hands, I would have thought. No, he's certainly. I mean, he made his first-class debut 11 years ago, so he's been around a while, and he's developed his game. He's worked hard at it. Stevens in again, bowls to him, and he's in behind that, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose when he first came in, you were thinking about him as a sort of one-day specialist, stroke playing batsman, brilliant fielder, and could bowl a bit of off-spin. But I think very early on he proved with that double 100, and then a big long match-saving innings against Derbyshire not long after that he could bat long if required. Here's Stevens in again, edged and drops just in front of second slip.
It's a better length there from the Kent bowlers. It looked like it's been a touch short throughout this day, just sort of not really testing the stumps.
Well, that found the edge, but as I say, it dropped in front of Jack leaning in there at second slip. He took it on the half volley, but Stevens still coming up to tee, and he's in his 16th over, still testing the batsman. And again, bowls to Keogh. He's just working that away into the onside. Fielded there at short mid-wicket by Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run.
Tough to get the ball out of Steve-O's hands at times. We played Essex last year, and he had a word with all us bowlers saying that short spells today is hot, lads. I think he went and bowled a 14-over spell.
Yes, you need a crowbar to get him off. Here's Stevens in again from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Keogh, just slightly loses his shape there. He's looking to force that away on the onside. Takes a hand off the bat, goes to backward point. Fielded by Nathan Gilchrist, another maiden for Darren Stevens, greeted with a ripple of applause around the ground. He's now bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 30. Runs per over dropping below 2, 1.9.
That's more like Darren.
Yes, Northamptonshire 246 for 2.
They've done well at the back end here just to sort of get that run rate below 4.5, really, getting it down to 4 now, which is something I'm sure they would have spoken about at the breaks, just sort of limiting their runs this over. It wouldn't necessarily be wickets, it's all more scoreboard pressure than anything, because it was getting away from them just before lunch.
Well, a couple of overs to go until tea. Jack Leaning is going to bowl the penultimate one with the 2 slips in for the left-handed Luke Proctor. Round the wicket comes Leaning, bowls short, and that's cut away to backward point, fielded by Cummins. And there's no run. No, the AA, wasn't it, down there at backward point, beg pardon. Good stop. Here's Leaning in again, bowls around the wicket, and that's driven up to the bowler himself, fielded by Leaning, and there's no run by Proctor. 53 not out. That was his 100th ball. Greeted by with no reaction at all from the. I have known it happen. 100th ball has got a round of applause. He's Leaning in again. That's worked away off, I suspect. Middle and off. We're not behind the line, but judging by the reaction from the yelp from Ollie Robinson, that was taken off, certainly off the stumps and worked away into the onside. He picks up 2 runs for it. 55 to Proctor, and Northamptonshire up to 248 for 2.
I always used to use balls faced were my runs. So I got 30 balls faced, that was good for me.
Here's Leaning in again, bowls outside the off stump, and that's let go by Proctor. Funnily enough, at Northampton, they took the balls faced off the board after the first game against Kent, because one of the batsmen, Leaning in again, bowls to Proctor, is in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and I think it might have been Rob Keogh who in that match went in quite a difficult situation, took a long time to get going. He did eventually, got 100, but he had to work very hard at the start as Leaning comes in again and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, lets it go through to Robinson. And I think he'd sort of had a word and said that you look up at the board and you saw the number of balls gradually going up and up and up, and he actually found it quite putting pressure on himself. And as a result, for the next match at Northampton, they took the balls faced off the board. And they sort of reconfigured it, and we had to use the old laptop to see when inevitably you want to see how many balls somebody's faced. So yeah, it obviously can just weigh on the mind a bit of batsmen, I suppose. Well, here we go, last over before tea, and it's going to be bowled by Darren Stevens. Northamptonshire 248 for 2. Proctor's 55, facing Keogh on 7, and Stevens in bowls, and Keogh drives back down the pitch.
Yeah, something I never had an issue with was seeing how many balls I faced, as I was always the one that was at non-striker's end, and you'd get an easy single and I'd get turned down because they didn't want me to face the ball. They're saying that I think I'm the owner of the world record for the lowest contribution to a 100-run partnership.
Really?
Yeah, well, I think it was here a pink ball game against Middlesex. I got 1 off my first ball, and then Grant went and whacked it everywhere and got 100.
That's a great stat. Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Rob Keogh, who drives it up to mid-off. I do remember Rob Bailey, who's now, of course, a first-class umpire for Northamptonshire County Colts, opening the batting and being first out for 100 at I think 104 for one against Peterborough Town in a Northampton County Colts game back in the 80s when he was just sort of coming through. Here's Stevens in again, bowls, and that's cracked away through the covers by Rob Keogh for 4. A little bit of width from Darren Stevens, which you don't see too often, and Keogh there able to throw his hands at the ball and hit it away through the covers for 4, and that's the 250 up for Northamptonshire, so a second batting bonus point in the 64th over, so it's reasonable going. Keogh into double figures, he's up to 11, 252 for 2, 3 balls to go in the session. Beautiful afternoon here now. There's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, and that's a beauty. That's a great reply from Darren Stevens. Beats Keogh outside the off stump and follows through, and I don't know if he may have given him a word or two of instruction or encouragement.
The amount of times I've seen Darren get hit like that before and then the wicket next ball, it's astonishing. But he's always got it in the locker, that little seed.
That's a terrific reply from Stevens to, as I say, uncharacteristically wide ball. Got 2 slips in place, and here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, who forces away. He's going to get runs here as Miguel Cummins at mid-off does a bit of football and actually knocks the ball away from himself, but he manages to retrieve it, and they're able to come through for just the 1, and that takes Keogh up to 12, and Northamptonshire to 253 for 2. And we have one ball rather to go before tea, which is going to be bowled by Darren Stevens to Luke Proctor with a slip and a gully, backward point, and a man down there on the cover boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and in fact now he's going into second slip, Jack Leaning. Having been almost a sort of a 3.5 slip really, he's been to second slip now. Here's Stevens, bowls to Proctor again, he's right across his stumps, working it into the onside, fielded by Gilchrist. Over and tea, and that's the end of the second session in this the opening day of this county championship match between Kent and Northamptonshire here at Canterbury. At the end of the session, Northamptonshire still in a strong position, 253 for 2. Luke Proctor has made 55 of those. Rob Keogh on 12. Darren Stevens 17 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 35. So he's been outstanding, as you would expect. But Ivan, you'd have to say, again, really, Northamptonshire session.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a tough one for the Kent boys. It seems quite flat out there. The Northamptonshire lads have really batted well. They've cashed into everything that was there to take. A little short from the bowlers, probably not tested the stumps enough, not tested the defence quite enough, especially off the quicks. But then Jack Leaning's really come on there and made a bit of a difference to the game, made the pitch look a bit different, a bit of bounce, a bit of turn. And maybe a little prospect of going ahead in the game, it might turn a little bit more. But it'll be interesting to sort of see after Northampton have bowled as well, just to really get an idea of what the pitch is like.
I imagine Simon Kerrigan will have been watching just 1 or 2 deliveries that we've seen from this end, from O'Riordan and from Jack Leaning, with a certain amount of interest. Fresh from his first 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire, bowled beautifully down at Hove against Sussex. So there we are, tea here at Canterbury, 253 for 2 Northamptonshire. We're going to take a cuppa. I hope you do the same, and we'll be back with you here at the Spitfire Ground in around about 15 minutes' time.
At Barrett's, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent.
It's not been a good day for Kent, I'm afraid. Northamptonshire just gone in for tea, or just about to come out from tea, actually. About 10 minutes ago they went in. 253 for 2, the visitors here at Canterbury. Won the toss, elected to bat, and have just batted on and on. 2 separate century partnerships. One between Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was the first wicket to go, 66 caught behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn with Emilio Gay. Then Gay himself, a maiden first-class century for him, 101 he made before he was caught behind off the bowling of Jack Leaning. So just 2 successes with the ball for Kent all day. Luke Proctor has come in and made 55 not out so far. Rob Keogh, who's got a couple of centuries already this season for Northants, is on 12 not out. Pretty ominous for Kent going into the final session. Winless already this season, Kent. They could really have done with winning the toss this morning and batting themselves in great conditions on what looks like a bat-friendly wicket, but it's not to be for them today. Really need wickets in the final session to bowl themselves back into some sort of parity for the day. Elsewhere in the Test match, Kent's Zach Crawley hasn't had much luck either. He was out for just 2. England 29 for 2 in reply to New Zealand's 378 all out. Commentary of Kent against Northamptonshire, the final session continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And we are back. It's the third session of Kent against Northamptonshire here. 2-5-3 for 2 Northants. They batted really, really well today. 2 separate century partnerships today. The first between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay. Vasconcelos, the first wicket to fall, and the only one in the first session for Kent. Matt Quinn getting caught behind for 66, and then Emilio Gay, the only one to go in the second session. So 135 for the opening wicket, 100 for the second exactly. Gay going for 101, his maiden first-class century. Caught behind off the bowling of Jack Leaning. Kent desperate for wickets. Northamptonshire just pushing on, piling on the pain. Already have 2 batting bonus points, and Kent yet to get their first bowling bonus point. So that's to set up the final session here. Proctor has 55 not out, Keogh 12 not out. Kent have to raise their spirits somehow and get a flurry of wickets to get themselves, well, I won't say close to parity probably on this day, but just to get themselves back in with a foothold in this game. I'm Matt Cole. Alongside me is Andrew Rabb. On mic with me at the moment is former Kent fast bowler Ivan Thomas, who's with us. And Ivan, I'm going to ask you the same question more or less as I did after lunch, coming out at tea. Who is it? Does the captain talk to the players? Do you need talking to? Does the head coach give you 1 or 2 pointers? This is what I want from this session. What do you do?
I think at tea there would have been a lot of chat from Simon Cook, the bowling coach, just sort of getting the sort of cartel around him and saying, look, what are our plans here? What did we do in that session that we don't want to be doing in this session? We've leaked a lot of runs there. What are the areas we want to do? And I guess what they're looking to do now is try and claw that run rate back down. It's sort of got away from them. They'd love if they could finish the day at around 3 and over, having got maybe 4 or 5 down. They'd say that last session was a win. The day's obviously Northants, I think, no matter what here, with 252 for 3, you can't really see them being bowled out for 300 at the moment. So it's sort of about just clawing this session back, and there's not too many games you win when you lose the first 3 sessions of a game.
So that's Kent's task then. Set up by Ivan Thomas, and Jack Leaning, will he execute? Drive by Keogh into the offside. It's a thump straight at Joe Denley, back in the side today, and he parries it, and then Drummond picks it up and tosses it straight back at Denley, hits him on the forearm because he's got his back turned to him, but no run. 2-5-3 for 2. A attempted cut into the wicket keeper's hands there. Gets a bit of bounce again from Leaning. I have to say, it's a fabulous take by Ollie Robinson, that though, and he's got the bails off in no time. Leaning back to his mark, gets through his overs pretty quickly. And to Keogh, the off spinner, into the right hander.
I think it's going to be important, these spin overs here, just sort of getting through a couple of overs and sort of getting the game away from Northants a little bit and just speeding up a touch.
It looks like Keogh's tried to attack straight away here, trying to make sure they keep the initiative, I guess. Another dot ball though, as it's pushed back to Leaning. So he turns his mark, 34 on his Kent shirt, elbow high as he bowls now. The tweaks driven at Joe Denley at cover, once again stopped along the ground, just the one slip in. Jordan Cox there. No other close fielders, but a number within the ring. As he goes to this shot, Keogh, he's beaten the fielders, yeah, that'll go through for 4 runs, beats Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off, and that maiden is ruined, and 4 runs for Keogh. He goes on to 16, and Northamptonshire 2-5-7 for 2, and it's imposing total here against Kent, who are hoping to go into the T20 series with the start of the blast with some momentum, but they're not wrestling it today.
There's going to be a few tired bodies around, I think, here. It's the first real hot day of the season for the Kent lads, and a full day in the dirt. Water intake's been low. There's going to be a few legs that are really going to feel this, and this session's going to be really important for them to dig deep and not let the game completely get away from them. If they finish the day 350 for 2, I think that's the heads down going into the evening, and that's going to make it a lot harder going into the start tomorrow.
It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist at the Nackington Road end. Number 57 for him. I know you were talking about the geography and the way the slopes work here at Canterbury, but I'm sure Rad has probably asked you earlier, Ivan, but did you have a favoured end here, or did it?
I definitely did. I think it was very different bowling in the nets to a game here, actually. For some reason, we always netted down the far end towards where the cafe is, and the hill was a lot less, and we always play up towards the old pavilion, the old scoreboard, so where the hill was a lot greater. So nets, I'd love to come down the hill and try and hit people in the head. And
as Gilchrist bowls here, left by Proctor outside the off stump, no run.
And then in the game, I'd like to come up the hill. That sort of shape was naturally away. I always angled it in, so that sort of slope working with me helped me keep my line a lot nicer. And you know, I always saw myself as a workhorse, so it was always up the hill into the wind, and that way I could give Darren a hard time for always coming down the hill.
As you said, he has changed ends over the years, though, hasn't he? In terms of the favoured end for him.
He's definitely fluctuating. I think, yeah, but he gets wickets from both, really.
Gilchrist bowls to Proctor, leaves it outside the off stump. Not a line that's troubling him at the moment, and there's no run.
Definitely bowlers have their favourite ends. Podders definitely loves coming down the hill, and he's done extremely well from there. I think Grant Stewart, he loves bowling up the hill. It really helps with his shape, his natural swing way of the ball, so that's huge help for him. That really showed when he bowled with that pink ball. He got 6 for very little.
And Matt Milnes, I think he's bowled from both, hasn't he? But he has come down the hill beginning of the season before his injury, obviously. Outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, Milne's got some great natural pace with him, so I think down the hill for him is a really good sign for him. Sort of pushes. I think recently he was quoted saying 85 plus he bowls, which I gave him a bit of stick for, because it's big numbers he's clocking there apparently. So, but yeah, I think down the hill for him is really good. He's got a lot of natural ability with his pace.
Speed guns are strange old things, aren't they? It's an inexact art. Here's Gilchrist, bit of bounce outside the off stump, but again, Proctor doesn't trouble himself with that. Leaves it 55 for him, 16.
In our Lord's final, one-day final, we Dale Stain was playing for Hampshire, and I think he got clocked to 86, and Callum Haggett got clocked to 86 as well, and I'm pretty sure he's still dining out on that one.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily put them at the same speed, would you? Here's Gilchrist to Proctor through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Seriously, there are various thoughts on how reliable those speed guns are, aren't there? What do you think?
I think I got clocked at 84, and I was pushing high 80s. Surely that's what I claimed anyway.
No, I think the wrong person.
Yeah, I think when I'm bowling, they're pretty under, but when Darren gets clocked at 65, yeah, I think that's pretty bang on.
That's motoring for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gilchrist just stretching out the hamstring at on the top of his run now. Will come into bowl to Proctor, last ball of this over. The left-hander does get involved with that one, just a little bit inside edgy actually towards the onside, but with soft hands. There's no run. Robinson scampers around from behind the stumps to take it and toss it back to the bowler. And Gilchrist just stretching out the hamstrings there.
Hot days showing their toll a bit here, yeah. A little bit of cramp, probably some diarrhea coming around for him.
I was going to say salts and
sipping bananas.
Yeah, carbs as well. Or is it the potassium? Is that?
I think it's something like that. Yeah.
You'll be surprised to hear that neither me nor Ivan Thomas are chemists by nature. Well, I'm sorry, I may be doing you a disservice. 257 for 2. Of course, your new career.
This is chemistry is the thing. I know that potassium does stop the caffeine effect, so.
Is it?
There you go. It does, yeah.
There you go.
If you've got a caffeine high, have a banana.
So there's a phrase for you. This is drive into the offside along the floor. From Keogh, single taken. Proctor on strike now, 55 for Proctor, 17 for Keogh. I think when I spoke to you yesterday, you were. Well, you missed my call because you were coffee roasting. Is that right? Yesterday?
Yeah, that's correct.
Which on a hot day sounds
brutal.
like it's pretty. Yeah,
the roaster gets to about 500 degrees in certain places, and you're sitting right next to it. So when it's 30 outside, you're sweating.
I think when I mentioned this to Radders earlier, he thought it was very bijou, and you're at home. Basically, you're just toying with different blends. But you have to say this is actually your profession now. So.
Well, yeah, it is.
Leading bowls to Proctor, just dabs that down past the slip, and there'll be a single in it for him. He goes on a 56, Keogh 17, Northants 259 for 2.
I think I prefer the image of that one though, me flicking for a few at home.
So leaning is over the wicket now. A little bit of pace taken off, but Keogh treats it with respect, pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. So you have a company, is that right?
Yeah, I've just started up my own. We'll be ready to supply very soon, but I've got a job at a bigger firm.
Leaning to Keogh, cuts it away towards the offside boundary, gently taken by Matt Quinn, keeping the score ticking over though, 3 off the over from the 4 balls. So you're striking out on your own now, is that the idea? Is to
It will be. It's something that's going to pick up slowly, that I'm taking my time over. But I've got a job at a larger roastery, which I'm sort of learning my craft at, you could say.
Gotcha. There's a lot to it, and obviously, I mean, not the stuff I'm drinking right now.
I was going to say, I'm not,
you've
not
not touched
judging,
it, have
but
you?
I've had a look in.
You've not touched
Not
it.
impressed.
I mean, I don't mean to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I can't say I blame you. A ball's cut away by fine, but it's free, so I'm fine with that. Miei gets hands to that, and there's no run. Good stop at backward point.
It's bad coffee, but what people don't know is that you've just stolen the scorer's water as well, so they can rush back.
No, don't tell me that. No, don't tell people that. Oh, that's really bad. He was in a rush as well. He wanted a coffee before he started scoring. 56 for Proctor, 18 for Keogh. And there I was, just went up the kettle. Oh, it's freshly boiled, excellent. Just enough for 2 cups.
There's always one.
Not enough for 3 cups, as it turned out. So, yeah, my apologies, gentlemen, to my left, if you're listening. Stealing the water for your coffee, but 18 for Keogh, 56 for Proctor, and Northants 260 for 2. But it's such an interesting. I know where we live. I mean, I don't think people are very surprised who come from other parts of the world, but Tunbridge Wells is rife with coffee shops. There's it's very much all artisanal.
It's the right clientele
artisanal
around
napkins
there, sure.
and finely ground.
It's a real niche. People love it. People really get into it. You can get really geeky. I suppose it's like cricket. You can get really geeky with it. You can get really into it. And I think it comes hand in hand with sport, sort of coffee, especially cricket when you have so many breaks, little coffee break. Everyone thinking they know everything about coffee and the difference between flat white and a latte.
Is that where it's come from? I mean, is there a lot of chat in the dressing room about it?
That's definitely how I got into it initially, was sort of Charlie Shrek era and coffee club.
Here's Gilchrist to bowl to Keogh. It's driven off his pads for 2, I think they're going to take there. Maybe a third, no. Reardon's got that just the mid-wicket. Applause for the effort he made to cut that down from 3 to 2. 262 for 2. And Charlie Shrek was your, from memory of talking to you before, was your early roommate, is that right?
Yeah, he was. He was. I looked up to him. Well, I mean, he was 6'7", so it was more than...
Say, everyone looks up to him.
Yeah. And yeah, I always thought he was very cool, and he loved his coffee. Him and the head physio at the time used to take their French press everywhere.
It's cut away by Keogh. Doesn't beat the field. It's Hamid Kadri on a sub at the moment. They'll take a single. 263 for 2. It's a French pen press. It's like like a long cylinder. Is that right?
Yeah, the cafetiere. So you sort of put the beans in hot water and you press down and then it's brewed. And that was probably the first one I had, and I was terrible at it. But I'd drink it with a wince and be like, "Oh, it's great coffee." Just not really know what I'm talking about.
It's like having your first beer. Oh yeah, this is the stuff. Gilchrist over the wicket to Proctor, punches that away in the onside. Doesn't get all of it, but enough for a single. Cummins comes round from mid-wicket to field. I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of AeroPress. Is that right?
AeroPress, yes.
That's the one with
that's the long cylinder. Yeah.
I don't know how. I mean, I've had coffee made that in that way, but I've no idea how you work one of those.
Well, I'll tell you, when I'm next in,
with caution.
When you invite me back, I'll bring mine down, my special kettle and everything. I've got all the gear. The idea is getting there.
I mean, that wasn't the reason we got you on today, Ivan, but it's a little bit of tinge of disappointment from Radders and I when there was no paraphernalia came with you. It's a no ball, I think, from Gilchrist. It is indeed dot ball as well. So 2 added to the score, 266 for 2. Of course not. Your expertise here. Someone knows who knows what they're talking about.
Oh,
you and Radders. That's what the listeners want. 266 for 2.
I did pack my Swan Net kettle this morning in my bag, but getting the train with all the stuff, there's a lot of stuff to come.
That's fair. There's a lot to carry down to Canterbury. The ball down the leg side from Gilchrist, just straying a little bit. Keep his feet right, but not on target this time. 266 for 2. So yeah, careers after careers after cricket. We talked to Adam Rouse. I think he was setting up. He was on setting up a gym. Is that right?
Yeah,
so
he's got himself a franchise gym in London. Doing very well.
Are you still hitting the weights? Still keeping yourself in trim?
Can you not tell? I know this. I know it's radio, but I could try and describe my physique if you need.
Pushed to the offside. I don't want to make any comments on that.
Once I take a bite of lemon drizzle cake.
Well, I know you have to carbo load. This is a hard session. This one after teas.
I'm actually currently in training for an Ironman. So.
Are you really?
Yeah,
oh,
I'm looking to in about a year and a half. I keep telling everyone this because I know the more people know, I'll have to do it. So
that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's a great way of doing it. But of course you look immensely fit, Ivan. You always have. So here's Gilchrist up in the air a little bit from Keogh, but he swatted that away over mid-on. Bell Drummond struggling to get that before the boundary. He won't. That's 4 runs. Keogh definitely on the attack after tee. And it's almost as if it's a reverse team talk from Northamptonshire. 25 not out for him, 57 for Proctor. Whereas perhaps Kent have said, as you were saying, keep the run rate down. That's our first task, is to limit the runs. It definitely looks like Northampton have attacked since tee.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gilly's touch short here. A lot of cross-batted shots going over the top. So just trying to pitch it up a bit, and like we've said before, just trouble the stumps a bit more, test the defence rather than the pull shot. So he's got the field up for that. So maybe, I mean, he's been playing with his hamstring for a little bit the last over and a bit, and looks like the physio's around there to help him out. So maybe he's just struggling for a little bit of cramp or something here.
So it's going to be leaning then from this pavilion end round the wicket. 2 slips in now for Proctor, trying something new. Bell Drummond and leaning. But yeah, he is just stretching those hands out again, isn't he? Is that Dan over there? It is. The physio. That's Nathan Gilchrist. This one, again, Proctor's definitely attacking this. Trying to drive past Daniel Bell Drummond. But doesn't quite time this one. Coming towards 4:30. Beautiful sunshiny day here. 270 for 2, Northamptonshire. That one just quicker from leaning. Defended by Proctor. 57 off 117 so far. Still, don't think anyone much has left today, and why would you? If you want a ballot to get to watch cricket today in the sunshine, stay all day outside the off stump, and there's no run. Do feel with supporters probably 1 or 2 if they watched 6-7 games by now, they might be taking the early train home perhaps with Kent on the end of perhaps of a hard day, but no one moving today.
That's it. 2 weeks of rain and any sign of sun, you'll definitely stay out here no matter how the game's going.
Single for Keogh and for Proctor into the offside. He's on to 58, Keogh on to 25, 271 for 2. Darren Stevens about to come back on the field. I didn't spot Kadri. Oh, he's a point, yeah. Thumbs up from Stevens. So I wonder if will he be brought back from the far end? I wonder if Gilchrist is just feeling it a little bit, but it keeps a little bit low from leaning, but no great pace from the spinner, and that'll be the end of the over. 271 for 2, Northants. Proctor 58, Keogh 25. With BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, with Matt Cole and Ivan Thomas with you at the moment. Get Andrew Rad on after 4:30.
Where around the circuit do you find your favourite coffee then?
At Grounds?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, it's mostly the instant variety, it has to be said.
They're not looking after you.
Well, they do, but I think actually it's probably practical.
Yeah,
you just need to grab
right.
one immediately. It'd be lovely to wait 5 minutes for a perfectly brewed cappuccino, but by and large, that's not the thing. So, but yeah, we have our own haunts at home, though. You know, you pick the ones, don't you?
Yeah. Cappuccino's your go-to?
It is actually. I know. Italians will balk at that, but almost any time of day.
Well, that's their morning drink.
It's a breakfast drink, yeah.
Yeah, it's their breakfast drink.
Absolutely right. But yeah, I like it. They call it dryish, is that right? Or is that the
yeah,
right?
You can have a wet or dry cappuccino.
So not too much milk.
Yeah.
Frothy, but quite a lot of coffee. So now you know, Ivan, for when you arrive next time. But I'll drink any old thing, as you know. So Gilchrist continuing from the Nakita Road end, trying to tee off on that one, Proctor, definitely. But didn't get all of it. It's thumped in the ground and up towards mid-on. And there's no run. So As a connoisseur now, how would you take your coffee? Is it just black? You don't?
Yeah, I tend
milk?
to drink a lot of filter coffee, where single origin filter coffee. God, I'm hating myself talking
you know
like
your
this.
stuff though. There you go. But you get wine connoisseurs, don't you?
You do, yeah. Sommeliers, and I'm currently in process of getting that qualification for coffee.
Here's Gilchrist then over the wicket, left by Proctor through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run on the dot ball. So filter is your choice of preparation?
It would be my go-to, like
a purist way of doing it, is it called?
You could get a lot of people kicking
Oh,
off
right,
if I
okay.
say this, but I would say it allows the coffee to give its taste that is in the bean rather than affected by too much else.
So Gilchrist then to Proctor, defends it, no run, still 2 slips in for Gilchrist.
Yeah, interesting. V60, have you heard of V60?
No.
Oh, pulling out the big guns here.
What's that now?
It's a type of filter coffee that I think that's probably my favourite, and I probably like that the most because it looks cool to do. Whether I know what I'm doing or not is a different story, but I look like I know what I'm doing, and that's sort of how I played my whole cricket career.
Here's Gilchrist outside the off stump. There's no run, as usual. Very self-deprecating. So a V60 is a machine. Is it a way of preparing it? Rather, it's not a coffee. It
sort of is a type of coffee. It's a type of brewing method where you sit a small sort of upside down pyramid shape on your glass, put a filter on top, coffee in the filter, and then pour the water over the top of that.
Wow.
And loads of different brewing methods for it, and they have competitions and all that. And
so Gilchrist bowling to Proctor. I'm a bit lost here, listeners, but you probably know exactly what Ivan's talking about. Being connoisseurs of all sorts of fine things at home if you listen to this commentary. 271 for 2. He said at a stretch.
Yeah. Did you watch the test on the net? Was it Amazon?
No, I haven't seen it yet. No, it's on. That's on
Amazon Prime, I think.
Is it? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
And if you watch that, Adam Zampa has the Love Cafe, him and Stoinis, and what he's brewing there is a V60.
Okay.
So if it's not worth watching it for the cricket, it's
No ball
definitely
there,
worth watching it for the coffee.
Through to the wicket keeper. So you hone in on that as much as the cricket. You're like,
I do. Well,
what's he doing there?
We had our pre-season away in South Africa just after that, and the Aussie team were there. And Zampa walks past, and I had to run and get all my AeroPress out the side and sat outside on the balcony. And he walked past and was, "Oh, great coffee setup, mate." And that was enough for me.
There we go. Bit of glory there outside the off stump. There's no run. It's going to be an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Probably, oh no, travel first. Probably more cricket than coffee in this one. Getting an education this afternoon, care of Ivan Thomas, former Kent pace bowler, now coffee roaster extraordinaire, the connoisseur. But end of that over from Gilchrist. He has none for 69 from 12 overs and 2 maidens, leaning to continue. He does. He's been relatively economical, actually, of all the Kent bowlers. 2.4 and over he's going at. 1 for 26 off 11, took the wicket off Emilio Gay. 101 he went for earlier in the day. If you're just joining us, Emilio Gay with a century, his maiden first-class century in a exactly century stand with Luke Proctor, who's still out there on 58. This one's cut away by Keogh. Ends up actually with Joe Denley at cover. Keogh with some sort of little cry out there, maybe a frustration for not getting more on that. He's leaning and driven into the offside. Quinn picks it up. They'll just go for a single, thinking about a second, but Quinn gets there nice and quickly for Kent. And just a run there for Keogh. 26 for him. Proctor on 58, the left-hander from 126 balls. Earlier Vasconcelos shared in a century partnership with Emilio Gay. It's not been a great season for Kent. They've not won a game yet. It's not been a great day for them either. 2-7-4 for 2, the visitors, Northamptonshire. They won the toss, elected to bat, and they batted and batted and batted some more. They take another single, 2-7-5 for 2 now. Luke Proctor has 58 Rob Keogh 26, but the big man of the day, Emilio Gay, big innings of the day, I should say. He's a big man too, about 6'5". His first-class century, maiden first-class century, 101 he made before being dismissed by Jack Leaning. One of 2 wickets to fall for Kent today. The other one, Matt Quinn, got the wicket of Vasconcelos earlier in the piece for 66, but really, with all the bonus points going their way, going towards a third one now. Northamptonshire a 276 for 2. Kent really could do with some wickets late in the day here to try and get some respectability on this first day score. Otherwise, it's a long way back into this match, even on the first day of 4 for Kent here. Elsewhere in the Test match, Kent's Zach Crawley made just 2. England are in trouble. 38 for 2 they are against New Zealand, who made 378 with 200 from debutant Devon Conway. That's the cricket and continuing commentary of Kent against Northants here via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, we're actually in the shade, which is quite good for us today. We don't risk any sunburn because it's been a beautiful day at Canterbury. As you're probably aware, all round Kent, glorious sun, and most importantly for the spectators, only the second game they've been allowed here at Canterbury, and we've got a full crowd here as far as it's allowed, 950 of them basking in the sunshine. The cricket maybe not going their team's way, but they've been warm applause for every milestone they can for the Kent team today, and yeah, beautiful sunshine for them today, and they've been rewarded for their patience in the last game, which was rained off, by turning up here today in their numbers, the ones that are allowed, 950 of them, and enjoying the sunshine, I'm sure. Quite so, absolutely right. Continuing right now, so you won't have heard that, so the other way, as Erica North, our drive time presenter there, but just talking about, obviously, about the sunshine and the... that's a good ball from Gilchrist, just outside the off stump. Attempted cut by Proctor, but goes straight through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So 277 for 2. We'll go to the end of the over, and then we might let Ivan take a breather. I think he's been through all the subjects today. He's been through Ironman triathlons. He's been through how to prepare coffee. He's educated us today, me and Andrew Rabb. For me, that doesn't take much, to be honest. There's a lot I don't know much about, so every day's a school day, as they say. Here's Gilchrist outside the off stump through. Proctor leaves it outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. We're about to get a bit of take that, but that's been taken away from us. Probably a good thing. No one wants me singing along. Proctor 61, Keogh 26. Bit becalmed, Kent off. They need to, I guess, find a way of making something happen here. And what do you do as a captain? What do you do as a bowler here?
It's a tough time. You almost want to start building an atmosphere. You need a couple of balls to go your way, and then someone will say something. You can get the boys around you. A couple of plays and misses. It needs a bit of noise from the boys, really. Normally driven from the wicketkeeper, and it's a tough day to be out there when it's this hot. And clearly the boys are tired, heads and shoulders are down. But yeah, find some energy somewhere for this last sort of hour and a half push.
So last ball just cut to Mayeye at backward point, and no run from that one. Gilchrist still toiling away at the Nackington Road end, but really Northamptonshire have batted really well as well. Good strip for them, but they've made the most of it, and that's the important thing. And for them, 2 points off the top 2. And as one of our emailers was saying earlier, so we like the unfashionable counties, in inverted commas, maybe upsetting the likes of Yorkshire and Lancashire. All the previews of this group, I'll be unsurprised to hear. You may have even seen them before we started. This Group 3 was about Yorkshire and Lancashire, so if Kent can't do it, it's nice that Northants may be rattling a few cages, and maybe not in this game though. They can leave Kent alone. Ball to Gilchrist, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. There's no sign they're going to though. 277 for 2. Elsewhere, I can at least tell you in this group, it's at England are 41 for 2, by the way, against New Zealand. In this group, Sussex 175 for 5 against Yorkshire, perhaps just stabilising a bit after early wickets, but Lancashire have already been bowled out by Glamorgan for 173. Glamorgan 38 for 1 in reply, which would be good news for Northants, certainly anyone trying to get into the top 2. This one's just a little bit toe end of the bat, as you probably heard on our effects microphone from Proctor. Turns it into the onside. They do take a single though. I think that's the end of the over. Ruins Nathan Gilchrist's maiden. 2-7-8-4-2. None for 70 for Gilchrist. Leaning, I expect, to continue at this end. Looks like he will. So we'll say goodbye to Ivan Thomas for in the meantime. We'll get you back on before the close if you're still with us.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So Ivan Thomas there taking a well-earned breather. We use him, as I said, like a fast bowler today. He comes on for spells. He dazzles us with cricket and coffee knowledge and goes off for a breather. And basically, I'm a trundler. I'm not a Darren Stevens. I'm just trying desperately to hold up an end. Here's Andrew Rad back with us, though, and Andrew talking about Kent's exploits, but what a day it's been for Northamptonshire. What a season it's been for them so far.
Yeah,
they've dazzled here a bit.
Building a strong position here.
Yeah.
It's done strange things to you. Just mentioning about the whole Yorkshire-Lancashire thing, and it's done slightly odd things in that I found myself after the long drive back from Brighton to Northampton last Sunday, just getting back in time to see the end of the Roses match that was, of course, on television, and finding myself being an instant Lancashire supporter and cheering them on every time they took a Yorkshire wicket, which was slightly strange for a Northamptonian, but there you go. And we're going to see Joe Denley have a bowl, try his leg spin for the first time in the match. It's been a little bit of help for the two off spinners that we've seen, O'Riordan and Leaning, and here's Denley. Starts his first over, and that's first delivery, just worked in front of square for a single by Luke Proctor. Goes down to the man fielding there in front of the beautiful flats on way to our left, and it's one more to Proctor, who goes to 63, and Northamptonshire to 279 for 2, having lost Vasconcelos for 66 and Emilio Gay for 101, his maiden first-class century. And Rob Keogh now on strike with a slip in place, and Denley comes in, bowls to Keogh, plays that up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The field for Denley, he's got on the onside a backward square, saving one, mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. But Denley comes in, bowls a little bit short of a length, and that's very well fielded in the covers by Tuanda Mayeye in there, an extra cover. Looked to have runs written all over it and dived away to his right. Excellent stop. And on the offside, there's a man sweeping on the cover point boundary, then a backward point extra cover and mid-off. And there's Denley in again, bowls to Keogh. It's driven up to mid-wicket, and it's fielded by O'Riordan. And there's no run. Just thinking back to some other good first days for Northamptonshire down here. One stuck in my mind is Denley, and again bowls to Keogh, who again plays it up to O'Riordan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 1995. Northamptonshire winning the toss and batting, going in at 3:43 for 5 at the close. On that occasion, Richard Montgomery went on to make 192 as Denley comes in, bowls to Keogh, who again, third ball in a row, plays it up to excuse me, O'Riordan at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Tidy one from Denley, just costing the single, with Proctor on 63, Keogh 26, Northamptonshire 279 for 2. Yeah, on that occasion, Richard Montgomery went on to make 192, and our good friend, the late and very much missed David Capel, who was 85 not out at the close, went on to get 167 on the second day. Northampton's made it 561 for 8. Kent 352 all out in first innings, with runs for Trevor Ward and Matthew Fleming. Followed on, bowled out for 215, despite Ward carrying his bat for 114 not out. Paul Taylor picking up 5 wickets, and Northamptonshire winning on that occasion by 9 wickets. But I do remember that game, memorable season. And got another change of bowling.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond's going to bowl. I think I'm right in saying the first time this season. I think he's a bit. I mean, he's the captain. I think he's a bit underused. Useful. Quickish medium pace. He's quicker than Darren Stevens, I would argue.
8th bowler used, I think.
It's 8 now, crikey, yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, yes, it is 8.
But yeah, can be useful, certainly, Daniel Bell-Drummond. But obviously turned to with Kent a long way in arrears here. 279 for 2, or a big first innings. Certainly from Northamptonshire so far. Single taken off that first ball from Proctor, tucks it into the onside. 280 for 2. So it is Bell-Drummond to bowl I suppose we're, what, through 73 overs before this one, so 7 to go until the new ball's available. You can understand wanting to keep the front liners. Certainly Quinn and Stevens you would expect to have the new ball once again. Here is Bell Drummond, now from the Lackey's Road end. That's a full-length delivery, and that has just been pushed back passing with perfect timing by Keogh, and that's 4 runs. That's not going to improve the captain's mood at all. 5 off the first 2 balls, 284 at 4-2.
It's worth a try, isn't it? You
Yeah.
could give, you know, with Northamptonshire in the position they're in, you can sort of try all your possibilities, and as you say, if nothing else, it's going to get through a few overs before the second new ball, which will be, I think, quite important. If Kent could make a couple of breakthroughs before the close with the second new ball, they'll feel they probably haven't had too bad a day.
Yes, 10 first-class wickets. Not bowled an awful lot, though, Daniel Bell Drummond in his career. That's driven up towards mid-on. They take a run through, and Miguel Cummins can't get the ball actually into his throwing hand to get it towards the non-striker's end. It was a comfortable single in the end. Very well called. That's a 50 partnership up again. Keogh 31, Proctor 15 of those 50 in 113 balls in just over an hour's play, 65 minutes. And Bell Drummond turns again. 4th ball of this over. Through to the wicket keeper Robinson, no run. As I said, he bowls a decent lick for a medium pacer. But whether he's going to test these two at all on the on this strip, but sometimes the part-time bowler can work, can't they?
Absolutely,
There's all sorts of analysis done on everybody else that you'll face. So
yes, you suddenly find somebody that you haven't got a dossier for.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. Here's Bell Drummond. It's cut away. That's a good shot. Just leaning back and cut away back with a square. 4 runs. Proctor has perfectly, but the old compass is out. The protractor, the slide rule, whatever. He's got it past Mieye and past Quinn. That angle. Backward of square gets him another 4. And it's a no ball as well. Goodness me. So 6 effectively. That delivery or non-delivery has cost. 291 for 2. And this is proving to be an expensive over already. So 12 off it from Daniel Bell Drummond. Will he keep himself on after this or turn himself off? Who knows? This is bowled to Proctor. Defends this one. Back to the bowler. And there's no run. Applause from Darren Stevens, who'll be on, I'd imagine, when this ball is 80 overs old. 6 more it'll be available in. Big Cadbury's preparing caps and drinks for players. May well be the skipper's cap with him at the moment. Bell Drummond back to his mark for the final legitimate delivery of this over. Bowls to Proctor, turns into the onside. I wonder if they're going to take a quick second there. No, they're not going to bother there. No point in risking it at this point. 292, 4-2, nearing their 3rd batting bonus point with a loss of just 2 wickets all day today on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton with Matt Cole and Andrew Rabb with you now. And there will be a quick sanitiser and drinks break. But it could barely have gone better, could it, for the visiting side today, Andrew?
No, I mean, it's all about, it's the one of the great coaching cliches, isn't it, about building partnerships, but that's what Northamptonshire have done. And yeah, from David Ripley's point of view, he made the change at the top of the order, which, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about it, I know, and I'm sure a certain amount of soul searching, given that, you know, David Ripley had said at the start of the season that he got his opening pair. He wanted to open with Curran and Vasconcelos, but it hasn't worked. So obviously Ben Curran's had a bit of a lean trot, so made the change. The guy you bring in makes 100. They put on 135 for the first wicket, and then another partnership. What, 135 for the first wicket, 100 for the second wicket, and these two have put on what, 57 for the 3rd wicket so far. They actually shared an 84-run partnership in the 4th innings last time out at Hove, as Northamptonshire wrapped up the win over Sussex. Proctor on 69 now, facing Joe Denley, coming round the wicket with a slip in place, and Proctor's watchfully in behind that, just drops it down to the middle of the pitch. Ollie Robinson still good burst of energy, considering it's coming up to 10 to 5 on what's been a hot day. Comes round to retrieve. Here's Denley in again and bowls, and Proctor works that away, full toss. He missed out a bit there. Picks out to under Mieye in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. ring of 5 saving one and looking to save one as Proctor's back and plays that just behind square on the onside. And again, there's no run. Tidy enough stuff from Joe Denley. I think also had a bowl at Northampton, if memory serves. He's Denley in again, bowls, and once again Proctor's aiming onside, just looking to work the ball away, but doesn't manage to beat the field. Yeah, Denley bowled 10 overs for 25 in the first meeting between these two sides. Again, I think bowled pretty tidily there. Denley in again, bowled reverse sweep out from Luke Proctor, but it didn't go where he was intending, because it actually finished up going down to fine leg to the left-hander. So something of a miscue. Nevertheless, he picks up a single. Not a shot. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen Luke Proctor play a reverse sweep before. I can't bring it to mind. One more onto his total anyway, 70 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 293 for 2.
Having watched him through this innings, it doesn't feel like
no,
this kind of shot.
It's not in the general Proctor repertoire. It's probably fair to say, but nevertheless, he's picked up a single for it. Just doing a few bending and stretching exercises at the non-striker's end as Denley runs in from this pavilion end to bowl to Rob Keogh, who goes for the paddle sweep. Now, what's he got on that? It's running down towards the boundary at the Nackington Road end, and they're going to pick up 2 somethings. Were they runs, leg byes? No signal from umpire Ian Gould, so runs. He went very fine and just eluded the keeper, but they pick up 2 more runs. Keogh goes up to 33. End of the over. Keogh 33, Proctor 70. Northamptonshire 295 for 2, so 5 runs away from a third batting bonus point. And there are what? Just looking how many overs there are that we've already had. Just seeing how many overs they've got. That's 75 gone, so we've got 5 more to go until the second new ball. Yes, Luke Proctor played one very out of character shot down at Hove when they were battling away in the 4th innings, and just tried to come down the pitch and smash Dilroy Rawlins out of the ground.
Here's Bell Drummond to Proctor, straightens him up a little bit there through the wicketkeeper. Good delivery, and there's no run.
He missed, and Ben Brown missed the stumping, and it was one of those instances where you say but cricket was the loser really, because it just wasn't a very good bit of cricket. But after that, it was as though he got that out of his system, and he then proceeded to play very well to put Northamptonshire basically into a winning position, which Keogh and Saif Zabe finished off.
So Bell Drummond now bowls to Proctor, turned again into the onside. He'll get himself a single out towards the square leg boundary. O'Riordan Fields, just the 1 run then, 296 for 2. I've been researching Daniel Bell Drummond's 10 first-class victims. There we are. He's got a couple of decent names on there. Gary Balance and Dom Sibley. He's got those. He's only taking wickets since 2018. Hasn't really bowled very much at all during his career, but though it's a bit of a teller as to when he might have come on, as Gary Balance had 159 when he bowled him. And Bell Drummond, big shout there. No, says the umpire. Certainly there was something on that, but we can't tell from this angle.
I was going to say there wasn't a lot of support, but actually there's not really too many people in a position to support it.
I think, to be fair, he and the wicketkeeper both shouted.
that was about it. There's a slip in, and that's it. It just didn't look quite right, did it? It may have been maybe a touch high, maybe angling down the leg side. So we're not completely behind the arm here, but it's one of those that just didn't look quite right.
That's Bell Drummond back to his mark now. 4th ball of this over. Better than the first one, definitely. Back foot drive by Keogh up towards mid-off. Stevensfield, single taken, 297 for 2. So Gary Balance was 159 when he bowled him. And Dominic Sibley had 244 when he was caught by Heino Kuhn after bowling of Daniel Bell Drummond. So it gives you an indication as to when Daniel Bell Drummond has been turned to, or when he turns to himself. He's not a regular bowler, it's fair to say. It's Bell Drummond then to Proctor into the onside. 71 he has. Keogh has 34. But as I said, I think he's a bit more useful than that would suggest. Put it that way.
So that the wonderful story of Bill Andrews, the late great sort of Somerset stalwart who called his book The Hand That Bowled Bradman, because he did bowl the Don on a famous occasion. What he didn't mention was the fact that he got over 200 at the time, but it's a good story. great book as well.
Over the wicket comes Bell Drummond again. Again, he's just turning the onside by Proctor. He makes that look so easy. It's turning across his body and across his pads rather, down to leg side, getting inside the line, and that's another single. Keeps the score ticking over, keeps the strike. 298 for 2. Northants 2 runs away from yet another landmark today, which would be 3 batting bonus points before Kent have got so much as 1 for their bowling.
Yes, it's one of my favourite cricket books, that one, The Bowl Brabham by Bill Andrews, and co-written with a great gentleman of cricket media who we sadly lost recently, David Foote, who passed away at the age of 92. Great companion for many of us in the press box over many years, and will be very much missed. I've been on the circuit for a year or two, but wonderful writer and great company. Here's Joe Denley, about to start his 3rd over, just 2 overs for 4 so far, slip in place. And he's bowling round the wicket to Luke Proctor, who again has just sort of shuffled that round the corner. They come through for a single, and he almost stopped in mid-pitch there. We had to have a brief conversation with Rob Keogh. There was a long single. It was almost as though they couldn't wait until the end of the over to resume their conversation.
There's a bit of a yes-no sorry there.
It was a bit, considering it was a very easy sort of mutual consent single. Anyway, 1 more to Proctor, 73 to him, 299 for 2. Here's Denley in again, bowls to Keogh, who drives up to extra cover. Daniel Bell Drummond fields quickly, sends in his throw to the striker's end, manages to get the ball away, but they come through for the single, and that's 300 up for Northamptonshire. 1 more to Rob Keogh, so Northamptonshire 300 for 2. Almost exactly run a minute, 299 minutes in the 77th over. Denley in again, bowls to Proctor, who again goes for the reverse sweep, so he's obviously got it into his head that now is firmly in the repertoire, and this time he actually timed it quite nicely and picked up 2 for it. So 2 more to Proctor, 75 to him, 302 for 2. And this partnership just building steadily. 67 they've put on now for the 3rd wicket. Denley in again, round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who turns that round the corner. Just picks out the man who's fielding in there just in front of square, within conversational distance of umpire Ian Ramage. Denley in again outside the off stump. This time Proctor shoulders arms and lets it go through to Ollie Robinson. We're in the 77th over now, so after 3 more overs, the second new ball will be due, and I can't think of a reason why Kent wouldn't take it, to be honest. Here's Denley in again, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. That's the end of another tidy enough over from Joe Denley. 3 overs for 8, and Northamptonshire at the end of it. 302 for 2. Luke Proctor 75. Rob Keogh is 35, and all this talk about Iron Man you were talking about with Ivan earlier. What's
you're training for that one as well,
what's all this? Is this running a long way or something?
I think the Ironman triathlon involves basically a marathon in all 3 disciplines. So you run a full marathon, is that right? The Ironman? And then the equivalent, it's a long way, basically. You have to cycle a long way. How long is that, Ivan? 180 kilometres, and you have to swim about 5k. There we go.
It's a lot of travel. I had a car like that once.
I feel tired just having had to recite that.
The only way I think about that is if the buses weren't running.
He's Bell Drummond to bowl to Keogh. Has to do it now, he says, because we broadcast it. Yes, not even nationally, but internationally on this cricket stream here on the BBC. So, turn behind square, and that'll be a single for Northamptonshire, 303 for 2. I mean, strange goings on there, but also at Taunton, match delayed by bad light.
Oh right. Well, I know they said there might be a few storms going up the southwest. So
that must be what it is.
Must be what it is.
Dark clouds. Somerset have fought back actually against Hampshire in that one. Outside the off stump, I go around a couple of scores now. Dot ball through to the wicket-keeper. So Somerset have recovered to 2-4-4 for 7. They don't know quite where they're beaten, it feels to me. Somerset, especially their middle order, is really, really strong, isn't it? Lewis Gregory is 65, Van der Merwe 63 not out from that score. So they're fighting out against Hampshire. Keith Barker's taken 6 of the 7 wickets to fall there, by the way. Another dot ball through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
I think Rolf van der Merwe was one of those who was denied permission to go to play for the Netherlands, wasn't it? I think there was a certain amount of discussion that 1 or 2 of the players weren't given permission to go and
their clubs,
go and play. But I know Brandon Glover's gone, but because he hasn't played any red ball cricket for Northamptonshire. He's going to come into his own with the T20, and he's also been signed up for the 100 as well.
And Fred Clarkson from Kent as well. He'll be playing some white ball cricket assuredly. He's just turned in the onside from quite a way outside off, not really timed by Proctor as he tries to punch that through Cadbury Fields.
I'm just going to go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Yes.
Matt, I'll be with you in a second.
Other scores then from around the country before we do our update for BBC Radio Kent. Then Radders will be back and joined by Ivan Thomas after the 5 o'clock update. So England 55-4-2 in reply to New Zealand's 378. This one played low, backward of square, Miea Fields, and there's no run once again. Just 1 off the over, 1 ball to come from Daniel Bell-Drummond. In this group, Sussex 186 for 5 against Yorkshire at Headingley. At New Road, Worcester were bowled out by their visitors for 131. Durham in reply 67 for 1. They're having a good season at Durham. That's Bell-Drummond bowls. Decent delivery this one, and Proctor can do no more than defend it back to him. He has 75 though. Keogh 36, Northamptonshire 303 for 2. At Chelmsford, Nottinghamshire 176 for 5 against Essex in the balance. That one's Fields from a way away across the county and across the bridge. Warwickshire 223 for 6 at Derby against Derbyshire. Lancashire 173 all out, bowled out by Glamorgan, who are 59 for 1 in reply, so making good inroads into that total. Somerset's total we already told you about. And Leicestershire 280 for 3 against Gloucestershire, who have actually had a pretty good season so far. But Leicestershire, who's getting the runs there, Marcus Harris with 140 for them. It's a second consecutive century, I believe. Denley bowling to Keogh, 36 not out. Denley with his leg spinners. So after this, just 1 over before the new ball is available. Hopefully Kent thinking breakthroughs with that new ball. Driven 1 bounce to Jack Leaning, who celebrates the crowd catch but tosses it up to himself, but it's on the bounce at cover. Stephen's still in at slip, by the way. Go to the field if I get time. This one's clipped up towards mid-on, fielded by Jordan Cox, who spent most of his day at slip. So a slip backward point. 2 men on the drive on the offside as well. Cover and extra cover, mid-on and mid-off. This one's on the back foot, driven by Keogh up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off. Man on the boundary at mid-wicket, Nathan Gilchrist. A fine leg, but inside the circle, as it were. And 1 man left, Matt Quinn sweeping on the offside. This one, little push into the onside by Keogh. He'll get himself a single, 37 for him. Jordan Cox comes round from mid-wicket to field at 304 for 2. Proctor 75. Keogh 37 now. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton, of course. Joint commentary on this BBC local radio stream covering the entire County Championship, T20 Blast, One Day Cup as well. Every ball of every game online. And on BBC Radio Kent we'll be covering the T20 Blast on DAB as well, on the radio. Denley over the wicket to Proctor, just gently feathers that down through third man. O'Riordan's after it. Will he get there? He will, but it's a comfortable 2 in the end. 77 for Proctor now. 306 for 2. He's calling for a drink, or maybe his cap back. Denley, he knows he's not going to be bowling with, which indicates even more that the new ball is nigh. And actually, are we there now? A little bit of a brink and a sanitisation break. Updating really, listeners. They could do with a wicket. I've been saying that more or less all day. 3:06 for 2 Northamptonshire. Won the toss this morning and have batted on and on and on and on. Another big partnership emerging as well. 2-century partnerships so far. Vasconcelos was out to Quinn for 66, the only wicket to fall in the first session. Emilio Gay, his first century in first-class cricket, maiden first-class century, 101, putting on a century partnership with Luke Proctor, who may be getting near a century himself. 77 not out for him, aided and abetted by Rob Keogh's come to the party, 37 not out. I have to say, highlights have been very few and far between for Kent, who are just trying to keep the run rate down now. The new ball available in an overs time. We'll be hoping for breakthroughs then to get themselves back. Just a foothold in this game. You don't come back very often from first days like this. 3:06 for 2 Northamptonshire will win a game from a Kent point of view. Win this season. They'll be hoping for better in this final session with the new ball and tomorrow and the ensuing 2 days as well. England not doing so great either. 55 for 2. Not a good day for Kent. Zach Crawley batting for them. Made just 2 as they reply to New Zealand's 378 with 200 for debutant Devon Conway. Cricket here at Canterbury continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. There we go. Just been accused of bringing them bad news and a few spots of rain across the evening, I think, as well, and overnight. But hopefully we'll start on time tomorrow at 11 o'clock with a day's cricket for you. Weather forecast doesn't look too bad, but as Andrew Rabb was saying earlier in the day, maybe some thundery showers tomorrow. But absolutely fair here. Can't see there being any spits and spots of rain here at Canterbury before the end of the day. Denley, none for 11. Is it going to be an over from Marcus O'Riordan? Yeah, there's 1 to go until the new ball's available at 5:05. We're going to call Ivan Thomas into the attack, and when Andrew Rad's finished his update, he'll be joining him as well. And much so we need Ivan on the commentary. I'm feeling like it's a day for Ivan Thomas. Quick late substitution. We need a bowling substitute now. Get him on for the final session for Kent, who are toiling. It's been a warm day as well. It's nice and nice cool breeze here, but appreciate it'll be hot for those cricketers out there. And Ivan, well, probably final hour here. New ball available very shortly as O'Riordan comes in, and that'll be the next thing I suppose Kent looking towards. Is it a breakthrough or 2 or 3 or 4? They'll hope with a new ball.
I think so. I think it'll be key to get 1 or 2 at least with this new ball pretty quickly, just to get a bit of atmosphere out there and even try and change this final session around.
O'Riordan, a single comes off this next ball from him, 37 from Kona, 38 from him. Proctor is on 77, and 3:07 for 2 now. Northants, long day in the field for Kent, and before this they were talking about a decent result and a good performance here, taking that into the T20, but at the moment they'll be feeling a bit sorry for themselves, I'm sure, at the end of the day. I think we're going to be talking to Wanda Mayeye, making his home debut. He'll be looking forward to starring with the bat. Played round his front pad, rather, I won't say lazily from Proctor, but slowly. Big appeal from Kent. A leg by it is, going down the leg side. 77 from Proctor goes to Keogh on 38 now, 3:08 for 2. But perhaps some a bit more noise, a bit more chirp from the bowling side when the new ball comes out, and Quinn and Stevens are wheeling away.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit of momentum change really for Kent. Just something that feels like the tide's going their way, and whether that's a wicket or a bit, like you say, a bit of chatter, a bit of movement, that needs to happen.
O'Riordan to Keogh on the back foot, punching it up to mid-off, and almost angrily from Daniel Bell-Drummond, throwing it towards the wicket-keeper. Don't see much of that demonstrated from Daniel Bell-Drummond, do you? Just a bit of frustration, perhaps?
Could be, yeah, just creeping in there.
It's just a ball left before the new ball's available. This one sticks in the pitch a little bit, and again it's a punch from Keogh up to mid-on. No run there, and end of the over. O'Riordan has a none for 27 off his 6, none for 11 for Denley off his 4, but very demonstratively took his cap, Joe Denley, or signalled for it after his 4th over, and Kent will be preparing the seamers now. Looks like it'll be Stevens from this end, Quinn has been doing some warm-ups, unless it's just Stevens talking to Joe Denley about how he might come from the far end, because Quinn is coming over. Or it's going to be a guessing game ended very shortly here. New ball has been taken. Umpire Gould signals that. Denley and Stevens in deep conversation. Matt Quinn is lurking. It's going to be one of the two of them. Stevens has the ball in his hand. And Quinn is marking his run up. There we are. It feels like they're double or treble bluffing here. Old ball bowled underarm away from umpire Gunnar Gould. And, well, yeah. Quinn's marking his run up, so it'll be him. New ball, second time round. How does it feel as a bowler? Certainly, you've got a few overs in your legs. Does that just give you the extra zip, Ivan?
Yeah, for sure. A harder ball, there's so much more that comes out of the pitch with a harder ball. You feel like a new bowler when that first ball goes through, for sure. But yeah, the legs are going to be tired. They've really told away, and it's not just the overs that gets in. It's the chasing the ball in the dirt, especially at 308 for 2. They've chased a lot of leather today, and it's always, even when you're not bowling, it's tiring watching the batters just hit out the middle of the bat for the whole day. So yeah, big work here from Quinn to make a breakthrough.
Yep, Matt Quinn it is, who's going to take the new ball, and having been brandished in the general direction, the score is down to our left by umpire Ian Gould. So here we go. It's going to be Matt Quinn bowling to Luke Proctor. 3 slips now in place. Proctor on 77, Keogh on 38. These two have put on 73 for the third wicket, the third substantial partnership of the innings so far. Let's see if Matt Quinn can break it. Comes in, bowls over the wicket and outside the off stump to Luke Proctor, who lets it go through to Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. So one assumes, given the bending and stretching exercises going on, it is going to be Darren Stevens who'll take it from the other end. From the Lackington Road end.
Yeah, fresh pair of legs for Darren, I think he'll need.
Yes, he's already got through a few overs in the innings. 8 bowlers already used by Kent. Stevens has bowled 17 overs. No wicket for 35. Tidy as ever. Here's Quinn, in again, bowls to Proctor. Works that away through the onside. Runs for him here as it runs down towards the boundary at mid-wicket. There's a long chase down there and an acrobatic stop. That's a super bit of fielding down there by Nathan Gilchrist, and he saved certainly 1 run. He's managing to flick the ball back from in front of the flats down to our left, but they come through for 3, so Proctor into the 80s, and Northamptonshire up to 311 for 2.
It's always a bit of a fear sometimes taking the new ball, that when you've got 2 men in with a harder ball, it's actually coming on a bit nicer. For tired bowlers, it can leak quite a few runs if you don't make a breakthrough early. So they'll be really tempted here with 3 slips in to try and get something moving in the air, try and get a nick, force something that's a bit different, or zip out the pitch with this new pill. But yeah, at the moment, Northant's making it look quite easy out there.
Yes, Northants have a bit of experience on the other side of that in very recent days, as Quinn comes in, bowls to Keogh, who's backward defensive but sort of punches it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Stevens, and there's no run. Yes, in the second innings against Sussex down at Hove, Northamptonshire took the second new ball and looking to break a partnership involving Ben Brown, and there was always the thought that we can go round the park a bit, harder ball coming on, and that certainly was the case, and Ben Brown made hay for a few overs and gave Sussex rather more of a lead than Northamptonshire were banking on. As Quinn comes in, that's a beauty from Quinn, beats Keogh outside the off stump, bit of bounce as well, as you'd expect with the new ball, and it was only really Northamptonshire got a bit of control back when Tom Taylor managed to nip out 2 in 2 balls, which just pulled Northamptonshire back into it a bit. But Ben Brown was playing really well at that point, went on to get 95, last man out, but Taylor just nipping out Rawlins and Garton with successive balls and really giving Northamptonshire control back again. Here's Quinn in once more, bowling to Keogh, who plays that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. Bell-Drummond had a little bowl, 3 overs for 17.
Yeah, underrated bowler, Bell-Drummond. As captain, he doesn't bring himself on and definitely doesn't rate himself enough. But he's got some, as I heard mentioned, some big poles in his bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he's always wanted to bowl. I think more from the dislike of fielding than for the actual love of bowling. But yeah, actually a skillful bowler.
Here's Quinn in again, bowls, and that's driven back down to the bowler on the bounce by Rob Keogh, and that's the end of the first over with the second new ball. Proctor is 80, Keogh is 38, and Northamptonshire 311 for 2. I think Charlie Thurston's coming on. I think the reason that Charlie Thurston is back on the pitch is that he came on with a drink for Luke Proctor a moment or two ago and forgot about Rob Keogh. And he saw Rob Keogh sort of remonstrating with him, I suspect.
I've done that as 12ers before. I forgot Rob Key's drink, and
but that went down well.
No, I don't. I tried to offer him. Can't remember who he was back with. Might have been Van Jaarsveld or something. I tried to offer him the other drink, and he looked at me in disgust.
Well, yeah, I suspect there's Rob Keogh and Charlie Thurston will forgive each other quite a lot at the moment, as they're both Chelsea supporters, and they were certainly watching the football in their Chelsea shirts. Rob Keogh was telling me on Saturday night, which I don't know. But anyway, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves, so it was fair enough. And Rob Keogh did the job on Sunday morning, so
looks like a tough day for the 12th men today.
Yeah, I think actually at the moment it's a tough job with an awful having to run on with caps and sweaters and all sorts, because the umpires can't hang on to them. So I was mentioning earlier, it is. Well, here's Darren Stevens with 3 slips in place, sharing the new ball, and he comes on and immediately just strays around leg stump and has worked down to find leg for a single by Luke Proctor. Goes up to 81, and Northamptonshire up to 312 for 2. I think you weren't on commentary at the time, Ivan, earlier when I was saying to Matt that down at Hove, Brandon Glover was doing 12th man for Northamptonshire, and he managed to get himself a nice chair, which he is like sort of setting out his stall on the old sun lounger on the beach, and he got his chair there and on the boundary in front of the indoor school at Hove, and he got all the stuff, all the helmets and all the stuff around him, and just soaked up a few rays, and I think that would be the award for the best organised 12th man of the year so far. It was a very impressive performance.
I once got told in my yearly review I was the best 12th man they'd ever seen, and I didn't know whether that was an insult.
No, you don't want to be too good, do you? Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, who plays that up to mid-off, and Bell Drummond fields, and there's no run. No, it's one of those jobs, but like short leg under the helmet, you don't really want to get too good at it, do you? Or you finish up doing it for the rest of the season. Very surprised actually to see Luke Proctor go in at forward short leg under the lid during the Sussex game. I thought he'd have enough seniority to avoid that. Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, swinging further away, and Keogh just lets it go through. Northamptonshire conscious. They've had a very good day so far. They'll be conscious of just not wanting to let it slip in these closing overs of the day. It can happen, can't it? You sort of 300 for 2 and you finish up, I don't know, 340 for 5, and it's okay, but it's not as good as it might have been. Here's Stevens in again, and there's a big appeal for LBW as Keogh comes right across his stumps. They're going to get not out, says umpire Ian Ramage, and they're going to get 2, and let's see if they're leg buys. They are leg buys, so there was no bat on it. Presumably, judging by the stroke that Rob Keogh played, it may just have been angling down towards leg stump. We'll have a look on the replay in a minute, but it's 2 leg buys onto the total, 314 for 2. And let's just have a look at this delivery on the string. Came a long way across, possibly got a bit of a stride in, may just have put doubt in the umpire's mind. Stevenson again outside the off stump. Keogh lets it go through to Robinson, but he had come a long way across.
He does, but watching that ball there, he takes a big stride forward just before Darren reaches the crease.
And I suspect that's probably what saved it. It's enough to put a bit of doubt in the umpire's mind, isn't it? He had got a bit of a stride in.
It's a big option to Darren there. A lot of players sort of come at him a bit and take that LBW out of the option. They always end up getting bowled though. So.
Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Keogh, drives. He couldn't have driven much straighter because it's clattered the stumps at the non-striker's end to the extent it's knocked a stump out of the ground. So he hit that pretty hard. And I think Darren Stevens is probably quite glad he didn't get anything hand on it himself. And now Ian Ramage has got a bit of a repair job to do on the wicket at the non-striker's end of the over. Keogh is 38, Proctor 81, and Northamptonshire 314 for 2.
So far, not too bad with this new ball. Quinn's last over, he looked like he pitched up a bit more, and it sort of beat the bat with a nice one, and then got him coming forward with that new ball, which was what you really want with that new pill. So, and Darren obviously doing Darren's thing. So, yeah, maybe there's a chance for a little inroad here, but again, if they see this out for 5 more overs, so they bring next bowlers in who are going to be tired again. Nathan's already been touching his hamstring. So, yeah, it's in the balance here for this closing session.
Well, there's one thing that Northamptonshire do have this year, which I think has been quite important in the success they've enjoyed, and that's because they have this little phalanx of all-rounders in the middle of the order now, and it does mean that you can perhaps get away with playing the extra out-and-out bowler, and you can then play Simon Kerrigan in effect, because you've got, well, it has been obviously Berg, Taylor and Parnell in any order. Well, Parnell's not playing in this game, of course. Around the wicket comes Quinn, and there's a heel for LBW, and he's out. He's got him this time. Proctor came right across his stumps, and there was a concerted appeal, very confident appeal from the bowler and from the three slips and the keeper. And Proctor has to go. He's gone LBW to Matt Quinn for 81, and Northamptonshire 314 for 3.
That's a big pole there. That could change the atmosphere out here now. If they could really put a lot of pressure in the next man in, that changes things. And I think Nathan Gilchrist has just come off. Looks like that might be the end of his session. Must be getting a bit of treatment on that calf, maybe taking on some liquids or something. But big breakthrough that from Quinn. Take a little bit of pressure off Kent here. They need to put that back on Northants now and get him at least halfway down by the end of the day.
Yeah, it was in a sense you could see it coming. He'd been moving across his stumps quite a bit and trying to work the ball, favouring the onside as he does. And if he missed, then he could have been in trouble, and he did, and he was. So he's gone for 81. I'll give you the stats of the innings. Those 81 runs for Luke Proctor, coming off 166 balls with 8 fours, so another valuable contribution. And the partnership between those two worth 79 in 28 overs, so another handy partnership. And now Saif Zaib comes out to the crease, a young man who's been in very good form in the last month or so, coming into the side at Old Trafford. Missed out twice there, but since then he's made runs in every game he's played. And of course he got a maiden first-class century against Sussex at Northampton, and finished the game down at Hove with extraordinary little innings of 47 not out off 43 balls. And talking to Rob Keogh afterwards, and he said, well, fourth day pitch turning a bit, and he went in and played it as though it was a T20. He actually suggested he might have been on a date or something and was looking to get the game finished early, which it duly was, just after midday on the fourth day, or get to the beach or something down at Brighton.
Quick game's a good game.
Well,
depends which side you're on, I
yeah,
suppose.
absolutely, that's true. Well, Zaib is in, and he's going to be facing Matt Quinn with his tail up. I think he's bowled really well today. We were saying this morning that he picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos, and I think his figures didn't really do him justice then. Here's Quinn round the wicket, bowls to Zaib, who's straight away confidently onto the front foot, plays it to backward point, where it's fielded by Tawanda Mayeye, who's been there most of the day.
That's not the sort of shot you want to see as a bowler in your fourth spell. Just got a pole and he middles it straight to backward point.
He's in a bit of nick at the moment, is Saif Zaib. Let's see, after making 4 and 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Come back to that in a second as Quinn comes in, bowls to him, and he drives that again off the front foot, almost identical to backward point. Mayeye fields and there's no run. 4 and 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and since then 41 against Glamorgan, sharing a long partnership, 126-run partnership with Adam Rossington. Up at Headingley in that low-scoring thriller, made 55, a really good 50. A battling partnership with Tom Taylor in the first innings, and then 25 in the second. Then 135 against Sussex at Northampton to get his maiden first-class 100. 64 and 47 not out at Hove as Zaib drives that on the bounce to Quinn, and there's no run, but it's already the bat's making a nice,
like a gunshot,
crisp sound. Yeah, 64 in the first innings at Hove, and then for say 47 not out of 43 balls, 2 sixes and 5 fours.
He's seeing it well then.
He is, just turned 23. Been around a while, made his first team debut for Northamptonshire aged 15. Wow. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Zaib, who's on the front foot, plays it up to extra cover, where Joe Denley fields, and there's no run. Yeah, not a first-class match, but it was a first-team game against Durham University when he was just 15 years old. And since then, he's done some useful things in white ball cricket, but this is his first First year he's really made a breakthrough in red ball, and David Ripley backed him, and I think he's obviously highly delighted that he did. Yes, he's done a cracking job. Here's Quinn in again, and bowls to Safe Sabe, who plays it once again up on the offside. For Denley to field, end of a successful over for Matt Quinn. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. He's picked up the wickets today of Vasconcelos for 66 and Proctor for 81. At the end of that over, Northamptonshire 314 for 3, with Rob Keogh on 38. Safe Sabe yet to get off the mark.
That already looks like there's a little bit more energy there in the kennel. There's a few high fives running around there. Quinn deserved another pole there. Like we've said, he's bowled a lot better than his stats should say. And we'll hear if there's much noise coming here from Darren, but I'm sure he would love to get a little single here and bowl at Zabe here and see what he can do.
Yeah, Kent have got an end now with a new batsman. Ripple of applause for Matt Quinn as he comes down to field down below us, and that's edged and he's caught. And Stevens has got the wicket, and Rob Keogh goes. Good catch at first slip by Jordan Cox. And Stevens made a double breakthrough for Kent with a second new ball. Keogh goes for 38. And out of a clear blue sky, Northamptonshire have gone from 314 for 2 to 314 for 4.
This game suddenly changes with those stats. That's excellent from Darren. Lovely ball. Must have just held its line with a slope there and just take a little edge to Jordan Cox. Good catch, low, but taken well. He's very good in there actually. He's a really good short leg, sort of slip field, a natural keeper, but has taken the fielding very well.
Yeah, it was a good catch low down, and Keogh goes for 38 after facing 89 balls. So again, he'll be a bit frustrated that he's done the hard work. 89 balls, 5 fours, and Adam Rossington comes out at number 6. Adam Rossington's not going to hang around, apart from the famous occasion when he batted all through the final day at Edgbaston last year to save the match against Warwickshire in the Bob Willis Trophy. Him and Luke Proctor batted, the two of them, through the day.
That's a serious effort.
Warwickshire didn't get a wicket on the final day, but normally, of course, as you know, he likes to put bat to ball. Yeah. And these two have shared a couple of substantial partnerships this year. There was the 126 against Glamorgan coming together at 76 for 5 when Glamorgan had got over 400.
Yeah, Rossington's always an intimidating person to see running in and bowl at.
Yes, he's a powerful man. And then these two also put on 198 against Sussex, but different set of circumstances. And Kent will have their tails up now. They've fought their way back into this game. The wicket apiece for Quinn and Stevens with a second new ball, and here's Stevens bowling to Rossington, who straight away is looking to be positive, plays it up to mid-on and takes a good bit of fielding there to prevent a single. And just watching that catch as we were a moment or two ago, that one of Jordan Cox, that was a really good catch. It was low down, took it well. And here's Stevens running in again to bowl to Rossington. That's off the edge, and it's gone on the bounce to third slip, where it's fielded by Marcus O'Riordan, and suddenly things are happening.
Things are changing. A little bit of noise out there as well now. We can hear the boys a little bit more. Like you say, tails are up a touch. Darren's got it doing bits. Always a dangerous place to be when Darren's got a little spring in his step.
Well, here he is running in again to bowl to Adam Rossington, who's right behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and it goes up to and in there at short mid-wicket, Joe Denley, who saves Darren Stevens the bother of bending down to pick it up, and just robs the ball on to Bell Drummond at mid-off. Northamptonshire 314 for 4. Stevens in again, bowls to Rossington, who again is right across his stumps, which is slightly fraught with danger. Plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Northamptonshire having lost Vasconcelos for 66 and Emilio Gay for 101. So they were 314 for 2. They were 308 for 2 when they took the second new ball. Added 6 runs and then lost 2 wickets without addition. Here's Stevens in again, bowls to Rossington, who works that away. That's going to be 4. I think it's heading up to the boundary. It is indeed. Runs away down slope towards the Nackington Road end. So Rossington's away with a boundary. He's not going to hang around. 4 to him, and Zabe yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire 318 for 4, and Darren Stevens, well-deserved first wicket of the innings. 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 40. So he's been going for what, just a hair over 2 runs and over in the day so far.
Very good there from Darren. It looks like he searched a little bit with that last pole, with Rossington sort of stepping across his wicket a little bit. It looked like LBW was on, just sort of strayed a touch too far, and nice little clip off his legs before.
Well, as I say, it's Adam Rossington's not usually going to hang around, but 2 relatively new batsmen in now for Kent, first time since 11 o'clock this morning. And Matt Quinn with 2 wickets already, looking for a third. Bowls round the wicket to Zabe outside the off stump. And Zabe lets that go through to Ollie Robinson. 2 slips in place, the rest of the field backward point. Short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Square leg just in front of square, and long leg down there on the boundary. And Quinn playing, I think I'm right in saying, his last match for Kent before his loan spell from Essex ends. And he's been very impressive today. Here's Quinn again, bowls to Zabe, who just drops that down in front of him. And it's fielded by the bowler himself, and his follow through just lobs it on to Joe Denley, who in turn lobs it on to Darren Stevens, who, as Ivan was making the observation earlier, is the man who always wants to look after the new ball. The BMO, ball maintenance officer. Job that Luke Proctor seems to do for Northamptonshire most of the time when they're in the field. Here's Quinnan again, bowls to Zabe, just again playing defensively out on the offside, fielded by Denley. And there's no run. What a glorious evening it is. There's barely a cloud in the sky. And that gorgeous summer light just reflecting off the trees at the, well, basically on 2 sides of the ground. And Matt was making the observation earlier, those flats over to our left, because they're quite light colour, they reflect the light as well, and all in all a very pleasant scene. Here's Quinn in again, and bowls to Zabe, who runs that down to backward point, where it's fielded by Mieye, and there's no run. I think you're going to be updating BBC Radio Kent in a second, Matt.
Yeah, I've popped in like a cuckoo in the nest and shoved out Ivan Thomas, poor bloke.
We were having a lovely chat as well.
Very sharp elbows I've got. Okay.
I didn't go too much into the coffee side of it, though. I'm a bit of a tea man myself.
Well,
so
that's fair enough.
Here's Quinn in again to bowl to Zabe, who just drops that down off the pad. He's aiming to come across his stumps and looking to play that down on the onside. Doesn't make contact. Rolls off the pad and fielded by Marcus O'Riordan in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just joining us. I think it's fair to say it's been a pretty good toss for Northamptonshire to win. But Kent fought back with his second new ball, picked up 2 quick wickets, and now Northamptonshire having to regroup. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Zabe, who drives without any great timing, goes up to mid-off, fielded by Darren Stevens. End of the over. A maiden for Matt Quinn, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 68. And at the end of that, Safe Zabe is still yet to get off the mark. Rossington is 4, and Northamptonshire 318 for 4.
Just a bit of a change round with the new ball, and Kent just dipping a toe in the game, perhaps getting a toe hold rather than a foothold at this point, but it was a bit of a parade for them as far as the runs went today, and a couple of wickets have at least got their tails up in this final session. Still, of course, Northants Day, and we're updating BBC Radio Kent's Radio Listen very shortly with the news at least of a couple of wickets, and one for their hero Darren Stevens, who has 1 for 40, and will continue from the Nackington Road end. Just 2 slips in. He's coming down the slope here, 318 for 4.
Oh,
I've got some great news for you, Erica. Darren Stevens has just struck with a ball. The 45-year-old all-rounder having a fantastic season, even if Kent's aunt has just dismissed Adam Rossington of Northampton for 4. It's his second wicket in consecutive overs with the new ball. The off-stump uprooted. Fantastic sight, at least for Kent supporters anyway. And Northampton then are now 318 for 5. And Kent really have struck back with the new ball in the last couple of overs. Matt Quinn getting rid of Luke Proctor for 81 LBW. Stevens himself striking, getting Rob Keogh caught at slip by Jordan Cox for 38. And then Rossington has gone for just 4, bowled by Stevens, man of the season so far for Kent. So I thought I was going to bring you more doom and gloom in this update, Erica, but I've got some good news for you. Northamptonshire still bossing the day on 318 for 5 with a century from young Emilio Gay, his maiden first-class century, but some good news with those 3 quick wickets falling for Kent in this final session. Still about 3/4 of an hour of the day to go. A beautiful sunshiny day is too. So Kent, as I said, striking back, and England fighting back a bit against New Zealand in the Test match at Lords as well. 77 for 2. Not a good day for Kent. Zach Crawley out for 2 for the England side. New Zealand finishing 378 with a double century for debutant Devon Conway. But yes, Kent are fighting back here, and we've got commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app in glorious sunshine now here at Canterbury. There we go. Finally something to bring the good listeners of Kent. And a wicket almost live. Sorry about the pause there, ladies and gentlemen, on the commentary, but just waiting for the update to come to us, and the off-stump cartwheeling out of the ground. So good news for Kent. And they're not back at parity by any means, but striking late in the day. Keogh leaves it outside the off-stump through to the wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson. No run, 318 for 5.
Yes, it's been a real turnaround, hasn't it, in the last, 3 overs. 308 for 2 when the new ball was taken. It moved that up to 314 when Luke Proctor was out, so that was 314 for 3. In the next over, Keogh went to Stevens, 314 for 4. And then in the next over from Stevens, the 86, 318 for 5 when Rossington's out. And so Kent have basically picked up 3 wickets for 4 runs in 3 overs. And all of a sudden, I say Northamptonshire still had the better of things as things stand, but Kent have got a chance to make further inroads now.
Here is Stevens then bowling to Keogh. Full-length delivery, blocks it out, no run. 3 slips in. Jordan Cox, who took that catch off Stevens to get rid of Keogh, just taking the cap off, bringing the bright red hair.
Well, where Northamptonshire, one of the strengths this year has been with the all-rounders, with Tom Taylor, Berg and Parnell at 7, 8 and 9.
Stevens once again to Keogh, cautiously pushing it back at the bowler, no run.
But obviously, I mean, Parnell's not playing in this one, so you've got Tom Taylor in now at number 7. Gareth Berg presumably will be next at number 8, unless they think if the wicket falls perhaps later on, they might think about the night watchman, which tends to be Simon Kerrigan. But yeah, no Wayne Parnell on this occasion, of course.
Stevens, it's playing a miss by Keogh, and suddenly looks a very different game out there, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Taylor's scored some useful runs this year. He's been batting, I say, around about number 7. Very early on, I think it was the second match of the season against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. He played the sort of innings that he usually likes to hit the ball, and he batted, I think, something like 2 hours for 13, and trying to help Luke Proctor save that matchup at Old Trafford against Lancashire.
Stevens into to Taylor, just runs it down. Oh, it's a mix-up. Went for a quick signal, and Zabe, I'm not sure he called for it or not, or he was sending Taylor back. They both seem to commit it at some point. And there is no run at the end of all that. And Tom Taylor is a wicket maiden for Darren Stevens. As I said, it was absolutely, well, if it was a nautical illusion, a boat very calmly sailing to the distance, Northamptonshire, and suddenly the waves have appeared and they're trying to throw themselves on the rocks.
Well,
but 318 for 5. Zabe has none so far. Taylor also none of 6.
There is previous between these two. In the previous match, they were batting together when Tom Taylor was sent back going for a second, batting with Safe Zabe, and he slipped, and Travis Head sent in a throw, and Tom Taylor was run out by about 5 yards. So they'll probably have that thought in their minds, but we've been saying now for a while that Kent have had a couple of new batsmen in, and they've certainly got 2 batsmen in on naught now. Zabe yet to get off the mark, Taylor yet to get off the mark. Batsman to come, Gareth Berg, presumably will be next to say, unless they go down the night watchman route. Then Nathan Buck back in the side, and Kerrigan and Sanderson. Here's Quinn round the wicket, bowls to Safe Zabe. That goes through outside the off stump. That's taken by Ollie Robinson. Zabe, who's, as I say, had a really good run, excellent last month or so. Just going through his scores, talking to Ivan a few moments ago. So the last 5 games, he's basically made a contribution in each and every one of them with the bat, in either innings or both. But he's on naught now, and he's sort of the last of the recognised batsmen, if you like, as Quinn comes in, bowls. He's not on naught any longer. He's driven that away through the covers for 4. Well, it's a nice way to get off the mark. And he just leant on that. He played a couple of beautiful strokes when he just went in, which managed to find the man at backward point. That one a little bit square, a little bit squarer, and went away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot from Safe Zabe to get off the mark. And Northamptonshire up to 322 for 5. One thing Northamptonshire will be, I'm sure, conscious of, and while they'll just need to regroup, is of course the fact that they will want to get maximum batting points. Every point in this little format that we have this year with the groups is absolutely vital. Every point of importance, which, whatever anybody's thoughts about it, and I think there's maybe arguments for and against, but one of the arguments for is that here we are in round 8 of matches. Every point is vital. We don't know how it's going to pan out in terms of who's going to be finishing where. So that's a good thing, I would have thought. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Zabe, comes across his stumps, shapes to play it on the onside. There's not really any interest from the bowler or from the keeper. First and second slip got quite animated, so it may be that it actually got a little nick on that, which we can't pick up from here, but the fact that the bowler wasn't very interested suggests that might be the case. Also, I suspect it was sliding down the leg side anyway. And Ian Gould not interested. 2 slips are the close catches still, backward point in, and then a short extra cover. Quinn round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, beats him outside the off stump. Ball did just enough in terms of just shaping away from the left-hander to go past the outside edge. Goes through to Ollie Robinson. I have to say my favourite tweet of the day is one from Gareth Berg, who, as you may know, is amongst his many other roles and achievements, is the head coach of the Italian national team.
Well, you know that too well. Yes, absolutely.
And he's posted up there with an Italian flag, well played Emiliano Gay. So he's trying to claim him, I think. Here's Quinn round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, who plays that comfortably up into the covers where it's fielded by Bell Drummond, and there's no run.
He'll be chatting to Grant Stewart while he's here, presumably.
Absolutely, well, yes.
Grant's now part of the, he's going to play T20 internationals for Italy, isn't he? So.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well,
but Emiliano could be the next on the
Emiliano could be next on the list. Who knows? I think he was certainly trying to claim him for the Italian national team. Here's Quinn again round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who's in behind that, plays it up towards Darren Stevens at mid-off, but as Darren Stevens is already walking in and taking his cap off to bowl at the other end, it's intercepted by Daniel Bell Drummond. Either way, there's no run. 4 to Zabe. Taylor yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire 322 for 5. Batsman out, Vasconcelos for 66, Gay for 101, Proctor for 81, Keogh for 38, and Rossington for 4.
Is the Italian recruitment going to carry on in sort of Jack Charlton recruiting for Republic of Ireland style? I mentioned that because obviously of this parish, Tony Cascarino played for Republic of Ireland. And is it a case of, with Emiliano Gay, you may not be Italian at all, but will you say you are? Is that because that's basically I think how Cascarino got to play for Ireland down the leg side. Now, I think that was a lot more innocent than that. I think he thought he was, but wasn't. Very much down the leg side from Darren Stevens. But a dot ball.
A rare wayward one from Darren Stevens. Doesn't lose his line very often, but did a bit there. Yeah, just discussing with Ivan the whole business of the depth in the Northamptonshire order, and it's served them well so far this year. They'll need to do so again here.
Stevens to Taylor, drives it into the offside. I was listening to a podcast, a couple of weeks back, as you'll tell from what I'm about to say, that has Tom Taylor very much as the villain of the group stages of the. You'll know why.
I do know why. Yes.
There was the one I was listening to was painting him very much as almost as an unfeeling monster for daring to.
This was the match against Sussex.
It was indeed. As Stevens now bowls to. Let's rats him on the pad. It's gone down the leg side. It'll be leg buys. I think we know what the umpire's decision on that is, as he's already signalling half in Ramage for leg buys. It'll be 4 of them as well. But, 3-2-6 for 5. He took the 20th wicket, didn't he?
The 20th wicket, yes. Northamptonshire.
Ben Sanderson had 10. Gareth Berg had 9.
That's right. Yeah, they'd shared all the wickets, and it's not. I think it wasn't quite as unusual as some people were claiming. I think it happened 9 times. In Northamptonshire's first-class history, that 2 bowlers had shared all 20 wickets, but it's not that common. And they were hoping. I think the suggestion from Ben Sanderson when I was talking to him afterwards that Taylor should have just bowled an over of bouncers, so that there's no danger of anybody getting out.
Is Stevens then bowling to Taylor? Shoulders arms to that one through to the wicket keeper. Yes, I was listening to. Which podcast? I think 0 ducks given. Is that one? Am I allowed to say that on the BBC? Because it's not a BBC podcast. Other podcasts are available, including ones from the BBC, Tellanders, etc., etc. But Daniel Norcross getting very exercise, saying Tom Taylor had absolutely no business taking a wicket, beyond accidental. He suggested malevolence. Flicked off his pads. That's a good shot by Taylor. He's flicked that behind square off his toes for 4 runs. And 8 off the over by fair means or foul.
It's very funny, isn't it? Because you get so many players who say that they're not bothered about records. I'm not interested in statistics or the rest of it. But then when you get something like that, I don't think Gareth Berg was all that fussed, really. Certainly not publicly. I interviewed both him and Ben after the win was secured, and. Ben said he hadn't read the script and he should have just bowled an over of bouncers and give Gareth Berg a chance to take the 10th wicket.
And so it's going to reach forward from Taylor there. It sounded like he had a bit of bat on that.
Yeah, there was
coming forward. Yeah.
Either way, it deceived him, and we've got the umpteen. How many double teapots have we had from Darren Stevens? I mean,
he's not a happy man.
He's bowled beautifully. That's the most important thing to say. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 44, and these figures could be an awful lot better than that. But that's probably something, and I'm sure we have all the Opta stats, of course, and people making notes of everything that goes on. I'd love to know how many double teapots Darren Stevens gets through in a season.
As a stat.
Yes, as a stat, it would be worth recording. But yeah, it was a funny one, that the Taylor one, and I was talking to Tom down at Hove, and I think he was slightly baffled by and bewildered by all the sort of attention, and it's an interesting one because I feel, and we were talking about Matt Quinn, weren't we, earlier on, and the fact that his figures early doors probably didn't reflect how well he'd bowled. And I think that's probably been the case for Tom Taylor for most of the season, to be honest. There's Quinn starting a fresh over, bowling to Zabe, who's in behind that, plays it up towards extra cover, where it's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. I do feel, and I made this point to Tom, that I think he's bowled better than his figures have suggested, particularly you think up at Headingley, where Wayne Parnell, and rightly, took the headlines for 10 wickets in the match. But Taylor, I thought, bowled really well up there and put a bit of pressure on the batsman that actually leads to your mate getting wickets at the other end, which is what the bowling unit's all about. Here's Quinn again, bowls to Zabe, plays that up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run. The shadows lengthening now as we head towards 6 o'clock. local time, and I always get a certain amount of stick for saying local time, but we do, of course, have listeners and viewers on the stream all over the world, as we're getting messages from all far-flung corners of the globe, which is great to hear from them all.
And if Andrew in Japan is still listening, because I think he'll be into the early hours by now, but...
Here's Quinn in again, bowls short, and Zabe ducks underneath it, goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. And Ian Gould signals one short one for the over, but it is, it's around about 10 minutes to 6 here, and we've still got, 7 overs to go after this one, so we should be a little bit over, but not too much, before I have to go to pylon 4 to do my post-match interview. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Zabe, who looks to drive, doesn't time it, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
We, I gather, have an assignation at the corner of the Woolly stand, so
oh,
at
right.
the end. So, but that's when everybody's gone. But yes, the same thing. But absolutely right that try to keep everyone safe. So
no, we jest, but there's a good reason for it. But it's just a pylon 4. It just sounds like room 101, doesn't it? Something sort of faintly sinister. Here's Quinn in again, round the wicket, bowls again short to save Zabe, who ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Ollie Robinson and Ian Gould, who likes to chat. Now having a conversation with Tom Taylor. I tell you what, if you had a game with Ian Gould and Nick Cook,
goodness
umpiring, because Nick, of course, late of Northamptonshire, player there for many years, and Nick loves a natter as well on the field with anybody within earshot. One or two that probably aren't in earshot. You'd have a great conversation then. Everybody would be involved. Quinn in again, bowls, beats Zabe outside the off stump. Plays that slightly on the walk, and he's annoyed with himself. He realised he didn't really need to play at that, but it's another good over from Matt Quinn, who's been excellent today. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 72. And at the end of the 89th over of the innings, which means, 7 to go in the day, Northamptonshire 330 for 5. Zabe is on 4. Taylor is on 4.
Yeah, Zabe's looked in a bit of a hurry since he got there. Got to the crease, isn't he? A bit like what you said with his match-winning knock the other day.
Yeah, he's a young man who's obviously feeling very confident and in the sort of form that you think, well, nobody's going to get me out. But of course, it's another day, isn't it? And you're only as good as your last innings. And we're talking about how well he's played over the last month, and he has. He's been excellent, but he's still got a job to do here.
Again, if it's working for you, I guess.
Yeah.
This is Stevens now bowling to Taylor. Leaves that outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Robinson. Slips. Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning still. It's Gilchrist at point. Mieye is at extra cover. Daniel Bell Drummond at wideish mid-off. Cummins at mid-on. Denley is at mid-wicket, sweeping the leg side boundary. Just behind square is O'Reilly, and then long leg is Matt Quinn. Stevens bowls. It's a little bit uppish, I thought, first off, but it's going to go for 4, is it? And scoops into the offside by Taylor, and that'll do for 4 runs. Not sure he was entirely in control of the shot, and maybe, as Ivan Thomas told me, there may not have been a word from Stevens. There may have been a little smile at him as he went halfway down the pitch and watched it go for 4. So.
Yeah, it's a good acquisition for Northamptonshire. Tom Taylor signed at the end of last year from Leicestershire, and as a genuine all-rounder, he probably has a lot of opportunities with the bat this year, but he's got one here.
Stevens then to Taylor, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Hamid Kadri, you were saying this is very active 12th man duty, isn't it? Kadri and Stewart are running sort of alternate, but they're out every over more or less, bringing something on.
We're saying there's so much because the umpires are not allowed to hang on to caps and sweaters and things, so there's a huge amount to do. Yeah, Taylor played really well for 50 up at Headingley. That's a low-scoring game when sort of 50 was worth a few more than that, really.
Stevens bowling to Taylor, push back at the bowler, no run. We know you're both a Sussex and Glamorgan fan if you're a Northants fan today.
That's right,
so
yes.
Let's see how your two teams are going. Well,
good old Sussex by the sea and the glorious Glams. Splendid.
Sussex away from the sea. Ben Brown has got a century for them. as they've rebuilt 225 for 5 against Yorkshire, with 112 from Brown out of that.
Good fight back.
More or less half of the runs. Flicked off his toes again. That's a lovely shot. It's all wrists from Taylor. Hardly back lift through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That has gone very fast indeed, the boundary, 12 for him.
He's a tall man and just used his height, and beautiful timing there. Yeah, Ben Brown played beautifully against Northamptonshire last time out. Was made 95 last out in that Sussex second innings when he was just trying with the number 11 in to try and get to his 100, and I'm sure he would say more importantly just boost the total a little bit, and just had a whack at Simon Kerrigan and picked out Luke Proctor on the boundary when he got 95.
Stevens' last ball of this over to Taylor. Ooh, squares him up a little bit, goes out in the offside, but gets bat on it and keeps it on the ground. That's the important thing for Northants. 338 for 5 then, with 6 overs remaining now. And your other favourite team, Northants, your third favourite team, Glamorgan 96 for 4, having bowled out Lancashire for 173. Feels a little bit in the balance, that one.
Doesn't it? Yes.
Labuschagne is still there, though, on 39 not out.
Yes, it's one of them. I mean, Northamptonshire have still got to play Yorkshire and Glamorgan, of course. They're the 2 matches after this one. So I think whatever happens, it's likely to go. I mean, I suppose if Lancashire were to beat Glamorgan in this game, that probably puts them pretty much clear. I mean, I think to be honest, the law of averages, looking at where we are, I think Lancashire are probably, they're 1 win away, you would say, from finishing in the top 2 places. They've already got a 24-point lead. They're already a win ahead of Yorkshire and Northamptonshire. And I know, talking to David Ripley, his view is that Lancashire probably, given over this whole squad, are the best squad and the best team in this group. But that's why he was looking forward to Northamptonshire getting the chance to play them on home turf. But of course we had 34 overs in 4 days. Here's Quinn in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Zabe lets that go through to Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. It's a shame. We also got Jimmy Anderson, of course, playing in that match, which would have been tremendous to see him have a fairly rare championship outing at Northampton. Hasn't played against Northamptonshire too often, certainly not in recent years, but the extent of his involvement in that game, I can reveal, was a couple of times on the coffee run.
Was it?
Walking across to the far side of the ground and coming back with the cardboard trays full of coffees for the rest of the team.
All the best bowlers do that, though. We've seen Ivan Thomas do that for his Kent colleagues today. Didn't bring us one, did he? But
no, he didn't. Well,
I'm just putting that out there. But I think money changed hands. Frankly.
Well, here's
quite sensible.
Here's Matt Quinn. Start of his 21st over, rather, bowl short of a length, and Zabe plays that well. Just gets up on his toes, not a tall man by any stretch of the imagination, and just plays it down behind square on the onside for a single. He goes up to 5, and Northamptonshire up to 339 for 5. I was talking earlier about that game here in 1995 that I was remembering when Northamptonshire had a decent first day. On that occasion they finished 343 for 5 at the close of the first day.
Won't be far off that.
No, not to be too far off. Went on and got a big score on the second day, but as I say, they had, on that occasion they had one of the openers, Richard Montgomery, who went and got a big 192, and David Capel, not the worst, coming in at number 7. He went on and got 167 on the second day. And here's Quinn now bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Taylor, and again bowls short, and Taylor finds it rather easier to get in behind that, being a good deal taller than Zabe, and just plays it up on the offside, fielded by Joe Denley. Oh, sorry, doing a good impersonation of Marcus O'Riordan, and there's no run. Denley's over at mid-wicket.
I was going to add about Ben Brown, actually. Fine batsman, good captain, also a very good commentator. I've been a pleasure to share a commentary box with him at Hove a couple of times. He seems to be good at everything, and it's sort of like you want to dislike. He wasn't so thoroughly likeable.
I thought he captained a young Sussex attack very well in that in that game. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Taylor, who's in behind that. Just plays it back down the pitch. It dislodges the bails of the stumps at the bowler's end. bit of work for Ian Gould to do.
Certainly strikes me as he's the sort of man you need in charge of a side like that.
Yeah, well,
when you're in a transition stage.
Hugely impressed with the way he went about his work. I mean, Sussex are a young side. They've got a young attack. They've got 3 bowlers just out of either in their teens or only in one case just out of, and I was really impressed with the sympathetic way that he handled them. Here's Quinn in again, bowls to Taylor and nips that one back. It's him high up on the thigh pad. It drops down on the offside and there's no run. I mean, just little things like, apart from the fact that it's difficult when you're a keeper, and he was helped a bit by having the experience of Travis Head, who was obviously captain of South Australia state cricket, and having him at mid-off just to have a chat with the bowlers and convey any thoughts. But his field placings were intelligent and sensible, and giving them young bowlers a little bit of protection even early on. It just seems, as you say, the ideal man in those sort of circumstances. Is Quinn bowling outside the off stump. Taylor lets it go through to Ollie Robinson, and that's the end of another over. Taylor is 12, Zaib is 5. Quinn 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 73. Northamptonshire 339 for 5, and we have 5 overs to go in the day. And I should just go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Indeed so. Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you, Ranners. Not at all. I've got the wires twisted, so it's very complex, all this. We're in safe hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for listening today, and we are 5 overs away from the close here. I wonder if we'll get. Should we get say a quick goodbye and come on for a couple of overs? That'd be fantastic. He's going to do his farewell tour now. It's all going to go very. We'll get Radders back on in just a second as well. Andrew Radd, after he's done his update for BBC Northampton to talk the day out. And Ivan back with us very shortly. Not missing anything here as Miguel Cummins is being brought on at the Nackington Road end. And Owen Thomas with us on commentary, former Kent Quick, as Cummins comes into bowl now. Update for BBC Radio Kent coming very shortly. Up on his toes, Zabe works that away behind square to O'Riordan, throws in, good throw as well. Keeps him down to 1, 340 for 5. So I guess this is, with the new ball, pretty much as Kent could have hoped for, or certainly what they'd hoped for, I suppose.
Yeah, I think this was the minimum of what they would have wanted come the end of this session. Possibly would have liked to have snuck maybe 1 or 2 more here. The momentum slightly fell off from Kent here, but yeah, that little spell there where they got 3 poles was fantastic. I think Quinn and Steve-O were fantastic there. Like we said before, Quinn's bowled extremely well, and Darren's done what Darren does and sort of dragged us back into a bit of a game here.
So here comes Cummins then from that Nackington Road end, and just a little dab away through third man from Taylor from a shortish ball from Cummins, and that'll go for a single. So 341 for 5, Zabe on 6, Taylor on 13. But looking forward, obviously we've still got 4 and a bit overs to go, but you go back into a dressing room in the day, little bit of momentum with Kent, obviously feeling slightly better than they were at tea.
Yeah, I think you'd take a day's rest knowing you've only got to get 5 more poles rather than the possible 8 or 9 that they were needing come the start of this session. And yeah, I think you wake up a little bit fresher with that.
So Cummins bowling to Zabe, cuts that away again to O'Riordan, and there'll be a single for him this time. So on to 7, Taylor has 13. Just going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly into the 6 o'clock news. The end of the day looks around about 6:15. So not too far behind the over rate today, Kent, but it's been mostly seen. Bit of Denley, bit of Leaning, bit of O'Riordan and Bell Drummond today, as they used 8 bowlers in total. Here's Cummins then to Taylor, nicely back into his crease and just pushes that into the onside, fielded by Danny Bell Drummond coming around from mid-wicket on the slide. Single, full, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. So singles off the first 4 balls of the over. Say back on strike. Left-handed. Sort of a lot of runs in the last 3-4 games. Combative as well, you can see. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. And they struck back in the final session. Still, it's been Northamptonshire's day. They're 3-4-3 for 5 here. The visitors at Canterbury having won the toss and elected to bat first. But at tea, they were 2-5-3 for 2. At one stage, 314 for 2. Kent then took the new ball and wickets in consecutive overs from Matt Quinn, and then 2 for Darren Stevens have got them back a little foothold in the game. Century today for Emilio Gay, his maiden first-class century. 81 for Proctor, 66 for Vasconcelos, but 2 wickets again from Darren Stevens, who's been the pick of the bowlers, the 45-year-old all-rounder. Have, as I said, a toe back into this game. England, by the way, are replying to New Zealand's 378 with a double century for debutant Devon Conway. 106 for 2. Rory Burns has a half century there. No such luck for Kent. Zach Crawley out for just 2 in England's first innings in the first test of that game. Around about quarter of an hour of this first day to go here. Kent against Northants, and the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So Cummings, you've not missed any cricket. There's a long conversation after that 2 from Zabe for the final ball of this over with 4 to go, 4 minutes past 6. Here is Cummins then to bowl to Zabe, and swing and a miss. Thought for a moment it was a swing and a nick because it's gone in front of first slip taken by Robinson. Jordan Cox was the lone appealer there, but nothing doing. 3-4-5 for 5, but getting a bit of movement away from the left-hander there, Miguel Cummins, and coming towards the end of the day. So I'd just like to thank you very much for coming on with us today. And will you come back?
Absolutely, yeah.
I feel a bit like a game show.
Yeah,
will you come back tomorrow? You can't come back tomorrow, but that's fair enough. But
if you can handle the coffee chat, then I'm sure I'll be
yes,
back. Yeah.
Absolutely right. We absolutely can. But you go with our best wishes, obviously, and happy roasting. Is that a thing you say in the business? I don't know.
It is now.
It is. There we go. I've coined a phrase. Ivan, as I said, thank you very much for being with us. Ivan Thomas, former Kent pace bowler, and now coffee roaster extraordinaire.
That's it. Yeah.
Businessman, entrepreneur.
Basically,
all-round man about town. There we go. Ivan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Great to see you again. It's Ivan Thomas, said retired from cricket over the winter, but now plying his trade with the coffee beans. It's through to the wicket keeper as this next ball from Matt Quinn, as I make a mess again of the microphone handover, but it's all going very smoothly thanks to Andrew Radd, who's sorting it all out for us. There we go. There's Andrew, but great to have Ivan with us today. I hope you've,
absolutely great.
Hope you've enjoyed it at home as well. Talking about all sorts of things, coffee as well, but sorting out the Kent slope for us as well,
yeah,
with an absolute masterclass on how to bowl on a sloping surface.
Yes, I think I'm surprised you didn't say he was going to do a short test later. He was hoping we were taking notes.
It's Quinn. Oh, it's disappeared off bat or pad. I think there's a bit of bat there from Taylor. There was indeed. Glance down to the boundary. It's gone for 4. Taylor has 18, 3-4-9 for 5. And Ivan was just saying, Radders, that just that bit of momentum that Kent have got, it's just waned a little bit. They would have liked another wicket or two, at least to keep it a little bit tighter, but that's in no small part due to how Taylor, I suppose, and Zabe have attacked in these final few overs.
Yeah, no, they have, and I think Taylor in particular has gone in and has just looked to be, really positive, and he's gone in, I suppose, mindful of the fact that there's still some batting to come. If you're like the first of the all-rounders, that you can sometimes think, well, okay, I need to just hang around there.
Quinn to Taylor, that's a good ball, rising, and Taylor's pushed forward towards it and got inside the line through to the wicket keeper.
But there is a bit of depth in the Northamptonshire batting, so you've still got Gareth Berg to come, who's been in good form in every department. He's almost mirrored Darren Stevens this year with bat, with ball. He's held some good catches in the slips as well. And, he's a mere spring chicken, being just 40 compared to 45 for Darren Stevens. And then Nathan Butt coming into the side, which doesn't particularly weaken the batting.
As Quinn now bowls to Taylor, tries to keep that one down from a bouncer and does into the offside. It was a quick cry of catch it, but he did keep it down off his nose out towards point, and there's no run.
But it's a slightly unusual position that Safe Zabe finds himself in compared to what's been the case this year, because he's been going in at obviously batting at 5, and all of a sudden, you know, he's with wickets having fallen in a bit of a cluster there. He's now got to rebuild with an all-rounder in rather than a specialist batsman.
Left outside the off stump by Taylor, shoulders, arms. See that ball from Quinn, and there's no run. You mentioned the relative ages of Gareth Berg and Darren Stevens. They both would have hoped, I suppose. Obviously, Gareth now plying his trade for Italy. Thought maybe thinking about international call-ups, and still there's a campaign to get Darren Stevens playing for England.
Well, they could do. They could probably do a lot worse. But I think Gareth Berg has really been a revelation this year, and the thing is, he's done it from the very first ball of the season against Kent at Northampton.
Quinn to Taylor, pushing the offside, and there is no run. Yeah,
think back to that interview I did with him after the first day of the first match against Kent against Northamptonshire up at Northampton, and when he bowled 22 overs on that opening day and bowled really well, and was saying then, yeah, well, okay, I'm not going to run through sides these days, but at least I can hopefully give captains some control. But he's done that and some, I think, this year. He really has been very, very good, and he has run through a couple of sides, which has, I think, delighted him enormously. And certainly there are those who just look at maybe if he played at Old Trafford, it might have been a different situation, but that's gone. Here's Cummins starting a fresh over and bowling to Zabe, who plays that up towards mid-wicket, and it's fielded by Darren Stevens, and there's no run. So 2 overs to go after this one. Umpire Ian Ramage is having a look at where Miguel Cummins' feet are landing. Crease, of course, at this time of the day, although it's obviously remarked in the intervals, does get a bit scuffed up. Umpire just making sure he can see where the line is. 2 slips in place. Gorgeous evening. Cummins comes in, bowls to Zabe outside the off stump. No ball is called by umpire Ian Ramage. You could see he was mindful of the fact, I think, that Cummins was probably just pushing the line a little bit, and on this occasion he calls the no ball, and that brings up 350 for Northamptonshire. So a 4th batting bonus point secured in the 94th over of the day. So I think Northamptonshire will be, as things stand, pretty happy with the day they've had, but be looking to go on and get 400 plus tomorrow, of course. Here's Cummins in again, bowls to Zabe, plays that well, short ball, and Zabe's in behind it, just drops it down towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Darren Stevens, and there's no run. There's again quite a contrast in height between the two batsmen. Zabe, I think, around about what, 5'5", 5'6". Tom Taylor well over 6 feet. Certainly one of those that when I was interviewing him last week, your arm ached by the end of it, of holding up the pole that the microphone is on these days, of course, to ensure social distancing. Here's Cummins in again, bowls to Zabe. No ball again called by umpire Ian Ramage. So Cummins is going to be bowling a long over, sort of thing when you're scoring. You think, am I going to run out of room in the box? 2 more onto the total, 353 for 5, Northamptonshire.
Just saw Jack leaning, just warming up his shoulders. Now I don't know if that's just because he's, it's a long day in the field and he's a bit stiff, or whether Kent might just sneak an over of spin in with the new ball with a
why not?
A bit of bounce.
It's worth a try. And I thought, again, leaning bowled pretty well earlier on. Picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay with, as is often the case, not the best ball he bowled, I think, by any stretch of the imagination. It was a bit short and wide, and Emilio Gay, I think, just the adrenaline pumping a little bit, played at a ball that he probably didn't need to. Here's Cummins going around the wicket, bowls to Zabe, clips that away through mid-wicket. He's going to get runs here. It goes out towards the boundary. It's not going to go for 4. It's fielded out there by Nathan Gilchrist, who's quick to the ball. Done some good work in the field today, despite the fact, as Ivan Thomas was saying, just been feeling his hamstring a little bit, but they come back for 2. 2 to Zabe, 11 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 355 for 5.
Some helmets coming on, so I'm wondering now whether wicket-keeper, and there'll be a close catcher as well. Leaning was miming the fielding pad, so...
I think you've called that spot on. We are going to see some equipment come on in a second. Here's Cummins again, bowls just short of a length, and Zabe is in behind it, plays it up towards Stevens at mid-wicket, but Cummins actually does the fielding himself off his own bowling. Daniel Bell-Drummond just having a chat there with Tawanda Mayeye, who presumably will be batting tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing him play. I'm hoping the weather forecast is a little better than it was first thing this morning. The suggestion that we may get some rain tomorrow, but hopefully that will not be the case. Hopefully it'll miss us. Here's Cummins again, round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who just drops that down on the offside, just behind square. And Mayeye has to make a lot of ground round to his right to field, so there's an easy single. Takes Zabe up to 12. And Northamptonshire up to 356 for 5. Tom Taylor back on strike.
Yeah, I'd have to say, the site I check regularly, it still has it looking a bit mucky to start the day, possibly, but that would be really annoying when it's been warm as well.
Yeah.
I wish it get rain, but Saturday, Sunday looking very good.
Yeah, well, that's good. And say, hopefully, there's always the way the rules go here, the regulations go. There's always the chance to hopefully make up at least some of the time if you do get some rain. So hopefully you won't lose too many overs if there is a bit of rain early on. Here's Cummins, and again bowls to Taylor, and he just drops the hands underneath that short ball and gets the bat and gloves out of trouble. Goes through to Robinson, and at the end of the over, Cummins 12 overs for 52. Hasn't been his best day. Zabe is on 12, Taylor is 18, Northamptonshire 356 for 5, 2 to go in the day, and indeed we are going to have some twirl.
So, yeah, Mayeye is putting the fielding pads on. He's the junior partner in this, on his home debut, in fact.
Of course, yes.
That was the relative luxury of the last 2 years of doing it in front of supporters, which the players of Jack Leaning is his first time in front of spectators, I believe I'm right in saying. Right, am I imagining that? I think
It's
so.
an extraordinary stat that when we were down at Hove last week, Jack Carson was playing his 11th first-class match, and it was the first time he played in front of spectators in his 11th first-class match.
Oh, at all?
At all.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That would make sense.
Which was just extraordinary when you just think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. The same with Zach Crawley, hadn't played for England in front of spectators, and of course that double century that he scored, which would have been, I mean, it's an amazing thing for him to do, but no one there in person to see it apart from the two teams. So he said he's not gone terribly well today. He would love to substitute a few runs, I'm sure, into that innings against New Zealand, but plenty of cricket to be played in that one, and indeed in this game as well. So 2 overs to come, and it will be leaning around the wicket to Zabe. Short leg and a slip in as well. It goes to cut away and does pass Cummins for 4. So that won't particularly please Leaning first off, or his captain, but we did see him get bounce outside the off stump, didn't we? And that's what Daniel Bell-Drummond's thinking. Nice prominent seam on the ball for him to grip, and maybe a little bit of bounce with the ball just a few overs old. 14 overs old at this point. Can he get something out of this penultimate over? Sussex 2-4-8 for 5 now, by the way, in this group, coming towards the end of the first day. Glamorgan 106 for 6. As I said, that one looks nip and tuck, doesn't it, between these two sides? And Glamorgan might even feel they've got the upper hand. Lancashire, rather, might have the upper hand at Cardiff now. It's quicker delivery from Leaning, defended by Zabe, and no run into the onside. This time, Mayeye right on his toes. Going to be interviewing him after this day. First day of his home debut. Onto the back foot. Zabe cuts that away, but straight to Cummins at backward point.
Which pylon are you at? No, not on the pylon.
Yeah, so we're lurking. we're lurking. Actually, we might go to the pie. I'm not sure, but we're lurking somewhere around the woolly stand. So
Okay.
there's a secret password, but I can't disclose that to you. He's leaning round the wicket to Zabe, pushed back up the pitch to the bowler. No run. It all feels a bit cloak and dagger, doesn't it? We will meet you under the shadow of pylon 2. Leaning then. Once again, round the wicket, Zabe defends that. Not attacking now. Seeing the spinner off. 1 ball to come with the penultimate over of it's been a fascinating day. Looked like it was going to be all Northamptonshire, and still they will feel they won this one with 4 batting bonus points. They've batted at a run rate of just under 4 for the whole day, but going a lot quicker than that up to tea. That one, the final ball defended. No run. So, yeah, run rate is 3.8, we're told by the scoreboard now. Now 4 batting bonus points. Kent with 1 bonus point. How they would love to turn that into 2 now. And I thought for a moment, Mia had taken the helmet off. He's not bowling, is he?
Well, they've had 8 bowlers, and he's one. There's only him, the keeper, and trying to think who else hasn't bowled. Jordan Cox.
So who's also obviously, I say obviously, but he's a wicket keeper as well by trade. So but not keeping obviously in this one. And so yeah, unlikely to see him bowl. But Mia is no, he's staying under the helmet. There we are. He's gone back under the lid. Box on, pads on, at short leg, with Cummins bowling to Taylor. He might expect some short stuff in this final over.
Grant Stewart has just been has retrieved all the various bits of equipment, just making his way off the field after a splendid shift he's done today as 12th man. He's been very busy.
Sterling
off
stuff.
the field a lot. Well, he's going to be Miguel Cummins to bowl the final over of this opening day's play. He's going to be bowling it to Tom Taylor, 360 for 5 Northamptonshire. Here's Cummins in, bowls to Taylor, works that down towards fine leg, and he's going to pick up just the 1 run. Good fielding there by Marcus O'Riordan, who ran round towards third man, to fine leg rather, and intercepted the ball, sent in a decent return, and that's 1 more to Taylor, who goes up to 19 in the field. Then obviously has to change around for the left-handed Zabe. Kent have been pretty good in the field today. That little run round and good bit of fielding of Marcus O'Riordan in the final over, just I think indicative of the standards that they've set themselves today. It hasn't been an easy day for the bowlers. It was a good toss for Northamptonshire to win, but they've stuck to the task well in the field. I'm struggling to think of too many that have beaten a fielder really, and the fielder had a chance of stopping it. And that's all you can do really in these sort of circumstances, just plug away. Support your bowlers. Here's Cummins round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, turns that away just wide of the man in there at forward short leg to under Mayeye. I don't think it was too close to him, to be honest, but there was a certain amount of excitement anyway. The upshot is that it goes down to long leg for a single. Nathan Gilchrist, who have been very good in the field today, pulled off 1 or 2 excellent stops. It's 1 more run to Zabe, and once again the field has to change around for the right-hander. Ian Gould's really enjoying this in the last over of the day, having to run from one side to the other. 17 to Zabe, Northamptonshire 362 for 5. A few messages coming through on Twitter, and mostly concerned about Emilio Gay and his maiden first-class 100, including a nice message from Alex Wakely, former Northamptonshire captain, of course, just has announced his retirement. Another Old Bedford schoolboy saying, well played OB, Old Bedfordian. Here's Cummins in again, bowls to Taylor, in behind that, drops it down to backward point, whereas once again it's Gilchrist who fields, and there's no run. And somebody else, I think it was Rodney, making the observation that from Northampton's point of view, top of the order now, Vasconcelos at age 23, Emilio Gay age 21, and Safe Zabe is having a good run in the middle order at the moment. He's also just turned 23. Has a look of a promising future for Northampton's top order. He's Cummins in again, bowls and beats Taylor outside the off stump with a beauty. Cummins there just looking to the heavens. That was a super delivery. It bounced. Still obviously the new ball relatively new, only 16 overs old, so there's a little bit of bounce in it, hardness in the ball still, and that just seamed away left Taylor and bounced as well. And Cummins understandably frustrated that a good ball like that should get no reward. 2 balls to go in the day. 2 balls to go in this. Cummins' 13th over. No wicket to show for his efforts yet. He's in, bowls that almost Yorker length, very full, and Taylor jams down on it. It goes up to mid-on where it's fielded by Darren Stevens and there's no run. 1 ball to go in the day. Darren Stevens looked to be just suggesting a bit of a change in the field for this last ball, just to give Taylor something to think about. And it looks as though, I think it, as they did, if memory serves, the last ball before lunch, they're just bringing another close catcher in. Indeed they are. So O'Riordan's coming into 3rd slip. So now Joe Denley's got an awful lot of ground potentially to cover down there at
it's all his.
At long leg. It's all yours, Joe. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Cummins in. Bowls to Taylor, who drives up to mid-off. It's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. And that's it. That's the close of the opening day's play in this LV Insurance County Championship match between Kent and Northamptonshire. Players head off in different directions as though they're not speaking to each other. But I think Northamptonshire will feel they've had a pretty good day. They go into the close at 362 for 5 after Adam Rossington won the toss and chose to bat first. Saif Zaib is 17 not out. Tom Taylor is on 19. Batsman out in the day, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 66. Emilio Gay for 101, his maiden first-class century. Luke Proctor for 81, Rob Keogh for 38, and Adam Rossington for 4. Northamptonshire were 314 for 2. Kent then clawing their way back into the match, courtesy of 3 wickets for 4 runs in 3 overs with a second new ball, with 2 wickets for Darren Stevens and 2 for Matt Quinn in the day. Jack Leaning getting the other one. 8 bowlers used by Kent. They've stuck at the task well, as I was just saying on commentary. I think they've fielded really well today, and they've kept at it, but it has been a flat pitch with not a lot going on really for the bowlers, and Northamptonshire have taken advantage of it, and they'll be hoping, I'm sure, to go on and pick up maximum batting points tomorrow.
Back, we hope, at 11 o'clock smart for you on day 2 of Kent against Northamptonshire. There is a little bit of rain in the forecast tonight and maybe tomorrow morning as well, but we're keeping everything crossed, and for a second day of this intriguing game between Kent and Northamptonshire. My thanks to Andrew Rad and to Ivan Thomas. I'm Matt Coleman. We'll wrap up tonight. We'll have, of course, a reaction from this first day in breakfast bulletins on BBC Radio Cam, BBC Radio Northampton as well. Thanks for listening today. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Cricket, a brand new way for us to play this summer. To bowl, bat and field, to be confident and take our chances. This is our game.
Making new friends, challenging ourselves, and always having fun. This is our game. Dynamo's cricket is our game.
At Barrett's, it is now easier, quicker and safer to buy your new used vehicle online. Whether you're on the computer, tablet or phone, you can browse our stock from the comfort of your own home. Refine and filter your search online by make, model and even budget. When browsing, you'll be able to see pictures, videos and a 360 view of the car you've selected. Your dedicated sales specialist will be on hand to send you a personalised walk-around video answering any questions you may have. You can use our digital finance calculator to tailor the car to a budget that suits you. Alternatively, you can speak to a member of our team via telephone, email, live chat or virtual appointments. Reserving your car online for £99 is simple, affordable and refundable. We ensure that every car is sanitised for your safety and peace of mind before handover. Barrett's, in partnership with Kent County Cricket Club. Together, we are Kent.